On October 6, 1973, Egypt and Syria invaded Israel, igniting what became known as the Yom Kippur War. Contrary to popular impression, the Yom Kippur War was not the simple result of miscalculation, blunder, or an Arab decision to launch a military strike against the State of Israel. The entire events surrounding outbreak of the October War were secretly orchestrated by Washington and London, using the powerful diplomatic secret channels developed by Nixon's White House National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger. Kissinger effectively controlled the Israeli policy response through his intimate relation with Israel's Washington ambassador, Simha Dinitz. As well, Kissinger cultivated channels to the Egyptian and Syrian side. His method was simply to misrepresent to each party the critical elements of the other, ensuring the war and its subsequent Arab oil embargo. U.S. intelligence reports including intercepted communications from Arab officials confirming the build-up for war, were firmly suppressed by Kissinger, who was by then Nixon's intelligence czar. The war and its aftermath, Kissinger's infamous shuttle diplomacy, were scripted in Washington, along the precise lines of the Bilderberg deliberations of the previous May in Salt's Joe Biden, some 6 months before outbreak of the war. Arab oil-producing nations were to be the scapegoat for the coming rage of the world, while the Anglo-American interests responsible, stood quietly in the background. Point 3. In mid-October 1973 the German government of Chancellor Willy Brandt told the U.S. ambassador to Bonn that Germany was neutral in the Middle East conflict, and would not permit the U.S. to resupply Israel from German military bases. With an ominous foreboding of similar exchanges which would occur some 17 years later, on October 30, 1973 Nixon sent Chancellor Brandt a sharply worded protest note, most probably drafted by Kissinger. We recognize that the Europeans are more dependent upon Arab oil than we, but we disagree that your vulnerability is decreased by disassociating yourselves from us on a matter of this importance. You note that this crisis was not a case of common responsibility for the alliance, and that military supplies for Israel were for purposes which are not part of alliance responsibility. I do not believe we can draw such a fine line, for Washington would not permit Germany to declare its neutrality in the Mideast conflict. But, significantly, Britain was allowed to clearly state its neutrality, thus avoiding the impact of the Arab oil embargo. Once again London had maneuvered itself skillfully around an international crisis it had been instrumental in precipitating. One enormous consequence of the ensuing 400% rise in OPEC oil prices was that investments of hundreds of millions of dollars by British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell and other Anglo-American petroleum concerns in the risky North Sea could produce oil at a profit. It is a curious fact of the time that the profitability of these new North Sea oil fields was not at all secure until after Kissinger's oil shock. Of course, this could have only been a fortuitous coincidence. By October 16, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, following a meeting on oil price in Vienna, had raised their price by a then staggering 70%, from $3.01/barrel to $5.11. That same day, the members of the Arab OPEC countries, citing the U.S. support for Israel in the Mideast war, declared an embargo on all oil sales to the United States and Netherlands, the major oil port of Western Europe. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Libya, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and Algeria announced on October 17, 1973 that they would cut their production below the September level by 5% for October and an additional 5% per month, until Israeli withdrawal is completed from the whole Arab territories occupied in June 1967 and the legal rights of the Palestinian people are restored. The world's first oil shock, or as the Japanese termed it, oil shoku, was underway. Significantly, the oil crisis hit full force just as the President of the United States was becoming personally embroiled in what came to be called the Watergate affair, leaving Henry Kissinger as de facto president, running U.S. policy during the crisis in late 1973. When the Nixon White House sent a senior official to the U.S. Treasury in 1974 in order to devise a strategy to force OPEC into lowering the oil price, he was bluntly turned away. In a memo the official stated, it was the banking leaders who swept aside this advice and pressed for a recycling program to accommodate to higher oil prices. This was the fatal decision. The U.S. Treasury, under Jack Bennett, the man who helped steer Nixon's fateful August 1971 dollar policy, had established a secret accord with the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, SAMA, finalized in a February 1975 memo from U.S. Assistant Treasury Secretary Jack F. Bennett to Secretary of State Kissinger. Under the terms of the agreement, the huge new Saudi oil revenue windfall was to be invested in significant sums into financing the U.S. government deficits. A young Wall Street investment banker with the leading Eurobond firm of Whiteweld & Co. based in London, by the name of David Mulford, was sent to Saudi Arabia to become the principal investment advisor to SAMA, to guide the Saudi petrodollar investments to the correct banks, naturally in London and New York. The Bilderberg scheme was operating fully as planned. 5. Kissinger, already firmly in control of all U.S. intelligence estimates as Nixon's all-powerful national security advisor, secured control of U.S. foreign policy as well, persuading Nixon to name him Secretary of State in the weeks just prior to outbreak of the October Yom Kippur War. Kissinger, symptomatic of his central role in events, retained both titles as head of the White House National Security Council and as Secretary of State, something no individual had done before or after him. No other single person during the last months of the Nixon presidency wielded as much absolute power as did Henry Kissinger. To add insult to injury, Kissinger was given the 1973 Nobel Peace Prize. Following a meeting in Tehran on January 1, 1974, yet a second price increase of more than 100% more was added, bringing OPEC benchmark oil prices to $11.65. This was done on the surprising demand by the Shah of Iran, who had been secretly told to do so by Henry Kissinger. The Shah had only months earlier opposed the OPEC increase to $3.01 for fear this would force Western exporters to charge more for the industrial equipment the Shah sought to import for Iran's ambitious industrialization. Washington and Western support for Israel in the October War had fed OPEC anger at the meetings. And Kissinger's own State Department had not even been informed of Kissinger's secret machinations with the Shah. 6. From 1949 until the end of 1970, Middle East crude oil prices had averaged approximately $1.90/barrel. They had risen to $3.01 in early 1973, the time of the fateful Salz-Joe Biden meeting of the Bilderberg Group, which discussed an imminent 400% future rise in OPEC's price. By January 1974, that 400% increase was fait accompli. The economic impact of the oil shock. The social impact of the oil embargo on the United States in late 1973 could be described as panic. All throughout 1972 and early 1973, the large multinational oil companies, led by Exxon, had pursued a curious policy of creating short domestic supply of crude oil, allowed to do so under a series of odd decisions made by President Nixon on advice of his aides. When the embargo then hit in November 1973, therefore, the impact could not have been more dramatic. At the time, the White House was responsible for control of U.S. oil imports under provisions of a 1959 U.S. Trade Agreements Act. In January 1973, Nixon had appointed then Treasury Secretary George Shultz to be the assistant to the President for Economic Affairs as well. Shultz oversaw White House oil import policy in this post. His deputy Treasury Secretary, William E. Simon, a former Wall Street bond trader, was made chairman of the important Oil Policy Committee, which determined U.S. oil import supply in the critical months leading up to the October embargo. In February 1973, Nixon was persuaded to set up a special energy triumvirate which included Shultz, White House aide John Ehrlichman, and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, to be known as the White House Special Energy Committee. The scene was quietly being set for the Bilderberg Plan, though almost no one in Washington or elsewhere realized the fact. Domestic U.S. stocks of crude oil by October 1973 were already at alarmingly low levels. The OPEC embargo triggered a gasoline buying panic among the public, calls for rationing, endless gas lines and a sharp economic recession. 7. The most severe impact of the oil crisis hit the United States' largest city, New York. In December 1974, 9 of the world's most powerful bankers, led by David Rockefeller's Chase Manhattan, Citibank, and the London New York Investment Bank, Lazard Frères, told the mayor of New York, an old line machine politician named Abraham Beame, that unless he turned over control of the city's huge pension funds to a committee of the banks, called the Municipal Assistance Corporation, the banks and their influential friends in the media would ensure financial ruin to the city. Not surprisingly, the overpowered mayor capitulated. New York City was forced to slash spending for roadways, bridges, hospitals, and schools in order to service their bank debt, and to lay off tens of thousands of city workers. The nation's greatest city was turned into a scrap heap beginning then. Felix Rohatyn, of Lazard Frères, became head of the new bankers' collection agency, dubbed by the press as Big Mac. In Western Europe, the shock of the oil price rise and the embargo on supplies was equally dramatic. From Britain to the continent, country after country felt the effects of the worst economic crisis since the 1930s. Bankruptcies and unemployment rose to alarming levels across Europe. Germany's government imposed an emergency ban on Sunday driving, in a desperate effort to save imported oil costs. By June 1974, the oil crisis effects had contributed to the dramatic collapse of Germany's Hersted Bank and a crisis in the D-Mark as a result. As Germany's imported oil costs increased by a staggering 17 billion D-Marks in 1974, with 500,000 people reckoned to be unemployed because of the oil shock and its effects, inflation levels reached an alarming 8%. The shock effects of a sudden 400% increase in the price of Germany's basic energy feedstock were devastating to industry, transport, and agriculture. Keystone industries such as steel, shipbuilding, and chemicals all went into a deep crisis at this time as a result of the oil shock. Willy Brandt's government was effectively defeated by the domestic impact of the oil crisis, as much as by the Stasi affair revelations against his close advisor, Günter Guillaume. By May 1974, Brandt had offered his resignation to Bund's President Heinemann, who then appointed Helmut Schmidt chancellor. Most governments across Europe fell in this period, victim to the consequences of the oil shock on their economies. But the economic impact on the developing economies of the world, for at this time they still could be rightly called developing, rather than the fatalistic Third World designation so in vogue today, the impact of an overnight price increase of 400% in their primary energy source was staggering. The vast majority of the world's less developed economies, without significant domestic oil resources, were suddenly confronted with an unexpected and unpayable 400% increase in costs of energy imports, to say nothing of costs chemicals and fertilizers for agriculture derived from petroleum. During this time, commentators began speaking of triage, the wartime idea of survival of the fittest, and introduced the vocabulary of Third World and Fourth World. India in 1973 had a positive balance of trade, a healthy situation for a developing economy. By 1974, India had total foreign exchange reserves of $629 millions with which to pay, in dollars, an annual oil import bill of almost double that, or $1,241 million. Sudan, Pakistan, Philippines, Thailand, and throughout Africa and Latin America, country after country was faced in 1974 with gaping deficits in their balance of payments. As a whole, developing countries in 1974 incurred a total trade deficit of $35 billions according to the IMF, a colossal sum in that day, and, not surprisingly, a deficit precisely 4 times as large as in 1973, or just in proportion to the oil price increase. Following the several years of strong industrial and trade growth of the early 1970s, the severe drop in industrial activity throughout the world economy in 1974-75 was greater than any such decline since the war. But while Kissinger's 1973 oil shock had a devastating impact on world industrial growth, it had an enormous benefit for certain established interests, the major New York and London banks, and the 7 sister oil multinationals of the US and Britain. Exxon replaced General Motors as the largest American corporation in gross revenues by 1974. Her sisters were not far behind, including Mobil, Texaco, Chevron and Gulf. The bulk of OPEC dollar revenues, Kissinger's recycled petrodollars, was deposited with the leading banks of London and New York, the banks which dealt in dollars as well as international oil trade. Chase Manhattan, Citibank, Manufacturers Hanover, Bank of America, Barclays, Lloyds, Midland Bank, all enjoyed the windfall profits of the oil shock. We shall later see how they recycled their petrodollars during the 1970s, and how it set the stage for the Great Debt Crisis of the 1980s. Taking the bloom off the nuclear rose. One principal concern of the authors of the 400% oil price increase was how to ensure their drastic action did not drive the world to accelerate an already strong trend towards construction of a far more efficient and ultimately less expensive alternative energy source, nuclear electricity generation. Kissinger's former dean at Harvard and his boss when Kissinger briefly served as a consultant to John Kennedy's National Security Council was McGeorge Bundy. Bundy left the White House in 1966 in order to play a critical role in shaping the domestic policy of the United States as president of the largest private foundation, the Ford Foundation. By December 1971, Bundy had established a major new project for the foundation, the Energy Policy Project under direction of S. David Freeman, with an impressive $4 million checkbook, and a 3-year time limit. Precisely in the midst of debate during the 1974 oil shock, Bundy's Ford study, titled, A Time to Choose, America's Energy Future, was released, in order to shape the public debate in the critical time of the oil crisis. For the first time in American establishment circles, the fraudulent thesis was proclaimed that, energy growth and economic growth can be uncoupled, they are not Siamese twins. Freeman's study advocated bizarre and demonstrably inefficient alternative energy sources such as wind power, solar reflectors, and burning recycled waste. The Ford report made a strong attack on nuclear energy, arguing that the technologies involved could theoretically be used to make nuclear bombs. The fuel itself or one of the byproducts, plutonium, can be used directly or processed into the material for nuclear bombs or explosive devices, they asserted. The Ford study correctly noted that the principal competitor to the hegemony of petroleum in the future was nuclear energy, warning against the very rapidity with which nuclear power is spreading in all parts of the world and by development of new nuclear technologies, most notably the fast breeder reactors and the centrifuge method of enriching uranium. The framework of the U.S. financial establishment's anti-nuclear green assault had been defined by Bundy's Project Point 9. By the early 1970s, nuclear technology had clearly established itself as the preferred future choice for efficient electric generation, vastly more efficient than either oil or coal. At the time of the oil shock, the European community was already well into a major nuclear development program. Plans of member governments as of 1975 called for completion of between 160 and 200 new nuclear plants across continental Europe by 1985. In 1975, the Schmidt government in Germany, reacting rationally to the implications of the 1974 oil shock, passed a program which called for an added 42 gigawatts of German nuclear plant capacity, for a total of approximately 45% of German total electricity demand by 1985, a program exceeded in the EC only by France's, which projected 45 gigawatts new nuclear capacity by 1985. Italy's industry minister Carlo Donat-Cattin in the fall of 1975, instructed Italy's nuclear companies, Enel and CNEN, to draw up plans for construction of some 20 nuclear plants for completion by the early 1980s. Even Spain, just then emerging from 4 decades of Franco rule, had a program calling for construction of 20 nuclear plants by 1983. A typical 1 gigawatt nuclear facility is generally sufficient to supply all electricity requirements for a modern industrial city of 1 million people. The rapidly growing nuclear industries of Europe, especially France and Germany, were beginning for the first time to emerge as competent rivals to American domination of the nuclear export market by the time of the 1974 oil shock. France had secured a letter of intent from the Shah of Iran, as had Germany's KWU, to build a total of 4 nuclear reactors in Iran, while France had signed with Pakistan's Bhutto government to create a modern nuclear infrastructure in that country. Negotiations also reached a successful conclusion in February 1976, between the German government and Brazil, for cooperation in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, which included German construction of 8 nuclear reactors as well as facilities for reprocessing and enrichment of uranium reactor fuel. German and French nuclear companies, with full support of their governments, entered in this period into negotiations with select developing sector countries, fully in the spirit of Eisenhower's 1953 Atoms for Peace Declaration. Clearly, the Anglo-American energy grip, based on their tight control of the world's major energy source, petroleum, was threatened if these quite feasible programs went ahead. Nuclear energy represented in the post-war period precisely the same quality of higher technological level, which oil had been over coal when Lord Fisher and Winston Churchill argued at the end of the last century for Britain's navy to convert to oil from coal. The major difference was that Britain and her cousins in the United States in the 1970s, held the grip on world oil supplies. World nuclear technology threatened to open unbounded energy possibilities, especially if plans for commercial nuclear fast breeders were realized, as well as thermonuclear fusion. In the immediate wake of the 1974 oil shock, 2 industry organizations were established, both based significantly enough in London. In early 1975 an informal semi-secret group was established, the Nuclear Suppliers Group, or London Club as it was known. The group included Britain, the US, Canada together with France, Germany, Japan, and the USSR. It was an initial Anglo-American effort to secure self-restraint on nuclear export. It was complemented in May 1975 by formation of another secretive organization which grouped the world's major suppliers of nuclear uranium fuel, the London Uranium Institute, dominated by traditional British regions including Canada, Australia, South Africa, and the UK. These inside organizations were necessary but by no means sufficient for the Anglo-American interests to contain the nuclear threat in the early 1970s. As one prominent anti-nuclear American from the Aspen Institute put their problem, "We must take the bloom off the nuclear rose and take it off." They did. Developing the Anglo-American Green Agenda. It was not exactly accidental that a growing part of the population in Western Europe, especially in Germany, following the oil shock recession of 1974-5, began talking for the first time in the post-war period about limits to growth, or threats to the environment, and began to question their faith in the principle of industrial growth and technological progress. Very few people realized the extent to which their new opinions were being carefully manipulated from the top by a network established by the same Anglo-American finance and industry circles behind the Salz-Joe Biden oil shock strategy. Beginning the 1970s, an awesome propaganda offensive was launched from select Anglo-American think tanks and journals, intended to shape a new limits to growth agenda, which would ensure the success of the dramatic oil shock strategy. The American oil man present at the May 1973 Salz-Joe Biden meeting of the Bilderberg Group, Robert O. Anderson, was a central figure in the implementation of the ensuing Anglo-American ecology agenda. It was to become one of the most successful frauds in history. Anderson and his Atlantic Richfield Oil Co. funneled millions of dollars through their Atlantic Richfield Foundation into select organizations to target nuclear energy. One of the prime beneficiaries of Anderson's largesse was a group called Friends of the Earth, which was organized in this time with a $200,000 grant from Anderson. One of the earliest targets of Anderson's Friends of the Earth was to finance an assault on the German nuclear industry, through such anti-nuclear actions as the anti-Brockdorf demonstrations in 1976, led by Friends of the Earth leader Holger Strom. Friends of the Earth French director was the Paris partner of the Rockefeller family law firm, Coudert Brothers, one Brice Lalonde, who in 1989 became Mitterrand's environment minister. It was Friends of the Earth which was used to block a major Japan-Australia uranium supply agreement. In November 1974, Japanese Prime Minister Tanaka came to Canberra to meet Australian Prime Minister Gough Whitlam. The two made a commitment potentially worth billions of dollars, for Australia to supply Japan's needs for future uranium ore and enter a joint project to develop uranium enrichment technology. British uranium mining giant, Rio Tinto's Inc., secretly deployed Friends of the Earth in Australia to mobilise opposition to the pending Japanese agreement, resulting some months later in the fall of Whitlam's government. Friends of the Earth had friends in very high places in London and Washington. But Robert O. Anderson's major vehicle to spread the new limits to growth ideology among American and European establishment circles, was his Aspen Institute for Humanistic Studies. With Anderson as chairman, and Atlantic Richfield head Thornton Bradshaw as vice chairman, the Aspen Institute was a major financial conduit in the early 1970s for creation of the establishment's new anti-nuclear agenda. Among the better-known trustees of Aspen at this time were World Bank president and the man who ran the Vietnam War, Robert S. McNamara. Lord Bullock of Oxford University and Richard Gardner, an Anglophile American economist who later was U.S. ambassador to Italy, and Wall Street banker, Russell Peterson of Lehman Brothers Kuhn Loeb Incorporated, were among the carefully selected trustees of Aspen at this time, as were Exxon board member Jack G. Clark, Gulf Oil's Jerry McAfee, Mobil Oil director George C. McGee, the former State Department official who was present in 1954 at the founding meeting of the Bilderberg Group. Involved with Anderson's Aspen as well from this early period, was Hamburg's Die Zeit publisher Marion Countess Doenhoff, as well as former Chase Manhattan Bank chairman and High Commissioner to Germany, John J. McCloy. Robert O. Anderson brought in Joseph Slater from McGeorge Bundy's Ford Foundation to serve as Aspen's president. It was indeed a close-knit family in the Anglo-American establishment of the early 1970s. The initial project Slater launched at Aspen was the preparation of an international organizational offensive against industrial growth and especially nuclear energy, using the auspices of the United Nations. Slater secured support of Sweden's UN ambassador Sverker Ostrom, who steered through the UN a proposal, over strenuous objections from developing countries, for an international conference on the environment. From the outset, the June 1972 Stockholm United Nations Conference on the Environment was run by operatives of Anderson's Aspen Institute. Aspen board member, Maurice Strong, a Canadian oilman from Petro-Canada, chaired the Stockholm Conference. Aspen as well provided financing to create under UN auspices, an international zero-growth network called the International Institute for Environment and Development, whose board included Robert O. Anderson, Robert McNamara, Strong and British Labour Party's Roy Jenkins. The new organization immediately produced a book, Only One Earth, by Rockefeller University associate René Dubos and British Malthusian Barbara Ward. The international chambers of commerce were persuaded at this time as well to sponsor Maurice Strong and other Aspen figures in seminars targeting international businessmen on the emerging new environmentalist ideology. The Stockholm 1972 conference created the necessary international organizational and publicity infrastructure such that by the time of the Kissinger oil shock of 1973-4, a massive anti-nuclear propaganda offensive could be launched, with the added assistance of millions of dollars readily available from oil-linked channels of the Atlantic Richfield Company, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and other such elite Anglo-American establishment circles. Among the groups which were funded by these people in this time were organizations including the ultra-elitist World Wildlife Fund whose chairman was the Bilderberg's Prince Bernhard, and later Royal Dutch Shell's John Loudon. 10. Indicative of this financial establishment's overwhelming influence in the American and British media, is the fact that during this period, no public outcry was launched to investigate the probable conflict of interest involved in Robert O. Anderson's well-financed anti-nuclear offensive, and the fact that his Atlantic Richfield Oil Co. was one of the major beneficiaries from the 1974 price increase of oil. Anderson's ARCO had invested tens millions of dollars into high-risk oil infrastructure in Alaska's Prudhoe Bay and Britain's North Sea, together with Exxon, British Petroleum, Shell, and the other Seven Sisters. Had the 1974 oil shock not raised the market price of oil to $11.65/barrel or thereabouts, Anderson's, as well as British Petroleum and Exxon and the others' investments in the North Sea and Alaska would have brought financial ruin. To ensure a friendly press voice in Britain, Anderson at this time purchased ownership of the London Observer. Virtually no one asked if Anderson and his influential friends might have known in advance that Kissinger would create the conditions for a 400% oil price rise. 11. Not to leave any zero-growth stone unturned, Robert O. Anderson also contributed significant funds to a project initiated by the Rockefeller family at the Rockefellers' estate at Bellagio, Italy with Aurelio Pecchi and Alexander King. This Club of Rome, and the U.S. Association of the Club of Rome, in 1972 gave widespread publicity to their publication of a scientifically fraudulent computer simulation prepared by Dennis Meadows and Jay Forrester, titled, Limits to Growth. Adding modern computer graphics to the discredited essay of Malthus, Meadows and Forrester insisted that the world would soon perish for lack of adequate energy, food and other resources. As did Malthus, they chose to ignore the impact of technological progress on improving the human condition. Their message was one of unmitigated gloom and cultural pessimism. One of the most targeted countries for this new Anglo-American anti-nuclear offensive in this time was Germany. While France's nuclear program was equally if not more ambitious, Germany was deemed an area where Anglo-American intelligence assets had greater likelihood of success given their history in the post-war occupation of the Federal Republic. Almost as soon as the ink had dried on the Schmidt government's 1975 nuclear development program, an offensive was launched. A key operative in this new project was a young woman whose mother was German and stepfather American and who had lived in the U.S. until 1970, working for U.S. Senator Hubert Humphrey, among other things. Petra K. Kelly had developed close ties in her U.S. years to one of the principal new Anglo-American anti-nuclear organizations created by McGeorge Bundy's Ford Foundation, the Natural Resources Defense Council. The Natural Resources Defense Council included Barbara Ward and Lawrence Rockefeller among its board at the time. In Germany, Kelly began organizing legal assaults against construction of the German nuclear program during the mid-1970s, resulting in costly delays and eventual large cuts in the entire German nuclear plan. Population control becomes U.S. national security. In 1798 an obscure English clergyman, professor of political economy in the employ of the British East India Company's East India College at Haileybury, was given instant fame by his English sponsors for his essay on the principle of population. The essay itself was a scientific fraud, plagiarized largely from a Venetian attack on the positive population theory of American Benjamin Franklin. The Venetian attack on Franklin's essay had been written by Guy Maria Orts in 1774. Malthus' adaptation of Orts' theory was refined with a facade of mathematical legitimacy which he called the law of geometric progression, which held that human populations invariably expanded geometrically, while the means of subsistence were arithmetically limited or linear. The flaw in Malthus' argument, as demonstrated irrefutably by the spectacular growth of civilization, technology, and agriculture productivity since 1798, was Malthus' deliberate ignoring of the contribution of advances in science and technology to dramatically improve such factors as crop yields, labor productivity and such. 12. By the mid-1970s, indicative of the effectiveness of the new propaganda onslaught from the Anglo-American establishment, American government officials were openly boasting in public press conferences that they were committed neo-Malthusians, something for which they would have been laughed out of office a mere decade or so earlier. But nowhere did the new embrace of British Malthusian economics in the United States show itself more brutally than in Kissinger's National Security Council. On April 24, 1974, in the midst of the oil crisis, White House National Security Advisor, Henry Alfred Kissinger, issued a National Security Council Study Memorandum 200, on the subject of implications of worldwide population growth for U.S. security and overseas interests. It was directed to all cabinet secretaries, the military Joint Chiefs of Staff as well as the CIA and other key agencies. On October 16, 1975, on Kissinger's urging, President Gerald Ford issued a memorandum confirming the need for U.S. leadership in world population matters, based on the contents of the classified NSSM 200 document. The document made Malthusianism, for the first time in American history, an explicit item of security policy of the government of the United States. More bitter the irony, was the fact that it was initiated by a German-born Jew. Even during the Nazi years, government officials in Germany were more guarded about officially espousing such goals. NSSM 200 argued that population expansion in select developing countries which also contain key strategic resources necessary to the U.S. economy, posed potential U.S. national security threats. The study warned that under pressure from an expanding domestic population, countries with needed raw materials will tend to demand better prices and higher terms of trade for their exports to the United States. In this context, the NSSM 200 identified a target list of 13 countries singled out as strategic targets for U.S. efforts at population control. The list, drawn up in 1974, no doubt, as with all other major decisions of Kissinger, also involving close consultation with the British Foreign Office, is instructive. Kissinger explicitly stated in the memorandum, how much more efficient expenditures for population control might be than raising production through direct investments in additional irrigation and power projects and factories. British 19th-century imperialism could have expressed it no better. By the middle 1970s, the government of the United States, with this secret policy declaration, had committed itself to an agenda which would contribute to its own economic demise as well as untold famine, misery, and unnecessary death throughout the developing sector. The 13 target countries named by Kissinger's study were Brazil, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Egypt, Nigeria, Mexico, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Turkey, Ethiopia, and Colombia. 13. Endnotes. 1. Argy, Victor. The Post-War International Money Crisis. George Allen and Unwin. London, 1981. 2. Salz-Joe Biden Conference. Bilderberg Meetings, 11–13 May, 1973. The author obtained an original copy of the official discussion from this meeting. Normally confidential, the document was bought in a Paris used bookstore, apparently coming from the library of a member, Shepherd Stone. In a September 2000 private conversation, H.E. Shikyaki Yamani told the author about his conversation with the Shah of Iran in early 1974. When Yamani, on instructions from the Saudi king, asked the Shah why Iran demanded such a large OPEC price increase, the Shah replied, "For the answer to your question, I suggest you go to Washington and ask Henry Kissinger." The agenda for the 1973 Bilderberg meeting was prepared by Robert Murphy, the man who in 1922 as U.S. consul in Munich, first met Adolf Hitler and sent back favorable recommendations to his superiors in Washington. Murphy later shaped U.S. policy in post-war Germany as political advisor. Walter Levy, who delivered the Salz-Joe Biden Energy Report, was intimately tied to the fortunes of big oil. In 1948 as oil economist for the Marshall Plan Economic Cooperation Administration, Levy had tried to block a government inquiry into charges the oil companies were overcharging. 3. Golan, Matty. The Secret Conversations of Henry Kissinger, Step-by-Step Diplomacy in the Middle East. New York. Bantam Books Incorporated, 1976. 4. Kissinger, Henry A. Years of Upheaval. Little, Brown & Co., Boston, 1982. 5. Memorandum reproduced in International Currency Review. Volume 20, Number 6. January 1991. London. p. 45. 6. Akins, James. Private Conversations regarding his tenure as Director of Fuels and Energy Office of U.S. State Department at that time, later Ambassador to Saudi Arabia. 7. Goodwin, Crawford D., et al. Energy Policy in Perspective. Washington, D.C., The Brookings Institution, 1981. 8. For a revealing view of the intimate interrelation of Mr. Kissinger and the British Foreign Office during the entire period of the early 1970s oil shock, it is useful to cite a section from a remarkably frank address given by Kissinger on May 10, 1982 before the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London. Following several minutes of effusive praise for the 2 centuries of skillful British balance of power diplomacy, Kissinger then approvingly cites the post-war U.S. British special relationship, adding, "Our post-war diplomatic history is littered with Anglo-American arrangements and understandings, sometimes on crucial issues, never put into formal documents. The British were so matter-of-factly helpful that they became a participant in internal American deliberations, to a degree probably never before practiced between sovereign nations. In my period in office, the British played seminal role in certain American bilateral negotiations. In my White House incarnation then, I kept the British Foreign Office better informed and more closely engaged than I did the American State Department." Kissinger then cites as example, his U.S. negotiations over the future of Rhodesia. "In my negotiations over Rhodesia, I worked from a British draft with British spelling even when I did not fully grasp the distinction between a working paper and a cabinet-approved document. The practice of collaboration thrives to our day." Kissinger, Henry A. Reflections on a Partnership, British and American Attitudes to Post-War Foreign Policy. Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House, London. May 10, 1982. 9. Ford Foundation Energy Policy Project. A Time to Choose, America's Energy Future. Bollinger Publishing Co. Cambridge, Massachusetts. 1974. 10. In June 1973, on the personal initiative of Chase Manhattan Bank Chairman David Rockefeller, an influential new international organization, largely built on the foundation of the Bilderberg Group, was established. It was called the Trilateral Commission, and its first executive director was Bilderberg attendee Zbigniew Brzezinski. The Trilateral Commission attempted for the first time in post-war Anglo-American history to draw Japanese finance and business elites into the Anglo-American policy consensus formation. In 1976, Henry Kissinger changes places with Brzezinski as Trilateral Director while Brzezinski assumed Kissinger's job as National Security Advisor to the new President Jimmy Carter, himself a member of the semi-secret Trilateral Commission group as were many of his key cabinet secretaries. 11. The background for this part is the result of extensive interview and corporate industry research by the author over a more than 16-year period. 12. For a critique of Malthus economics, see List, Friedrich, The National System of Political Economy, Augustus M. Kelly reprint, New Jersey. 1977. 13. Henry A. Kissinger, National Security Study Memorandum 200. Implications of Worldwide Population Growth for U.S. Security and Overseas Interests. U.S. National Archives. December 10, 1974. Chapter 10. Europe, Japan, and a Response to the Oil Shock. Petrodollar monetary order devastates the developing world. Despite the enormous economic and financial shocks flowing from the 1974 oil price inflation on the world economy, by late 1975 certain parts of the world had begun to resume industrial development, as though it had sustained a stunning blow, recovered and continued on its path. The 1974 oil shock had secured certain objectives of the Anglo-American Bilderberg Group, but by no means had the global parameters of industrial development yet been decisively altered to their satisfaction. Their continuing strategic domination was still mortally threatened. If we examine the world's output of steel, as well as the total of ton-miles of world shipping trade, we can notice a striking measure of the health of the world's economic progress. Beginning the early 1950s as the world started to rebuild from the destruction of the Second World War, world crude steel production made a steady upward climb as measured in metric tons of crude steel produced. Steel to this day is one of the best single measures against which to judge overall industrial progress for a nation's economy. Unlike the all-too-fashionable calculation of gross national product which measures price levels regardless of whether an activity is productive or non-productive, whether it involves construction of infrastructure or spending on a gambling casino in Las Vegas, output of steel as measures in ton weight cannot be manipulated. It is a firm measure. Steel, moreover, is essential for transport, for building, for infrastructure of all kinds. The Western world, including the developing sector, steadily increased its steel output from less than 175 million metric tons in 1950 up to an all-time historic peak of just under 500 million tons by the time the 1974 oil shock impacted. Steel is also one of the most energy-intensive industries. For 2 to 3 years after the first oil shock, world steel output reflected the economic shock and plummeted almost 15% from its peak of 1974 to 5. But by 1976, steel output again began a steady upward climb. A similar pattern occurred in world seaborne trade, with a sharp decline in total ton miles carried by ocean ships in response to the 1974 oil shock and the severe world economic downturn, followed by a similar slow but steady recovery up to 1977-8. The year 1975 witnessed the first major decline of world trade since the end of the war in 1945, a significant drop of 6%, with a slow resumption after 0.1. But one sector which had not recovered from the greatest financial and inflation shock of the post-war period were the fragile countries south of the equator, most especially those which had no significant indigenous oil supplies. For the vast majority of the developing sector, the oil shock spelled an end to development, inability to finance industrial and agriculture improvement, and a reversal of hopes for a better life which had emerged in many parts during the 1960s. As though some perverse fate had struck, this oil shock coincided during the years 1974 to 75 with onset of the worst global drought which had been seen in decades, leading to severe harvest shortfalls especially in Africa, South America, and parts of Asia, just as the economic impact of the oil shock was greatest. With desperate need to import record volumes of grain and other food from the United States and Western Europe, most underdeveloped countries found themselves faced with famine, unable to finance increased food imports, to say nothing of financing of the oil shock. The dynamic created from the Anglo-American decoupling of the dollar from gold in August 1971, followed by the 400% forced inflation of the price of oil, had created a catastrophe for the majority of the world's population living in the developing sector. Bank of Italy chairman Guido Carli noted at the time that the banking community has increasingly come to be regarded with hostility. The feeling of mistrust derives from a conviction that the commercial banks have appropriated too large a share of monetary sovereignty. Carli described the effects of the oil shock on world financial flows in an address to fellow bankers during early 1976. In context of the 1971 dollar-gold decoupling and floating exchange rates, the new oil price shock had created a worldwide shortage of liquidity. The shortage of international liquidity was made up by the banks, Carli noted, and in large measure by American banks through their overseas branches. Carli remarked that some saw this process as corroboration of the evil intentions of those who were behind the push for creation of the new gold-free dollar monetary order, maintaining that the eradication of gold from the system and the failure to replace it with official instruments confirm a malicious design to strengthen the dominant position of the American banks too. Indeed, some did see it as malicious. While industrial countries experienced a certain slow recovery from the initial oil shock by 1975, the overall position of developing economies deteriorated as a result of the quadrupling of primary oil prices. Total current account deficit of all developing countries rose from an average of some $6 billion per year during the early 1970s, to more than $26 billion in 1974, and an unbearable seven-fold increase, to $42 billion by 1976, with the vast majority of this deficit in countries of the developing sector whose per capita income levels were the lowest in the world. Under the threat of losing access to further borrowings from the World Bank and private industrial nation banks, These less developed countries were forced to divert precious funds from industrial and agricultural development into simply reducing this balance of payment deficit. Their oil imports had to be paid, and paid in dollars, while the cost of their raw materials exports had fallen sharply in the global recession of 1974-5. The countries were forced to borrow short-term, to pay the huge oil import payments, and the only major lenders ready to lend were the US and British Eurodollar banks, recycling their huge new petrodollar windfall. The entire Indian subcontinent, most of Africa, and entire regions of Latin America were in severe economic and political crisis as a result. Private US and European banks stepped into the breach, under the Bilderberg petrodollar recycling strategy, to lend to these countries, but only to balance accounts which had been left in shambles by the Anglo-American oil shock, not to finance creation of necessary production infrastructure or technology development. These private petrodollar loans came from the London Eurodollar banks of the United States and Britain. OPEC oil revenues, paid to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and other countries, were paid in dollars, and those dollars were channeled and guided into offshore London Eurodollar banks for relending to the victims of the new oil shock in the developing sector. Dr. Kissinger and friends left nothing to chance in the process. A senior partner of an American investment bank which stood at the center of the Eurodollar markets, David Mulford, at the time the head of Whiteweld and Company's London Eurodollar operations, was appointed a director and principal investment advisor of the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia, the largest OPEC oil producer and the country dominated by American big oil. Little publicity was given to this rather unusual appointment of a national of the country against which Saudi Arabia had only months earlier enjoined an oil embargo. Along with Whiteweld, Sama enjoyed the confidential investment advice of the elite London merchant bank, Baring Brothers. As director of the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, David Mulford was in a critical position to ensure Saudi authorities made wise use of their new financial windfall. To make Mr. Mulford's task easier, Citibank, the New York bank closely tied to Exxon and the American oil companies involved in Saudi Arabia's Aramco, was curiously enough able to operate in this period as the only wholly owned foreign bank with operations in Saudi Arabia. Not surprisingly, in 1974 fully 70% of OPEC oil surplus revenues were invested abroad in stocks, bonds, real estate, and such. Of this enormous sum of $57 billions, no less than 60% went directly to financial institutions of the United States and Britain. 3. Already on June 8, 1974, in his capacity as U.S. Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger signed an agreement establishing a little-noted U.S. Saudi Arabian Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation, whose official mandate included among other projects cooperation in the field of finance. By December 1974 the nature of this cooperation was defined more clearly, all the time kept in strict secrecy by both Saudi and Washington governments. The U.S. Treasury had signed an agreement in Riyadh with the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, whose mission was, to establish a new relationship through the Federal Reserve Bank of New York with the Treasury borrowing operation. Under this arrangement, Sama will purchase new U.S. Treasury securities with maturities of at least 1 year, explained Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, Jack F. Bennett, later to become a director of Exxon. Bennett's memo was addressed to Secretary of State Kissinger, dated February 1975, explaining the arrangements agreed 2 months before. 4. No less astonishing than these U.S. Saudi arrangements to one ignorant of the actual history of Anglo-American interests in the Persian Gulf, was the exclusive policy decision by the OPEC oil states to accept only U.S. dollars for their oil, not German marks despite their clear value, not Japanese yen nor French francs or even Swiss francs, but only American dollars. This dollar oil pricing had initially been a practice encouraged after the Second World War by the American oil majors and by their bankers in New York. But when, following the oil shock of early 1974, leading European governments began to enter into serious negotiations with Arab oil suppliers to secure long-term oil purchase contracts to cover their import needs, to be paid in their own national currency, an eminently sensible move which would have enormously lessened the European impact of the oil shock. Something extraordinary occurred within OPEC. Germany or France would have had far less difficulty securing domestic funds for payment of its oil imports in Deutsche Marks or francs than to buy dollars for the same oil. This makes it all the more curious that OPEC ministers in a meeting in 1975 agreed to accept no other currency than the US dollar in payment for deliveries of its oil, not even British pound sterling. This arrangement, needless to say, proved enormously valuable for the United States dollar and for the financial institutions of New York and the London eurodollar markets. The world was forced to buy huge amounts of dollars more or less continuously, in order to purchase essential energy supplies. Even more extraordinary, this OPEC dollar pricing agreement remained in force despite the subsequent enormous losses to OPEC as the dollar gyrated up and down through the next decade and more. One consequence of the directed recycling of these petrodollars into London and New York, was the emergence of American banks as the giants of world banking, paralleling the emergence of their clients, the seven sister oil multinationals, as the giants of world industry. The Anglo-American oil and banking combination so overwhelmed the scale of ordinary enterprise, that their power and influence seemed invincible. In effect, through such secret arrangements as the U.S. Saudi joint agreement with the Treasury, and the activities of David Mulford, as well as OPEC's strange dollar pricing mandate, Washington and the New York banks had exchanged their flawed post-war Bretton Woods gold exchange system, for a new highly unstable petroleum-based dollar exchange system, which, they reckoned, they could control, unlike the old gold exchange system. Kissinger and the financial establishment of London and New York had in effect replaced the old gold exchange standard of the post-war world with their own petrodollar standard. After all, who really controlled OPEC? Only the politically naive could believe Arab countries suddenly would be allowed to exercise independence on issues of such importance to British and American interests. Had they really regarded the oil shock as a life-threatening matter, Washington could have arranged numerous ways to restore a reasonable OPEC oil price. They wanted the high oil price and they wanted OPEC to take the blame for it. The two reserve currencies of Bretton Woods, pound sterling of Great Britain and the US dollar, remained at the center stage in the new petrodollar order of the 1970s. Sterling gained from its convenient good fortune enjoyed from the vast exploitation of North Sea oil, which came online just in time to benefit from the 400% oil price inflation, as noted earlier. The British pound became known as a petrocurrency. The dollar gained for the reasons just mentioned. Clearly, the Bilderberg deliberations that May 1973 in Salt's Joe Biden, had calculated the winners and losers. No matter to them that their artificial oil price inflation created a manipulation of the world economy of such hideous dimension that it created an unprecedented transfer of the wealth of the entire world into the hands of a tiny minority. Was this not, after all, what Adam Smith meant by the magic of the market? If the methods reminded some more than a little of a perverse variation on the old mafia protection racket game, it was understandable. The same Anglo-American interests which manipulated political events to create a 400% increase in the oil price, then turned to the country's victim to their assault, and offered to lend them petrodollars to finance, at vastly inflated interest cost of course, the purchase of the costly oil and other vital imports. Real industrial and agricultural development for a vast majority of the world living in less developed regions, suffered the consequences of the Anglo-American oil policy. The petrodollars went simply to refinance deficits, rather than to finance creation of new infrastructure, agriculture, or to improve the living standards of the world's population. During 1975 the policy organ of the Anglo-American liberal establishment, the New York Council on Foreign Relations, under direction of New York attorney, Cyrus Vance, drafted a series of policy blueprints for the 1980s, much as they had done at the critical turning point during the late 1950s recession. In their account of the future of the global monetary order, the Council stated, "A degree of controlled disintegration in the world economy is a legitimate objective for the 1980s." What was disintegrating, however, was the entire fabric of traditional industrial and agricultural development, most clearly in the developing sector. 5. During the following August of 1976 in Colombo, Sri Lanka, heads of state and senior cabinet officials of 85 nations, members of the so-called Group of Non-Aligned Nations, met under the host government of Prime Minister Sirayamavo Bandaranak. Included among the leaders present were India's Indira Gandhi, and numerous heads of state or officials of African, Asian, and Latin American governments, including Algeria and Iraq. From Colombo comes a political earthquake. The Colombo gathering began with little fanfare. It hardly seemed other than one of the endless rounds of bickering and rhetoric among the numerous former colonial states. But Prime Minister Bandaranak, a veteran of earlier struggles against British and American interests, having expropriated British and U.S. oil companies in the early 1960s, had decided to make the August summit an intervention into the deteriorating economic state of the developing countries in the aftermath of Kissinger's oil crisis. 6. What came out in the final declaration of the Colombo non-aligned meeting on August 20 was a document unlike any seen in the post-war period from developing country heads of state. The central theme of the 85 developing non-aligned states had been publicly declared to be a fair and just economic development. The resolution declared that economic problems have become the most difficult aspect of international relations. The developing countries have become the victim of this worldwide crisis, a crisis which was preventing attempts of these countries to eliminate hunger, sickness, and illiteracy. In this context, noting the almost doubling of foreign debt burdens since the onset of the 1973 oil shock and the catastrophic worsening of terms of trade for raw materials export, the declaration proposed several concrete steps to creation of a new international economic order. The existing order, it noted correctly, had collapsed, and was leading to restrictive protectionist policies, recession, inflation, unemployment. Therefore, it called for a fundamental reorganization of the international trade system in order to improve terms of trade, a worldwide reorganization of industrial production which would incorporate improved access by the developing nations to industrial products and technology transfer. Addressing the chaos of the existing Bretton Woods system, with its anarchy of floating exchange rates, the declaration called for a radical overhaul of the international monetary system in order, among other things, to guarantee an adequate transfer of investment capital to developing nations. But finally, and from the standpoint of the New York and London financial establishment, the most alarming aspect of the Colombo Declaration was a call for a satisfactory resolution of the problem of the public indebtedness, especially for the least developed and most severely affected countries. The explosive issue of the foreign debt had been placed on the negotiating table for the first time, not by a single government, but by 85 governments acting collectively. Bandaranak, Sri Lanka, a former British colony, and India under the leadership of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, had carefully prepared the agenda for debate among the 85 heads of state, in concert with the government of another former British colony on the northeast coast of South America, Guyana. The crucial negotiator for Guyana was its representative to Colombo, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Frederick Wills. Significantly, newly independent governments of 3 former British colonies led the Colombo initiative to create a powerful new alignment of forces which would potentially redirect the priorities towards industrialization and development. The important next step for the non-aligned initiative was decided. The annual meeting of the United Nations General Assembly in New York the following month would be the forum to present their proposal to the world community of nations. At the end of September 1976, Guyana's Foreign Minister Frederick Wills was designated to present the position of the Colombo Group. Carefully declaring their non-alignment from either major superpower bloc of the post-war era, Wills then proceeded to present to the assembled the results of the just-passed Colombo Declaration. Citing repeated past attempts from developing countries over the past years to reach a satisfactory resolution of their economic future, which also was in the interests of the economic security of the industrial nations, Wills then dropped his political bombshell: the International Monetary Fund and the monetary system of Bretton Woods must provide a place for alternative structures such as international development banks, which have as their goal not the recovery and reconstruction of Europe, or preferential agreements for development of a market economy, but rather, the just division of the gains from an unequal global economic system. Wills concluded his remarks, the burning problem of the debt and debt service has taken on a special importance. Developing countries are not able to manage their basic requirements, as noted in Colombo, without resort to some form of debt restructuring or moratoria. We must make every effort to oppose attempts to divide us through case-by-case techniques. We cannot allow ourselves to mortgage future unborn generations to the burdensome debt repayment and destructive debt service. The time for a debt moratorium has arrived. The impact of the combined Colombo and UNO declarations was immediate. On Wall Street, traders spoke of a crisis of confidence as share prices for U.S. banks, especially those most involved in the eurodollar lending to the developing countries, Citicorp, Morgan Guaranty, Bankers Trust, and Chase Manhattan stock prices began falling. The Federal Reserve Bank was forced to intervene to support the falling dollar as well. The implications of a concerted action by developing states on the dollar debt had sent shockwaves through the financial system. But the Colombo resolution of the 85 non-aligned states which Wills presented at the United Nations that autumn was only one part of what was rapidly becoming a potential alliance of key oil-producing states and even certain European industrial nations and possibly Japan. A combination was potential which would have decisively challenged the Anglo-American Bretton Woods order as never before. In reviewing what had taken place back in 1976, Wills some years later told this author, in what became known as the Third World, approximately 80% of mankind lived on the flanks of superpower rivalry, supplying raw materials for the processing economies of the First and Second Worlds, and striving to become market extensions of the market economies of the First World. Third World politicians at that time had a different view about their international role, however, Wills recalled. They regarded political independence as merely one essential step in the path of growth and development. They sought generalized technological advance, which should be coterminous with diversification of agriculture and the insertion of such infrastructure as would lead to the industrialization, and thereby closing of the huge gaps that separated the different worlds. But how should all this be paid for, he added. Led by Britain and France, the economic theorists of the First World determined that the export receipts of the Third World should decide the pace and quality of development and, when these fell below expectations, resort should be had to the Bretton Woods system whose machinery had been set up in the late 1940s. Above all, this meant the requirement of the stamp of approval of the International Monetary Fund and submission to the barbarous conditionalities which were the underpinning of IMF intervention. This was the context, Wills explained, within which the summit of the non-aligned nations was held at Colombo in Sri Lanka in 1976. There was a call for a new funding institution, an international resources bank, to replace the iniquitous neocolonialism of the IMF. There was also a call for diminution of the vertical and structural economic dependence of the Third World on Britain, France, and the USA, and an increase in horizontal linkages between Third World countries. There were calls for regional zollvereins or customs unions to protect Third World industries, and for technology transfers in order to remove the harshness of underdevelopment. The United Nations was chosen as the arena where it was hoped that a new era of global cooperation would emerge. These hopes were never realized. One by one the outstanding advocates of Third World development were removed from the seats of domestic power, and their solidarity was defeated in detail by the age-old principle of divide and conquer. Export receipts and import prices were manipulated to create enormous gaps in balances of payments, and Third World countries were told that they must get the seal of approval of the IMF before any government or private institution would advance further loans. The IMF insisted on austere programs based on currency devaluations which increased misery in the Third World, was directly responsible for the spread of disease and was also successful in encouraging drug cultivation, as those unfortunate countries sought the chimera of a quick cash crop as a panacea for their fiscal difficulties. On the role of the petroleum exporting countries of the Third World, Wills added, the only Third World raw material that did well in the economic arena was oil, but the large oil reserves were centered in the Middle East, and manipulation of inter-Arab and Arab-Israeli conflicts, together with inculcation of a penchant for prestige projects, meant that Third World oil reserves could not be used as factors in Third World development. One by one, Third World countries were gripped by inflation and starvation, by low life expectancy and high infant mortality. The old order of Canning and Castlereagh, Pitt, and Disraeli remains. The reference to the methods of British 19th-century Foreign Minister, Castlereagh, the master artisan of British balance of power diplomacy at the 1815 Congress of Vienna, was appropriate. The principal active opponent who deployed the full power and force of the U.S. government, intelligence services, and economic clout to destroy the dynamic set off at Colombo in 1976 was Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, a devout student of Castlereagh. When the foreign ministers of the European Community met in December 1976 to take up among other issues a possible cooperation with the call of the non-aligned, Kissinger sent a telegram to the delegates warning, "The United States believes it would be dangerous for the industrial countries to strengthen the ties between the CIEC and OPEC." A number of OPEC spokesmen have publicly sought to make clear that the final decision about the oil price in a great degree will depend on concessions from the industrial nations toward the CIEC. This would create the opposite of our desired link and strengthen instead the links between OPEC and other underdeveloped countries. Kissinger's veiled threat succeeded in breaking any alliance or active support from the nations of Europe towards the potential OPEC and non-aligned grouping. Diplomats personally involved in these talks at the time report that the two governments most open and responsive to such a call for cooperation with the non-aligned were Italy and West Germany. On December 12 of that same year, Italian papers reported a meeting of leading representatives of government and industry and trade unions convened by the German and Italian governments, on the subject of creation of a European defense against the unstable and damaging impact of the oil-linked US dollar. The Bonn government of Helmut Schmidt was reportedly told privately at this time by Washington, that she risked a pull-out of US troops should Bonn dare to pursue the non-aligned offer in any serious way. Andreotti's Italy was isolated and unable to act alone. The Kissinger tactic of divide and conquer had again prevailed, at least for the moment. As for the key strategists of the bold Colombo non-aligned declaration, within months each had been forced out of office, as Kissinger would term it, case by case. In India, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was forced into elections in February 1977, and in the midst of this, several key members of her Congress party staged a public party defection, led by Jajavan Ram, to form an opposition coalition with the radical Janata. The key issue was the imposition of IMF-dictated domestic austerity. Gandhi was out by that March, less than 6 months after the UN declaration of the non-aligned. In Sri Lanka, Mrs. Bandaranak's ruling Freedom Party and the entire country were paralyzed by a wave of strikes in early January led by a Trotskyite party linked to the trade unions, which reportedly enjoyed intimate ties with Anglo-American intelligence. Bandaranak at the time, in a futile effort to restore order, charged foreign interference. By May 1977 she was out. And in Guyana, after repeated external pressures on the government of Prime Minister Forbes Burnham, on Valentine's Day, February 14, 1978, Frederick Wills, the third key strategist of the non-aligned Initiative on Economic Development, was forced to resign. According to diplomatic sources familiar with the situation, the heavy hand of Henry Kissinger was present in each case. But, this was done in close coordination with the British, according to these observers. The British, you know, were very clever. They were willing to let the Americans do the public dirty work and take the blame, while they worked very effectively on a more discreet level. It wasn't people like Jim Callaghan who did this. It was the people of Chatham House, people such as the Michael Howards, and families such as Lord Cecil's, and the MI5 intelligence circles, who went into action against the Colombo Initiative. 7. The Third World threat to the Anglo-American order and their regime of global taxation through petrodollars, had apparently been beaten back. The floodgates were opened by the leading Eurodollar banks of London and New York to lend ever greater sums to select states of the Third World who agreed to the draconian IMF terms, to refinance their oil-related deficits. Atoms for Peace becomes a casus belli. But there were growing signs in too many parts of the world indicating the potential for stronger and potentially decisive initiatives in technology transfer from key European industrial nations, as well as from Japan, to select developing countries. While the broad front presented at Colombo had been nominally defeated, the idea of specific North-South economic cooperation was taking hold in dramatic new ways. The government of Brazil had entered into a major agreement with the German government of Helmut Schmidt for construction of a complex of nuclear power reactors combined with fuel enrichment and other related technologies during late 1975. The German nuclear reactor manufacturer, KWU, signed what was the largest single nuclear contract to date in the world. Germany was to provide turnkey construction of 8 nuclear power reactors and facilities for the entire nuclear fuel cycle including enrichment. Valued at a total cost of $5 billion, the entire project was to be completed by 1990. The European Uranium Enrichment Consortium, Urenco, was to supply initial uranium fuel. The same year, 1975, Brazil signed a $2.5 billion cooperation agreement with France for construction of an experimental fast breeder reactor as well. Washington responded with unprecedented efforts to force Germany as well as Brazil to cancel the program. Brazil threatened to become an economic power of independence from Anglo-American control and, significantly, independent of their oil weapon. Mexico, which during the early 1970s was not yet a significant exporter of oil, made the decision, for sound economic reasons, to develop nuclear power for electricity to aid in its plan for rapid industrialization while conserving the oil patrimony for other uses such as earning export dollars. Mexico entered into contracts with Mitsubishi of Japan and Siemens of Germany as an initial part of its nuclear program. In 1975, Mexico's National Energy Commission decided in the wake of the first oil shock, that it was wasteful and inefficient to burn hydrocarbons to produce electricity. They announced plans to build 15 new nuclear power reactors over a 20-year time. Pakistan, under the government of Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, responded in 1974 to the oil shock by accelerating work on an earlier small-scale nuclear energy program. Bhutto had withdrawn Pakistan from the British Commonwealth of Nations, in order to pursue an independent national development policy. The Bhutto government entered negotiations with France on construction of a nuclear fuel enrichment plant for Pakistan which was finalized in March 1976, and Pakistan was developing into an effective lobby throughout the Middle East on the importance of developing nuclear energy in addition to oil resources. By August 1976, the U.S. State Department and Henry Kissinger personally launched a major pressure campaign on both France and Pakistan to abort the nuclear deal, claiming it was related to nuclear weapons ambitions, despite Pakistan's approval from the International Atomic Energy Agency that it had sufficient safeguards to ensure such would not be the case. According to Pakistani accounts, earlier that year in Lahore, Kissinger delivered a direct threat that he would make a horrible example of Pakistan if Bhutto did not abandon the nuclear reprocessing project negotiations with France. In 1977, Bhutto was overthrown in a military coup led by General Zia-ul-Haq. Before his death by hanging, Bhutto had accused U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger of being behind his overthrow because of Bhutto's insistence on developing Pakistan's independent nuclear program. Writing his defense from his prison cell before his execution, Bhutto declared, "Dr. Henry Kissinger, the Secretary of State for the United States, has a brilliant mind. He told me that I should not insult the intelligence of the United States by saying that Pakistan needed the reprocessing plant for her energy needs. In reply, I told him that I will not insult the intelligence of the United States by discussing the energy needs of Pakistan, but in the same token, he should not insult the sovereignty and self-respect of Pakistan by discussing the plant at all. I got the death sentence." 8. General Zia reversed Bhutto's independent foreign policy and quickly embraced Washington, and abundant U.S. military assistance followed. But by all measure, the most impressive developing sector country commitment to nuclear energy in the wake of the 1974 oil shock came from the Shah of Iran. The Shah, who owed his position to the coup staged by British and American intelligence in 1953 to overthrow the nationalist Mossadegh regime and reinstate a pro-American monarchy, had appeared to be a grateful recipient of American military supplies and other support over more than 20 years. He had even agreed to initiate Henry Kissinger's call for an increase in the OPEC benchmark oil price to $11.65 per barrel at the January 1974 OPEC meeting. But, with the new oil revenues flowing into the state treasury, the Shah had the possibility to realize an old dream. Iran was to use its oil wealth to create one of the world's most modern energy infrastructures, built upon nuclear power generation which could transform the electricity and other power needs of the entire Near East. In 1978 Iran had the fourth largest nuclear power program in the world and the largest by far among third world nations. The Shah's plan called for installation of 20 nuclear power reactors by 1995 to provide some 23,000 megawatts electricity. The Shah saw nuclear electricity as the rational means to diversify Iran's dependence on petroleum and as a means to counter the enormous pressure from Washington and London to recycle his petrodollars to New York and London banks. The major negotiating partners with whom the Shah negotiated his nuclear program were France and Germany. Already in 1974 Iran signed a provisional agreement with France to construct 5 nuclear power reactors and a nuclear research center. This was expanded in 1975 to 8 reactors for a total cost of $8.60 billion. In addition, Iran purchased a 10% share in the French uranium enrichment facility being constructed at Tricastin, and lent $1 billion for its construction. In 1976, Iran signed another contract with the German nuclear firm, KWU, for Mark $7.8 billion for 2 reactors and infrastructure, followed in 1977 with a contract to supply 4 more reactors for an added Mark $19 billion. As well, Iran under the Shah invested in key European industrial companies including a 25% stake in the German Krupp, and in French nuclear enrichment facilities. The economic bonds between Iran and continental Europe were growing in import. During this time, under the strict anti-nuclear regime of U.S. President Carter, the U.S. did not participate in backing export of U.S. nuclear reactor technology, and Washington tried strenuously to block the German and French deals, to no avail. In country after country in both Western Europe and the developing sector in the wake of the 1973 oil shock, nuclear technology was threatening to become the most rapid growing source for non-oil energy infrastructure. Gold, dollar crises, and dangerous new potentials from Europe. At a private closed-door gathering convened in Tokyo in April 1975, a group of hand-picked policy spokesmen organized by Chase Manhattan Bank chairman David Rockefeller, and Bilderberg founder George W. Ball, met to discuss a special project. Lord Roll of Ipston, chairman of S.G. Warburg Bank, and a director of the Bank of England was present. David Ormsby Gore, the Lord Harlech, who was London's ambassador to Washington during the fateful Kennedy years of the early 1960s, was present. Barclays Bank chairman Sir Anthony Tuke was also present in the secretive Tokyo discussions that April together with the Earl of Cromer, George Baring, a man closely tied to Morgan Guaranty Trust in New York and to Royal Dutch Shell, who had been ambassador to Washington during the time of Kissinger's oil shock, when the U.S. Secretary of State acknowledged his unusually close policy coordination with the British Foreign Ministry. Present also in the fateful Tokyo talks was John Loudon, chairman of Royal Dutch Shell, who sat on the advisory committee of David Rockefeller's Chase Manhattan Bank as well. What concerned the 100 or so influential policymakers at the April meeting of Rockefeller's newly formed Trilateral Commission, was the dangerous risk to the Anglo-American establishment of continuing the offensive U.S. foreign policy stance against the rest of the world, associated with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and the Republican administration. Kissinger's hard-line divide-and-rule tactics had been to isolate one after another country, whether European, developing sector or OPEC, of portraying OPEC as the villain to developing countries whose economic growth had been destroyed by the Bilderbergers' 1973 oil shock policy. By 1975, his thinly veiled thug approach to international diplomacy was risking creating an enormous international backlash. A new image was needed to sell the world on the need for continued American hegemony. Therefore, at the Tokyo gathering of the Trilateral Commission that April, little more than a year and a half from the 1976 American presidential elections, David Rockefeller introduced a man to his influential international friends, who was presented by Rockefeller as the next president of the United States. Few Americans, let alone foreigners, had ever heard of the small-town Georgia peanut farmer who preferred to be called Jimmy Carter. 9. Following his initiation at the 1975 Tokyo meeting, Carter received an extraordinary public relations media build-up from establishment media such as the liberal New York Times, hailing him as a dynamic exponent of America's New South. In November 1976, despite allegations of voting irregularities, Carter became president. Carter brought with him such a large number of advisors who were members of the Trilateral Commission, that his presidency was dubbed the Trilateral Presidency. Not only was Vice President Walter Mondale, like Carter, a member of the elite secretive Trilateral Organization, but Carter's national security advisors Zbigniew Brzezinski, Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, Treasury Secretary Michael Blumenthal, Defense Secretary Harold Brown, United Nations Ambassador Andrew Young, State Department senior officials Richard Cooper and Warren Christopher, all were part of the exclusive Trilateral Club. The public profile of Carter's presidency was human rights for the Third World, negotiation, not confrontation. He portrayed himself as an outsider to the Washington power establishment, but the content of U.S. policy under Carter, with his pre-selected crew of establishment advisors, was to maintain the American century at all costs. Under a rhetorical facade of reforming the old order of U.S. foreign policy, the Carter administration continued the basic Anglo-American neo-Malthusian strategy initiated by Kissinger at the National Security Council under National Security Study Memorandum 200. Third World development was to be blocked, and a limits to growth post-industrial policy was to be imposed, to maintain the hegemony of the dollar imperium. Carter's human rights was to become a bludgeon to justify unprecedented U.S. intervention into the internal affairs of targeted Third World nations. The strategy was to fail miserably. A significant problem arose in the immediate wake of the oil shock, which threatened to undo the edifice of the new Anglo-American petrodollar monetary system. Already in 1974, the Commission of the European Community proposed to the member country central banks use of a system for settling intra-EEC trade balances with gold, priced at a market price then at around $150 per fine ounce. The European proposal would have greatly eased the oil payment burden for a number of European countries, and reduced the influence of the dollar. The U.S. Treasury, for political reasons of dollar hegemony, even more adamantly insisted that central banks value gold at the artificial low price of $42.22 per fine ounce gold. A valuation of gold at the higher price within the EEC could have opened the door to significant trade possibilities with two leading gold-producing countries, South Africa and the Soviet Union. U.S. Treasury Under-Secretary Paul Volcker went to London in the autumn of 1974 to deliver a blunt warning against any such European moves to bring gold back to the monetary system in the wake of the oil shock. But the idea, naturally, did not die. Rather the opposite. The South African government of John Vorster was at the time struggling to maintain an economic stability in the wake of the severe oil price increase, dependent on imported oil. At the same time, it was extending tentative feelers to neighboring black African states for some form of economic development cooperation, despite the rigid regime of apartheid at home. Angola was rich in oil, South Africa had industrial technology and infrastructure needed by Angola and other African states. The region required financial investment and secure foreign trade outlets for it to work. In late 1974, South African Finance Minister Nicholas Diedericks publicly called for a revaluation of the international central bank gold price to a market level, echoing the debate in Europe. I have consistently pressed for monetary authorities to be allowed to sell gold among themselves at a market-related price. Gold in official vaults of central banks would be revalued, and there would be much more money to pay the Arabs. Secondly, the dollar would lose value, he noted. At the same time, Germany and Italy initiated a bilateral agreement under which gold was used as collateral for a German loan with gold valued at 80% of the then market price of $150. European discussions around some effective use of gold as an alternative to the tyranny of the dollar standard were clearly growing in import. But these possibilities of closer trade and economic linkage between continental Europe and South Africa received a devastating blow. Soviet and Cuban support to the MPLA in Angola secured that country's control by a regime hostile to Pretoria. In addition, repeated unannounced large dumping sales of official U.S. gold reserves onto the market severely depressed the world gold price and brought growing economic difficulties for the vital South African mining industry. Then in May 1976, riots erupted in the South African township Soweto. The riots, curiously enough, coincided with a visit of U.S. Secretary of State Kissinger to South Africa. The international political backlash from a brutal South African police repression at Soweto against the rioters made effective economic linkage between South Africa and European governments more difficult. But the talks were continuing, as the situation somewhat stabilized the following months, and the import of the world's largest gold-producing country to any attempt to stabilize world monetary relations was absolutely crucial. In July 1977, a South African business monthly, To the Point International, published an interview with a leading West German banker, Dresdner Bank chairman Jürgen Ponto. In the interview, Ponto outlined his vision of a development solution to the economic and racial crises then enveloping all southern Africa. Speaking of the vital role which Europe must play in resolving the crisis of Africa, Ponto stressed that first, Europe must restore order in its economies following the oil and related economic crises. In order to do this, Ponto stated, priority must be given to the creation of a stable monetary system. When a smaller but economically important region of the world such as the European Community starts the stone rolling, by eliminating its own monetary chaos, then we will be on the way to realize this. Ponto further elaborated a concept in this context, for European economic development initiatives to the entire southern African region, including the wealthy African states such as South Africa, Ivory Coast, and Algeria, which would enable those countries to develop the poorest states. They can produce sufficient food, employment, and education possibilities for the entire continent, provided that the restrictions can be removed in the course of developments. Ponto was a close personal friend to South African Finance Minister Nicholas Diedericks, and Diedericks' designated successor, Robert Smith. There were clearly advanced discussions between influential European banking and industry and the resources-rich governments of southern Africa. A potential combination was emerging which could have changed the geopolitical map of the entire Anglo-American world, to the clear disadvantage of London and New York. Then, on July 31 in Frankfurt, Dresdner Bank head Jürgen Ponto was assassinated by terrorists claiming to be the Baader-Meinhof. Some weeks later, in Cologne, the chairman of the German Employers Federation, Hans-Martin Schleyer, was kidnapped and later murdered by the same organization. While the assassin's trail led back to the east, there was significant reason to believe that certain powerful Western intelligence services had a role in both assassinations. In the event, West Germany was plunged into political chaos and gripped by fear as never in the post-war period. The possibility of any significant development initiative towards South Africa had been killed along with Ponto and Schleyer. The initiative to break with the dollar imperium had been stalled for the moment. The crash of 1979, Iran and Volcker. One major aspect of what Ponto alluded to in his last interview, was to come to pass. In June 1978, in response to growing frictions and outright policy clashes with Washington's Carter administration on nuclear energy policy, international monetary policy, around the free fall of the dollar, and just about every foreign policy issue of importance to continental Europe, the member governments of the European Community, on the initiative of France and Germany, took steps to create the first phase of what was seen as a European currency zone, a first attempt to insulate continental Europe from the shocks of the dollar regime. German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt and France's President Giscard d'Estaing proposed to establish what became Phase I of the European monetary system, in which the central banks of 9 European Community member countries agreed to stabilize their currencies in relation to one another. With growing trade flows concentrated inside the community, the EMS as it became known, provided a minimal basis for defending intra-European trade and monetary relations. In early 1979 the EMS became operational and its effect in stabilizing European currencies was notable. But the future possibilities of the EMS were what worried certain circles in London and Washington. It had ominous overtones of becoming a seed crystal of an alternative world monetary order which could threaten the existing hegemony of the petrodollar monetary system. Indeed, one German official at the time privately referred to the new EMS as the seed crystal for the replacement of the International Monetary Fund. And the French government openly said as much at the time. The EMS had established a European Monetary Fund with initial capitalization consisting of 20% of each member country's gold and dollar reserves, valued at some $35 billion. Further, Switzerland had de facto linked its currency as well to the new EMS parities. As early as 1977, the governments of France and Germany had begun to explore the possibility of an agreement with select oil-producing OPEC states under which Western Europe would supply high-technology exports to OPEC, in return for long-term oil supply agreements at a stable price. In turn, under this arrangement, OPEC would deposit their financial surpluses into continental European banks and ultimately, into the new EMS, to build a fund which could be used for long-term industrial credits to other developing countries. London opposed the new EMS concept of France and Germany at every step. Unable to stop its implementation, London refused to join the new stabilization arrangement. The City of London establishment had other ideas. At a September 1978 Aachen summit between Giscard d'Estaing and Chancellor Schmidt, the two countries agreed on plans for joint scientific and technical education, as well as joint nuclear energy cooperation. Further, the UDF party of Giscard in France had proposed a $100 billion 5-year development program for continental Europe and the developing sector. A state visit by President Carter in July of 1978 to Bonn and West Berlin, only reinforced French and German resolve to pursue independent policy. Carter had unsuccessfully sought to persuade the Schmidt government, under the Carter administration's new Nuclear Non-Proliferation Act, to abandon export of virtually all nuclear technology to the developing sector, on the false argument that peaceful nuclear plant technology threatened to proliferate nuclear weapons, an argument which uniquely stood to enhance the strategic position of the Anglo-American petroleum-based financial establishment. Thus, despite all efforts since the early 1970s, the danger of independent industrial and trade growth which undercut the prize domination of the dollar imperium, was clearly becoming real in the minds of policy shapers in Washington and London. Even more drastic shocks were required to stop the insistence of nations to pursue scientific and industrial development. Drastic shocks they were. In November 1978, President Carter named the Bilderberg Group's George Ball, like Carter a member as well of the Trilateral Commission, to head a special White House Iran task force under the National Security Council's Brzezinski. Ball recommended Washington drop support of the Shah of Iran and support the fundamentalist Islamic opposition of Ayatollah Khomeini. Robert Bowie from the CIA was one of the lead case officers in the new CIA-led coup against the man their covert actions had placed into power only 25 years earlier. Their scheme was based on detailed study of the phenomenon of Islamic fundamentalism as presented by British Islamic expert, Dr. Bernard Lewis, then on assignment at Princeton University in the United States. Lewis' scheme, which was unveiled in the May 1979 Bilderberg meeting in Austria, endorsed the radical Muslim Brotherhood movement behind Khomeini, to promote Balkanization of the entire Muslim Near East along tribal and religious lines. Lewis argued that the West should encourage autonomous groups such as the Kurds, Armenians, Lebanese Maronites, Ethiopian Copts, Azerbaijani Turks, and so forth. The chaos would spread in what he termed an arc of crisis, which would spill over into the Muslim regions of the Soviet Union. The coup against the Shah, as that against Mossadegh in 1953, was run by British and American intelligence, characteristically, with the bombastic American, Brzezinski, taking public credit for getting rid of the corrupt Shah, while the British remained safely in the background. During 1978, negotiations between the Shah's government and British Petroleum were underway for renewal of the 25-year oil extraction agreement. By October 1978, talks collapsed over a British offer demanding exclusive rights on Iran's future oil output, while refusing to guarantee purchase of the oil. With their dependence on British-controlled export apparently at an end, Iran appeared on the verge of independence in its oil sales policy for the first time since 1953, with eager prospective buyers in Germany, France, Japan, and elsewhere. In its lead editorial that September, Iran's Kayhan International wrote, "In retrospect, the 25-year partnership with the consortium and the 50-year relationship with British Petroleum which preceded it, have not been satisfactory ones for Iran. Looking to the future, NIOC should plan to handle all operations by itself." London was blackmailing and putting enormous economic pressure on the Shah's regime by refusing to buy Iranian oil production, taking only 3 million or so barrels daily of a minimum agreed of 5 million barrels/day. This imposed dramatic revenue pressures on Iran, the context in which religious discontent against the Shah could be fanned by trained agitators deployed by British and US intelligence. In addition, strikes among oil workers at this critical juncture crippled Iranian oil production. As the domestic economic troubles grew, American security advisors to the Shah's Savak secret police implemented a policy of ever more brutal repression, in a manner calculated to maximize popular antipathy to the Shah. At the same time, the Carter administration from Washington cynically began protesting abuses of human rights under the Shah. British Petroleum reportedly began to organize flight capital out of Iran, through its strong influence in Iran's financial and banking community. British Broadcasting Corporation's Persian-language broadcasts, with dozens of Persian-speaking BBC correspondents sent into even the smallest village, drummed up hysteria against the regime in exaggerated reporting of incidents of protest against the Shah. BBC gave the Ayatollah Khomeini full propaganda platform inside Iran during this time. The British government-owned radio refused to give the Shah's government equal chance to reply. Repeated personal appeals from the Shah to BBC yielded no result. Anglo-American intelligence was committed to topple the Shah. The Shah fled in January and by February 1979, Khomeini had been flown into Tehran to proclaim establishment of his repressive theocratic state to replace the Shah's government. Reflecting on his downfall months later, shortly before his death, the Shah noted from exile, "I did not know it then, perhaps I did not want to know, but it is clear to me now that the Americans wanted me out." Clearly this is what the human rights advocates in the State Department wanted. What was I to make of the administration's sudden decision to call former Under-Secretary of State George Ball to the White House as an advisor on Iran? Ball was among those Americans who wanted to abandon me and ultimately my country. 10. With the fall of the Shah and the coming to power of the fanatical Khomeini adherents in Iran, chaos was unleashed. By May 1979, the new Khomeini regime had singled out the country's nuclear power development plans and announced cancellation of the entire program for French and German nuclear reactor construction. Iran oil exports to the world were suddenly cut off, some 3 million barrels per day. Curiously, Saudi Arabian production in the critical days of January 1979, was also cut by some 2 million barrels/day. To add to the pressures on world oil supply, British Petroleum declared force majeure and cancelled major contracts for oil supply. Prices on the Rotterdam spot market, heavily influenced by BP and Royal Dutch Shell as the largest oil traders, soared in early 1979 as a result. The second oil shock of the 1970s was fully underway. Indications are that the actual planners of the Iranian Khomeini coup in London, and within the senior ranks of the U.S. liberal establishment, decided to keep President Carter largely ignorant of the policy and its ultimate objectives. The ensuing energy crisis in the U.S. was a major factor which brought Carter's defeat a year later. There was never a real shortage of world petroleum supply. Saudi and Kuwaiti existing production capacities could at any time have met the 5 to 6 million barrels/day temporary shortfall, as U.S. congressional investigation by the General Accounting Office months later confirmed. Unusually low reserve stocks of oil held by the seven sister oil multinationals contributed to create a devastating world oil price shock, as prices for crude oil soared from a level of some $14/barrel in 1978, towards the astronomical heights of $40/barrel for some grades of crude on the spot market. Long gasoline lines across America contributed to a general sense of panic, and Carter Energy Secretary and former CIA Director, James R. Schlesinger, did not help calm matters when he told Congress and the media in February 1979 that the Iranian oil shortfall was prospectively more serious than the 1973 Arab oil embargo. 11. The Carter administration's Trilateral Commission foreign policy further ensured that any European effort from Germany and France to develop more cooperative trade, economic and diplomatic relations with their Soviet neighbor under the umbrella of détente and various Soviet West European energy agreements, was also thrown into disarray. Carter's security advisor, Brzezinski, and Secretary of State Vance, implemented their arc of crisis policy, spreading the instability of the Iranian Revolution throughout the perimeter around the Soviet Union. From Pakistan across Iran, U.S. initiatives created instability or worse. Then came Brzezinski's China card policy tilt, with U.S. diplomatic recognition of Communist China in December 1978, together with U.S. withdrawal of recognition of the nationalist Chinese regime on Taiwan, thereby giving Communist China UN Security Council veto, and a major access to U.S. technology and military aid. At a summit meeting in January 1979, German Chancellor Schmidt delivered a strong protest to President Carter that his new China card policy was proving extremely destabilizing for fragile German-Soviet relations, by creating the impression in Moscow that NATO was aggressively encircling the USSR in an arc of chaos and military hostility. In October 1979, a devastating new Anglo-American financial shock was unleashed on top of the second oil shock of that year. That August, on the advice of David Rockefeller and other influential voices of the Wall Street banking establishment, President Carter appointed Paul Volcker, the man who, back in August 1971, had been a key architect of the policy of taking the dollar off the gold standard, to head the Federal Reserve. Paul A. Volcker, a former official at Rockefeller's Chase Manhattan Bank, and of course, a member of David Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission, was president of the New York Federal Reserve at the time of his nomination to the post as head of the world's most powerful central bank. Despite the fact that oil at $40 per barrel was a dramatic price increase in dollar terms, the size of the oil shock, combined with the growing international alarm over the incompetent U.S. Carter administration, led to a further weakening of the dollar. Already since early 1978 the dollar had dropped more than 15% against the German mark and other major currencies. The price of gold was rising rapidly and was at the record high then of almost $400 per ounce in September 1979. Arab and other investors were preferring to invest in gold rather than dollars. Already in September 1978 the dollar fell in a near-panic collapse when it became known that Saudi Arabia's monetary agency had begun liquidating billions of dollars of U.S. Treasury bonds. It appeared that Mr. Carter's presidency was proving too much even for these staunch U.S. allies. The policy strategists based in the city of London and New York, then resolved to impose a Malthusian monetary shock on top of the oil shock, to tilt the balance of world development decisively to their relative advantage. In October 1979, Volcker unveiled a radical new Federal Reserve monetary policy. he deceived a shocked Congress and a desperate White House, by insisting that his radical monetarist cure was aimed at squeezing inflation out of the system. It was aimed at making the US dollar the most eagerly sought currency in the world, and, to stop industrial growth dead in its tracks, in order that political and financial power flow back to the dollar imperium. Volcker's cold rationalization to Congress was that restraint on growth in money and credit, maintained over a considerable period of time, must be an essential part of any program to deal with entrenched inflation and inflationary expectations. The defect in Volcker's monetary shock therapy was that he never addressed the fundamental origins of the soaring inflation, two oil price shocks since 1973, which had raised the price of the world's basic energy and transportation by 1,300% in 6 years. And Volcker's insistence on restricting the U.S. money supply by cutting credit to banks, consumers, and the economy, was also a calculated fraud. Volcker knew fully, as did every major banker in New York and London, that control of America's domestic dollar supply was a minor part of a far larger problem. Volcker knew well that his actions had little control on the estimated $500 billion outside the United States, circulating in the so-called Eurodollar markets of London and the Cayman Islands and such offshore hot money havens. At the time of the October 1979 Volcker monetary shock therapy, Morgan Guaranty Trust calculated the gross size of dollars in the Eurodollar offshore markets at fully 57% of the entire domestic U.S. money supply. The American citizen was to pay the cost of this rampant offshore money pool, as though it never existed. In both his objectives, Volcker succeeded. U.S. interest rates on the Eurodollar market soared from 10% to 16%, on their way up to levels of 20% in a matter of weeks, as the world looked on in stunned disbelief. Inflation was indeed being squeezed as the world economy was plunged into the deepest depression since the 1930s. And the dollar began what was to be an extraordinary 5-year-long ascent. The oil shock and the Volcker shock were combined with a decision as well by the leading circles of the establishment to take the bloom off the nuclear rose once and for all, in order to ensure that the alarming trend of developing worldwide nuclear energy resources to replace reliance on Anglo-American oil, was decisively ended. Unprecedented diplomatic and legal pressures from the Carter White House since 1977, had not succeeded in significantly blunting the attraction of nuclear power. But on March 28, 1979, in a town in the center of Pennsylvania, a bizarre event occurred, which was then portrayed to the world press in fictitious terms, as though it were a Hollywood movie script, or a remake of H.G. Wells' 1938 War of the Worlds radio broadcast. Unit 2 of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power reactor complex in Harrisburg, underwent an improbable sequence of accidents. Later investigation revealed that critical valves had been illegally and manually closed before the event, preventing emergency cooling water from entering the reactor's steam generator system. Within 15 seconds emergency backup systems had brought the nuclear fission process to a stop. But then, a plant operator violated all procedure and intervened to shut off cooling water into the reactor core. The details of what then happened have been documented elsewhere extensively. On August 3, 1979, in its official report on the event, the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission posed sabotage or criminal negligence as one of 6 possible causes for the 3 Mile Island event. But even after eliminating the other 5 possible causes, the government refused even to consider the possibility of sabotage seriously. News to the world's media during the entire Harrisburg drama was strictly controlled by the newly established White House Federal Emergency Management Agency. No government or nuclear plant official was allowed to speak to press except when screened by FEMA censors. FEMA had been created by presidential executive order based on the blueprint of Trilateral Commission White House advisor Samuel Huntington, and curiously, went into operation March 27, 5 days before its stated date of operation, and the day before the 3 Mile Island incident. FEMA, under direction of National Security Advisor Brzezinski, controlled all news at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. FEMA ordered evacuations of the surrounding population, despite no indication of radiation danger, and refused to brief media for days, permitting panic stories of fictitious items such as gigantic radioactive hydrogen bubble into atmosphere, and worse, to fill headlines. Curiously as well, the same month, a spectacular Hollywood movie, The China Syndrome, starring Jane Fonda, portrayed a fictional account almostly exactly parallel with the Harrisburg events, further fueling public hysteria over dangers of nuclear energy. By the end of 1979, the hegemony of the Anglo-American financial establishment over the world's economic and industrial potentials had been reasserted in a manner never before imagined. Their control of world oil flows had again been a central weapon of their peculiar brand of Malthusian policy. Out of the chaos of Khomeini's Iran and Volcker's dollar shocks, these influential policy arbiters saw themselves as virtual gods of MT Olympus. Within a short decade their lofty mount, however, was to feel the rumblings of an underlying volcano. Endnotes. 1 Sources, International Iron and Steel Institute. Brussels. World Steel in Figures. 1991 and Fearnley's World Shipping Annual Reports. Oslo. 2 Carli, Guido. Why Banks Are Unpopular. Lecture to the Per Jacobson Foundation. Stockholm. June 12, 1976. 3 Bank for International Settlements. Annual Report. June 1976. Basley. 4 reproduced in full in International Currency Review. Volume 20 No. 6, January 1991. Letter of Jack F. Bennett to Henry Kissinger, February 1975. Subject: Special arrangements for purchase of U.S. government securities by the Saudi Arabian government. The career of Jack F. Bennett is noteworthy in that he was loaned from Exxon in 1971 to the Nixon Treasury Department, where he helped Paul Volcker to prepare the monetary side of the coming petrodollar currency system, and the demonetizing of the dollar from gold. Following the 1973-5 oil shock and the successful establishment of the petrodollar recycling process, Bennett returned to Exxon. Similarly, Lord Victor Rothschild went from being head of strategic research at Royal Dutch Shell in 1971, to lead the British Prime Minister's Central Policy Review staff, in which position he had extraordinary influence over UK energy policy, as he had fortuitously predicted a drastic rise in oil price shortly before the 1973 oil shock. He was in contact with U.S. National Security Council head Henry Kissinger at this time. 5 Hirsch, Fred, et al. Alternatives to Monetary Disorder. Council on Foreign Relations 1980s Project. McGraw-Hill. 1977, p.55. 6 Not only developing nations, but also industrial ones were trying to develop an alternative to the debt strangulation of the 1970s oil shocks. In a proposal released in early 1977, Masaki Nakajima, chairman of Japan's Mitsubishi Research Institute, proposed creation of what he termed a global infrastructure fund. He motivated it thus: under the prolonged worldwide recession in the post-oil crisis years, every country around the world is groping for ways to get out of it. What is being proposed herein as a global infrastructure fund is a concept that Japan should consider as one of its international responsibilities. The proposition is to generate effective demand within this country amounting to more than $500 billion, under the assumption that all leading advanced industrialized countries and oil-producing countries cooperate to do so. It aims at developing new sources of energy and increasing food production for the world. Implementation of the various super projects proposed herein would lead to development of peaceful demand in the manufacturing industry, technological incentives in the advanced countries in lieu of arms production. Now is the time for mankind to positively assert a bold and long-range vision. Nakajima's list of great projects proposed included greening the Sahara for agriculture, a Himalayan hydroelectric project, creation of a Central African lake in Chad and the Congo, and development of a series of hydroelectric dams across South America. The Nakajima proposal was revived in 1990 in Davos, Switzerland at a meeting of the World Economic Forum, with support of the Japanese Industrial Federation, Keidanren. 7. Refer to the citation in Chapter 9 footnote number 8, regarding Kissinger's admission of his close relations with the British Foreign Office during his tenure as Secretary of State. 8. Bhutto, Benazir. Dr. der Macht, Autobiography. Droemer Naur, Muenken. 1989. 9. For background to the creation of the Trilateral Commission, refer to Chapter 9, footnote number 10. This institution was to be a broadening of the initial influence base of the Bilderberg, which explicitly was founded as a vehicle to promote Anglo-American policy in Western Europe. The Trilateral Commission was an attempt to address the changing geopolitical reality in which Japan was emerging as an economic giant. The triad was that of North America, Europe, and Japan. In Europe it incorporated a motley group, among them Germany's Graf Lambsdorff. Many European members of the Trilateral Commission had been drawn from longtime friends of Rockefeller and old members of his wartime European business networks. That there were no fundamental policy disagreements between Henry Kissinger and the Democratic Party candidacy of David Rockefeller's protégé Carter, was evident from Rockefeller's naming of Kissinger to the advisory board of his Chase Manhattan Bank after the latter left government, as well as making Kissinger executive director of his trilateral group to replace Brzezinski, while the latter was running U.S. foreign policy for Carter. 10. In 1978, the Iranian Etelate wrote an article accusing Khomeini of being a British agent. The clerics organized violent demonstrations in response, which led to the flight of the Shah months later. See, December 1987, U.S. Library of Congress Country Studies, Iran, The Coming of the Revolution. The role of BBC Persian broadcasts in the ouster of the Shah are detailed in an article by Hossein Shahidi, BBC Persian Service 60 Years On, September 24, 2001, The Iranian. BBC was so identified with Khomeini that it won the name, Ayatollah BBC. 11. Comptroller General of the United States. Iranian oil cutoff, reduced petroleum supplies and inadequate U.S. government response, report to Congress by General Accounting Office, 1979. Chapter 11. Imposing the New World Order. Paul Volcker borrows a British model. Well before Karl Marx ever conceived of his notion of class warfare, British liberalism had evolved a concept of a society polarized between what they termed the upper classes and the lower classes. The essence of the liberal 19th-century free trade policies of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, which led to the abolition of the protective corn laws in England after 1846, and which opened the floodgates to ruinous cheap grain imports, led, as noted earlier, to the predictable impoverishment of the greater majority of British citizens, and to the concentration of the wealth of the society into the hands of a small minority, the so-called upper classes. The political philosophy of what was called British liberalism, was the justification for this economically inequitable process. As the most influential American publicist of 19th-century British liberalism, the aristocratic Walter Lippmann defined this class society in a modern framework for an American audience. Society should, Lippmann argued, be divided into the great vulgar masses of a largely ignorant public, that is then steered by an elite or a special class, which Lippmann termed the responsible men, who would decide the terms of what would be called the national interest. This elite would become the dedicated bureaucracy, to serve the interests of private power and private wealth, but the truth of their relationship to the power of private wealth should never be revealed to the broader ignorant public. They wouldn't understand. The general population must have the illusion, Lippmann argued, that it is actually exerting democratic power. This illusion must be shaped by the elite body of responsible men in what was termed the manufacture of consent. This was described by Lippmann several decades before Paul Volcker ever set foot in Washington, as the political philosophy for liberal democracy. In its concept of an elite specialized few, ruling on behalf of the greater masses, modern Anglo-American liberalism bore a curious similarity to the Leninist concept of vanguard party, which imposed a dictatorship of the proletariat in the name of some future ideal of society. Both models were based on deception of the broader populace. 1. More and more, Following the turning point of the 1957 U.S. economic recession, the enormous power of a small number of international banks and related petroleum multinationals concentrated in New York, defined the contents of an American liberalism, based on adaptation of the 19th century British imperial model. The American version of this enlightened liberal model would be shaped from an aristocracy of money, rather than blue-blood aristocracy of birth. But increasingly, as a consequence of the economic policy decisions of the American East Coast liberal establishment, called so because its center of power was built around the New York finance and oil conglomerates, the United States became transformed. America, once the ideal of freedom for much of the world, became, step by step, transformed into the opposite, and at a quickening pace during the 1970s and 1980s, while she retained a rhetorical facade of freedom and liberty. The combined impact of the two staggering oil shocks of the 1970s and the resulting hyperinflation this set into motion, created in effect, a new American landed aristocracy, in which those who owned property suddenly saw themselves become millionaires overnight as a consequence, not of enterprise or successful manufacturing or scientific invention, but merely as the consequence of possession of land, real estate, dead dirt. But if the oil shocks set off this polarization of society into a minority of increasingly wealthy, against a vast majority whose living standards were slowly sinking, monetary shock therapy imposed by Paul Volcker after October 1979, helped the task to its ultimate conclusion. It would be mistaken to think that the monetary shock therapy which Paul Volcker imposed on the United States beginning October 6, 1979 was Volcker's own invention. The policy had been developed, and already implemented months before, in Britain. Volcker and his close circle of New York banking friends, including Lewis Preston of the Anglophile Wall Street firm, Morgan Guaranty Trust Company, merely imposed the Thatcher government's monetary shock model, onto U.S. conditions. In early May 1979, Margaret Thatcher won the election against her Labour Party opponent, James Callaghan. She had campaigned on a platform of squeezing inflation out of the economy. But Thatcher, and the inner circle of modern-day Adam Smith free market ideologues who surrounded her, promoted a consumer fraud, insisting that government deficit spending, and not the 140% increase in the price of oil since the fall of Iran's Shah, was the chief cause of Britain's 18% rate of price inflation. According to the Thatcher government claim, inflated prices could again be lowered, simply by cutting the supply of money to the economy, and, as the major source of surplus money she argued, was from chronic government budget deficits, government expenditure must be savagely cut, in order to reduce monetary inflation. The Bank of England simultaneously restricted credit to the economy by a policy of high interest rates, as their part of the remedy. The effect was predictable depression, but it was called instead, the Thatcher Revolution. Cut and squeeze, Thatcher did. In June, 1979, only 1 month after taking office, Thatcher's Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Geoffrey Howe, began a process of raising base rates for the banking system a staggering 5 percentage points, from 12% up to 17%, in a matter of 12 weeks. This amounted to an unprecedented 42% increase in the cost of borrowing for industry and homeowners, in a matter of weeks. Never in modern history had an industrialized nation undergone such a shock in such a brief period, outside the context of a wartime economic emergency. The Bank of England simultaneously began to cut the money supply, to ensure interest rates remained high. Businesses went bankrupt, unable to pay borrowing costs, families were unable to buy new homes, long-term investment into power plants, subways, railroads, and other infrastructure, ground to a virtual halt as a consequence of Thatcher's monetarist revolution. But the principal problem with the British economy at the end of the 1970s was not government ownership of companies such as the British Leland Car Group, Rolls-Royce, or the many other enterprises which have since been auctioned off to private investors. The main problem was lack of investment by the government in upgrading public infrastructure, in the education of its skilled labor force, and in scientific research and development. It was not government, but rather wrong government policy, in response to the economic shocks of the previous 10 or more years, which was at fault. Thatcher's economic revolution applied the wrong medicine to cure the wrong disease. But the international financial interests of the City of London and the powerful petroleum companies grouped around Shell, British Petroleum, and their allies, were the intended real beneficiaries, as was the perceived strategic British balance of power calculus. Thatcher was a simple grocer's daughter, groomed by her cynical patrons to act out a role for their greater geopolitical designs. As Thatcher imposed the policies which earned her the name the Iron Lady, unemployment in Britain doubled, rising from 1.5 million when she came into office, to a level of 3 million by the end of her first 18 months in office. Labour unions were targeted under Thatcher as obstacles to the success of the monetarist revolution, a prime cause of the enemy, inflation. All the time, with British Petroleum and Royal Dutch Shell exploiting the astronomical prices of $36 or more per barrel for their North Sea oil, never a word was uttered against Big Oil or the City of London banks which were amassing huge sums of capital in the situation. Thatcher also moved to accommodate the big city banks by removing exchange controls, so that instead of capital being invested in rebuilding Britain's rotted industrial base, funds flowed out to speculate in real estate in Hong Kong or lucrative loans to Latin America. 2. Beginning in Britain, then in the United States, and from there radiating outward from the Anglo-American world, the radical monetarism of Thatcher and Volcker spread like a cancer, with its insistent demands to cut government spending, lower taxes, deregulate industry, and break the power of organized labor. Interest rates rose around the world to levels never before imagined possible. In the United States, Volcker's monetary shock policy by early 1980 had driven U.S. interest rates up to British levels, and some months later, beyond, to an astonishing 20% level for select interest rates. The economics of this interest rate austerity were soon obvious to all. For any industrial investment to be profitable at 20% or even 17% interest rate levels, would mean that any normal investment which required more than 4 to 5 years to complete, was simply not possible. Interest charges on the construction alone prohibited this. With regulatory changes in nuclear power plant construction in the United States after the 3 Mile Island anti-nuclear hysteria, producing years of added new delay in completion of existing power plants, nuclear energy as an investment for America's electric utility companies became prohibitive under the Volcker interest rate regime. After that year, 1979, not one new nuclear reactor was ordered in the United States, and scores of half-built or planned nuclear projects were cancelled midstream because of prohibitive financing costs. One of the most advanced sector of the productive economy was allowed to die. Volcker's shock medicine was imposed on a desperate and ignorant President Carter, who in March 1980 willingly signed an extraordinary piece of legislation, the Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act of 1980. This law empowered Volcker's Federal Reserve to impose reserve requirements on banks, even if not in the Federal Reserve System, including savings and loan banks, ensuring Volcker's credit choke succeeded in cutting the flow of credit sufficiently. In addition, the new law phased out all legal ceilings on interest rates which banks could charge customers under what the Federal Reserve called Regulation Q, as well as repealing all state laws which had set interest rate limits, the so-called anti-usury laws. The sky was to be the interest rate limit under the religious dogma of the new Anglo-American monetarism, money was to be king, and the world, its dutiful servant. Or at least, the dutiful payer of usurious interest rates to the banks of London and New York. Devastated by this Thatcher-Volcker policy offensive in the early 1980s, was long-term government-funded infrastructure and capital investment such as railroad, highway, bridge, sewer, electricity plant construction. From the time of the first oil shock in 1975 until 1985, the International Iron and Steel Institute calculated that the total share of all government expenditure in major industrial nations, devoted to construction of public infrastructure, had fallen to one-half its level of the mid-1970s. The world production of steel, shipping ton miles and other indicators of real physical economic flows, reflected the catastrophic Anglo-American monetary shock policy. The world steel industry was forced deeper into its worst depression since the 1930s. Paul Volcker's monetary shock and the ensuing U.S. economic downturn were a major factor in the November 1980 election defeat of Jimmy Carter. The new conservative Republican president, a former Hollywood movie actor named Ronald Reagan, had little difficulty backing the Volcker shock treatment. Reagan had been tutored while governor of California, by the guru of monetarism, Mont Pelerin economist, Milton Friedman. Britain's Margaret Thatcher deliberately cultivated what she called a special relationship with Reagan. She encouraged his support of the shock therapy of Volcker and government austerity, as well as Reagan's propensity to anti-union policies. To ensure a unified Anglo-American offensive on policy in this period, Reagan and Thatcher also shared some of the same economic advisors, including a circle of dogmatic Mont Pelerin economists which numbered Karl Brunner, Milton Friedman, Sir Alan Walters and others. One of Reagan's first acts as president in early 1981 was to use his powers of office to dissolve the trade union of the airline traffic controllers, PATCO. This served to signal other unions not to attempt to seek relief from the soaring interest rates. Reagan was mesmerized by the same ideological zeal to squeeze inflation out as was his conservative British counterpart, Thatcher. Some informed people in the City of London suggested in fact, that a major reason for the Thatcher government's existence in the first place, was to influence the monetary policy of the world's largest industrial nation, the United States, and with that, to shift economic policy throughout most of the industrial world, away from the direction of long-term nuclear and other industrial development. If that was in fact the plan, it succeeded. 6 months after Thatcher took office, Ronald Reagan was elected. Reagan as president, reportedly enjoyed repeating at every opportunity to his cabinet the refrain, "Inflation is like radioactivity. Once it starts, it spreads and grows." Reagan kept Milton Friedman as an unofficial advisor on economic policy. His administration was filled with disciples of Friedman's radical monetarism, much as Carter's had been with exponents of David Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission. 4. This entire radical monetarist construct advanced in the early 1980s, first by the British regime of Thatcher and soon after by the U.S. Federal Reserve and the Reagan administration, was one of the most cruel economic frauds ever perpetrated. But its aim was other than what its ideological supply-side economics advocates claimed. The powerful liberal establishment circles of the City of London and New York were determined to use the same radical measures earlier imposed by Friedman to break the economy of Chile under Pinochet's military dictatorship, this time, in order to inflict a devastating second blow against long-term industrial and infrastructure investment in the entire world economy. The relative power of Anglo-American finance was thus to become again hegemonic, they reasoned. What was to follow in the decade of the 1980s would appear inconceivable to a world which had not already been stunned and disoriented by the shocks of the 1970s. Gunboat diplomacy, and a Mexican initiative. It would not exaggerate to say there would not have been a third world debt crisis during the past decade, had there not been Margaret Thatcher's and Paul Volcker's radical monetary shock policies. As the average cost of their petroleum imports, denominated in US dollars, rose some 140% after the Iran oil shock in early 1979, developing countries this time around, found that the dollar itself, in terms of their local currency, was rising like an Apollo rocket at the same time, because of the high US interest rates caused by Volcker's policy. Not only could most struggling developing countries barely manage the borrowings to finance the oil deficits built up from the 1974 oil shock, by 1980, an entirely new element faced them, floating interest rates on their Eurodollar borrowings. As noted earlier, as early as 1973 the Anglo-American financial insiders of the Bilderberg Group had discussed using the major private commercial banks of New York and London, in the London-centered Eurodollar market, to recycle what Henry Kissinger and others referred to as the new OPEC petrodollar surpluses. The sudden glut of new OPEC oil funds, which was steered into the London Eurodollar banks during the oil shocks of the 1970s, was to be the source of the greatest unregulated lending spree since the 1920s. London had evolved as the geographical centre for this Eurodollar offshore market, because the Bank of England over a period since the 1960s, had made clear it would not attempt to regulate or control the flows of foreign currencies in the London Eurodollar banking market. It was part of their strategy of reconstructing the City of London as the centre of world finance. This meant, despite vague public utterances by various bankers to the contrary about the safeness of the Eurodollar loans, that the billions of dollars flowing out of London-based Eurodollar banks to the accounts of developing country borrowers during the 1970s, had no lender of last resort in event of a default. No single sovereign government was legally bound to make good the losses in event of a major default on the bank loans. Nobody seemed concerned so long as this Eurodollar roulette wheel kept turning. Foreign debts incurred by developing countries expanded some fivefold, rising from $130 billion in the halcyon days of 1973, before the first oil shock, to some $550 billions by 1981, and to over $612 billion by the decisive year 1982, according to International Monetary Fund calculations. Even this omitted significant short-term lending of less than 1 year. The leading banker of New York at the time, Citicorp's Walter Wriston, justified the private bank lending to countries such as Mexico and Brazil by arguing, governments have assets that are in excess of their liabilities, and this is, shorthand, governments don't go bankrupt. A crucial feature of these private Eurodollar loans to developing countries was ignored in the aftermath of the first oil shock. Manufacturers Hanover Trust of New York, a major Eurodollar bank, had pioneered the petrodollar recycling of huge sums to developing countries such as Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, even Poland, and Yugoslavia. While developing countries were able to borrow on far more favorable terms than had they submitted their economies to conditionalities of the International Monetary Fund, the Anglo-American bank syndicates extracted a little-noticed concession, pioneered by manufacturers Hanover. All Eurodollar loans to these countries were fixed at a specified premium over whatever the given London interbank offered rate was. This LIBOR rate was a floating rate, which would fall or rise, as determined by short-term interest rate levels in New York and London. Before summer of 1979, this seemed an innocuous precondition to borrow needed funds to finance oil deficits. But with the application of the Thatcher government's interest rate monetary shock beginning June 1979, followed that October by the same policy from Paul Volcker's Federal Reserve, the interest rate burdens of Third World debt compounded overnight, as London interest rates climbed from an average of 7% in early 1978, to almost 20% on the London Eurodollar market by early 1980. With this one factor alone, Third World debtor countries would have collapsed into default as the altered debt service conditions imposed on them by the creditor banks added an unpayable new amount to their previous onerous debt burden. But what was most unsettling were the uncanny parallels of policy then imposed by the leading London and New York bankers, virtually letter by letter a rerun of the same bank's Versailles War reparations debt recycling folly of the 1920s, which collapsed into chaos in October 1929, with the crash of the New York stock market. As interest rate burdens on their foreign debt obligations soared to the stratosphere after 1980, the market for Third World debtor country commodity exports to the industrial countries, which were critical to repay those debt burdens, collapsed, as the industrial economies were plunged into the deepest economic downturn since the World Depression of the 1930s, a result of the impact of the Thatcher-Volcker monetary shock cure. Third World debtor countries began to get squeezed in the blades of a vicious scissors of deteriorating terms of trade for their commodity exports, falling export earnings, and a soaring debt service ratio. This, in short, was what Washington and London preferred to call the Third World debt crisis. But the crisis had been made in London, New York and in Washington, not in Mexico City, Brasilia, Buenos Aires, Lagos, or Warsaw. Events came to a predictable head during the summer of 1982. as it became obvious that the Latin American debtor countries would soon explode under the onerous new debt repayment burdens. Influential circles around Margaret Thatcher and the Reagan administration, notably Secretary of State Alexander Haig, Vice President George Bush and CIA Director William Casey, began to prepare an example, to deter debtor countries from considering non-payment of their debts to the major US and UK banks. In April of 1982, Prime Minister Thatcher told the British House of Commons, Britain won't flinch from using force, to retake the disputed Malvinas Islands in the desolate waters of the South Atlantic off Argentina's coast, known as the Falklands in Britain. The issue was not that Argentina's Galtieri government had with justification claimed sovereignty over the islands, and retaken them on April 1, after years of unsuccessful attempts at negotiation of the issue. Nor was the real issue that the surrounding area was believed by some to contain rich untapped petroleum reserves. The real issue of Thatcher's military confrontation with Argentina was to enforce the principle of collection of Third World debts by a new form of 19th-century gunboat diplomacy. 2/3 of Britain's naval fleet was dispatched to the South Atlantic during April 1982, for a shooting war with Argentina, which Britain nearly lost to Argentine deployment of French Exocet missiles. The British intent was to trigger a crisis in order to attempt to place the military might of all NATO behind policing of Third World debt repayment, under the changed terms of sky-high floating interest rates. Argentina was the third largest debtor nation at the time, with $38 billion in foreign debts, and the country which appeared closest to default. Thatcher had been advised to make a test case of Argentina. The staged Malvinas conflict, details of which were to emerge almost 10 years later, was merely the pretext to persuade other NATO members to back what was termed out-of-area NATO military response. A tentative step in that direction came at a May 7 NATO Nuclear Planning Group meeting that spring in Brussels, but aside from American backing, Britain largely stood alone in its demand to expand the purview of NATO beyond defense of Western Europe. What did result from the British military action against Argentina in the spring of 1982, was the severe worsening of Washington's relations with its Latin American neighbors. The Reagan administration had been persuaded, after much internal wrangling, to come out on the side of British gunboat diplomacy against Argentina, in de facto violation of the United States' own Monroe Doctrine. Perhaps unknown to President Reagan, Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders had traveled to Buenos Aires in March that year, to privately assure the Galtieri government that the dispute between Argentina and Britain over the Malvinas would not draw U.S. participation. This assurance was considered in Buenos Aires as the green light from Washington to proceed. It bore remarkable parallels to similar assurances which a U.S. ambassador was to give to Iraq's Saddam Hussein in July 1990, some days before the Iraq invasion of Kuwait. Certain circles in the Washington establishment were in full accord with the London Foreign Office policy. Argentina had to be maneuvered into giving the pretext for military action by Britain. One country which did not appreciate Washington's support for Thatcher's replay of 19th-century British colonialism, was Mexico, whose border was shared with the United States. Under the presidency of José López Portillo, beginning late 1976, Mexico had undertaken an impressive modernization and industrialization program. López Portillo's government had determined to use its oil patrimony to industrialize the country into a modern nation. Ports, roads, petrochemical plants, modern irrigated agriculture complexes, and even a nuclear power program were undertaken. Their significant and nationally controlled oil resources were to be the means to modernize Mexico. By 1981, after the Volcker interest rate shock, certain Washington and New York policy circles determined that the prospect of a strong industrial Mexico, a Japan on our southern border, as one American establishment person derisively called it, would not be tolerated. As with Iran earlier, a modern independent Mexico was considered by certain powerful Anglo-American interests to be intolerable. The decision was made to intervene to sabotage Mexico's industrialization ambitions, in favor of securing rigid repayment of the usurious foreign debt levels. A well-prepared run on the Mexican peso was orchestrated beginning the fall of 1981, signaled by a New York Times interview with former CIA Chief William Colby, then a consultant to multinational corporations on political risk. Colby stated that he was advising his clients regarding investment in Mexico, expect a devaluation of Mexico's currency before next year's general election. Colby's theme was echoed by articles throughout the U.S. media, including the Wall Street Journal. Colby had been connected with a private international consultancy, known as Probe International, on whose board sat Lord Carradine, a British Foreign Office intelligence specialist in Middle East and American affairs, and a leading advocate of Malthusian population reduction policies in the developing sector, as opposed to increase of industrial and agricultural productivity. Probe's president, a former U.S. State Department senior official named Benjamin Weiner, planted a series of articles in U.S. papers during the early weeks of 1982, fostering the idea that knowledgeable Mexican businessmen were rushing to smuggle their funds, converted into dollars, out of Mexico into Texas and California real estate before the country exploded. The articles were dutifully reported in major Mexican dailies, further fueling capital flight. President López Portillo, in a nationwide speech on February 5 that year, attacked what he termed hidden foreign interests who were trying to destabilize the country through panic rumors and flight of capital out of the country, and force a devaluation of the peso against the US dollar. 3 years earlier, the same Probe International had played a critical role in fueling capital flight, which helped to weaken the Shah of Iran, preparing the way for the Khomeini revolution. By February 19, 1982, the Mexican government was forced to impose a draconian austerity program, in desperate hopes of stabilizing the flight. Capital flood out of Mexico into the U.S. Powerful vested financial interests exerted strong pressure on López Portillo to prevent his taking what would have been a necessary defense of reimposing Mexican foreign exchange controls. The flight capital accelerated. That February 19, the López Portillo government cracked under the pressure. The Mexican peso was devalued by an immediate 30%, to try to stem the capital outflow, and stabilize the situation. The domestic consequence was that private Mexican industry, which had borrowed dollars to finance investment in the previous years, was made bankrupt overnight, led by the once powerful Alfa Group of Monterrey. Its earnings were in pesos, and its debt service in vastly more costly dollars. Only to maintain their previous debt service position, a company would have to increase peso prices by 30%, or cut costs by reducing its workforce. The devaluation also forced reduction in Mexico's industrial program, cuts in living standards, and increased domestic inflation. Mexico, only months earlier the most rapidly growing economy in the developing world, had been plunged into chaos by the spring of 1982. A Mexican case officer with the International Monetary Fund declared after the severe measures, this was just the right thing to do. 5. Mexico was now put firmly under the international spotlight as a problem borrower, and a high-risk country. Leading Eurodollar banks in London and New York, Zurich, and Frankfurt, as well as Tokyo, quickly cut back their lending plans. Mexico by August, under the double pressures of peso devaluation, loss of billions of dollars in needed capital through capital flight, and the decision by major international banks not to roll over the old debt, faced a debt payments crisis of titanic dimension. On August 20 that summer, at the headquarters of the New York Federal Reserve, more than 100 of the United States leading bankers had been summoned to a secret closed-door meeting, to hear a report from Jesus Silva Herzog, the Mexican finance minister, on Mexico's prospects for repaying its $82 billion foreign debt. Silva Herzog told the assembled gentlemen of international finance that his country could not even meet the next installment on its foreign debt coming due. Its foreign exchange reserves were gone. In Mexico, President López Portillo, facing growing economic chaos, decided to act to stem the capital flight, then at crisis proportions. The president announced to the Mexican nation on September 1 that the country's private banks were being nationalized, with compensation, along with the then private central bank, the Bank of Mexico, as part of a series of emergency measures to restore financial order, and stop the outflow of flight capital from collapsing the nation's entire economy. In his nationally televised 3-hour speech that day, he attacked the private banks as being speculative and parasitical and detailed the capital flight which they had funneled out of Mexico's industrialization effort into dollars and into U.S. real estate speculation. The total was $76 billion, which compared with the entire total of foreign debt contracted in the previous 10 years for the country's industrialization. Lopez Portillo had established a friendly rapport of sorts with Ronald Reagan, and had informed Reagan personally of his dramatic action to make clear it was an issue of national emergency, not irresponsible radicalism against the United States. Then, appearing before the New York Annual General Assembly of the United Nations, President Lopez Portillo on October 1 called on the nations of the world to act in concert to prevent a regression into the Dark Ages. He effectively identified the cause of the crisis of the financial system as a result of policies of unbearably high interest rates and collapsing prices of raw materials. These were two blades of a pair of scissors that threatens to slash the momentum achieved in some countries, and to cut off the possibilities for progress in the rest, the Mexican president stated. Then he bluntly warned of the possibility of unilateral suspension of Third World debt payments, if a commonly beneficial solution were blocked. Payment suspension is to no one's advantage and no one wants it. But whether or not this will happen is beyond the responsibility of the debtors. Common situations produce common positions, with no need for conspiracies or intrigue. Lopez Portillo attacked the arbitrary imposition of the new debt terms under Thatcher and Volcker. Mexico and many other countries of the Third World are unable to comply with the period of payment agreed upon under conditions quite different from those that now prevail. We developing countries do not want to become vassals. We cannot paralyze our economies or plunge our peoples into greater misery in order to pay a debt on which servicing has tripled without our participation or responsibility, and on terms that are imposed on us. Our efforts to grow in order to conquer hunger, disease, ignorance, and dependency have not caused the international crisis, he insisted. Lopez Portillo then addressed the self-interest of the United States and other industrial creditor nations in working together for solutions which allowed countries such as Mexico to grow their way out of the crisis. His comments were echoed by the head of state of the largest debtor nation, Brazil's João Baptista Figueiredo, who then spoke of symptoms dramatically reminiscent of the 1930s in which production investment is being asphyxiated on a global scale under the impact of high interest rates. There was throughout the summer months of 1982, a behind-the-scenes White House policy debate over what to do about the explosive debt crisis. With the U.S. economy falling deeper into decline under the weight of the severe Federal Reserve interest rate levels, a group around President Reagan lobbied for a resolution of the impending Mexico and Latin American debt crisis, which would simultaneously spark increased U.S. industrial investment and export flows. The voice of Wall Street and Henry Kissinger's friends at the British Foreign Office and the City of London were more influential over the vacillating Reagan. As part of his pre-election deal to win backing of the powerful Wall Street establishment, Reagan had agreed to name former Merrill Lynch Wall Street chairman, Don Reagan, as his Treasury Secretary, along with a number of other key appointments, not least former Trilateral Commission member as Vice President George Bush and Bush's close friend, James Baker, as White House Chief of Staff. They argued, "We must save the New York banks at all costs." By October 1982, their approach to the exploding Mexico and other debt crises had become Reagan administration policy. The day before Lopez Portillo addressed the UN General Assembly, the newly named U.S. Secretary of State delivered the American response. George Shultz, a former University of Chicago economist and friend of Milton Friedman, and one of the figures behind the fateful August 15, 1971 Nixon decoupling of the dollar from gold, announced the final Reagan administration response to the assembled United Nations delegates. Shultz unveiled Wall Street's simple solution to the debt crisis. After the Mexican declaration of insolvency in early August, Paul Volcker had met with senior Reagan administration officials and worked out a plan gradually to ease the strains on the major New York banks. This was announced by Shultz as the Reagan economic recovery. Rather than addressing the root causes of the crisis in either the United States, or the nations of the South, Schultz offered International Monetary Fund policing of debtor country debt repayment, combined with the stimulation of U.S. consumer purchases, which was argued, would then draw in increased third world commodity exports as part of the planned recovery. It was to be the most costly recovery in world history. Wall Street replays the 1920s, IMF style. What was to follow after the fateful Schultz UN announcement, a carefully staged counter to the anticipated UN address of López Portillo and other Latin American heads of state, was almost beyond belief to anyone not directly familiar with negotiations between creditor bankers and debtor countries at that time. José López Portillo failed in his call for Latin American unity following his UN speech. He in any case was a lame duck president, who left office 2 months later. Brazil and Argentina were greeted in the meantime, by a virtual army of U.S. officials and others who exerted extraordinary blackmail and other pressure to dissuade their governments from joining Mexico in demanding a common solution to the debt crisis. Henry Kissinger had formed a high-powered new consultancy firm, Kissinger Associates Incorporated, which numbered Aspen Institute chairman and oil magnate Robert O. Anderson, Thatcher's former foreign secretary, Lord Carrington, together with Bank of England and S.G. Warburg director, Lord Rolle of Ipston, on its select board. Kissinger Associates worked together with the New York banks and circles of the Washington administration to impose, case by case, the most onerous debt collection terms since the Versailles reparations process of the early 1920s. Following the September 30 UN speech of Secretary of State Schultz, the powerful private banking interests of New York and London overruled any voices of reason, and managed to bring in the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, but most important, the powers of the International Monetary Fund, to act as the international policeman, in what was to become the most concerted organized looting operation in modern history, far exceeding anything achieved during the 1920s. Contrary to the carefully cultivated impression in Western Europe or the United States media, the debtor countries paid many times over, literally with blood and the proverbial pound of flesh, to the modern-day Shylocks of New York and London. It was not the case that after August 1982, large third-world debtor nations refused to pay. They had a pistol to the head, under IMF pressure, to sign what the banks euphemistically termed debt workouts with the leading private banks, most often led by Citicorp or Chase Manhattan of New York. What happened after October 1982 with the debtor nations of the developing sector took several identifiable stages. The first crucial step was the move by the private banks of New York and London to socialize their debt crisis. By publishing numerous interviews in the world media warning of dire consequences to the international banking system of a widespread debt moratorium, the banks secured unprecedented international support for the debt collection strategy elaborated by Citicorp, Chase Manhattan, manufacturers Hanover, Lloyds Bank, and others. These powerful private interests used the crisis to turn the power of major public institutions to enforce the minority interests of that private elite, the creditor banks. These banks banded together following a closed-door meeting in England's Ditchley Park that fall, to create a de facto creditors' cartel of leading banks, headed by the New York and London banks, later called the Institute for International Finance, or informally, the Ditchley Group. They proceeded to impose what one observer characterized as a peculiar form of bankers' socialism, in which the private banks socialized to the majority of the tax-paying public, their lending risks, while privatizing to themselves all the gains. And the gains were considerable, despite the appearance of crisis. Once the bankers and their allies inside the Reagan administration, such as Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan, sufficiently terrorized President Reagan over the situation, the White House called on Paul Volcker, the banks, and the IMF to impose a program of strict conditionalities on each debtor country. The idea to place the IMF and its strict conditionalities into the middle of the debt negotiating process, was an American idea. In substance, it was almost an exact copy of what the New York bankers did after 1919 against Germany and the rest of Europe under the ill-fated Dawes Plan, and later attempted under the Young Plan. The IMF conditionalities and a country's agreement to sign with the IMF were part of a program developed by an American official then at the IMF, Irving Friedman, who was later to be rewarded for his work with a senior post at Citicorp. In late 1988, Friedman told an interviewer about his thinking at the onset of the debt crisis. "My thought was that we would sort of hold out the use of the fund resources as a kind of carrot to countries. You first have a very serious review of the country's economic situation. You identify the source of the difficulties, you point out what things have to be changed." The IMF prescription or conditionalities medicine was invariably the same. The victim debtor country was told, if it ever wanted to see a penny of foreign bank lending again, it must slash domestic imports to the bone, cut the national budget savagely, most often state subsidies for food and other necessities, and devalue the national currency in order to make its exports attractive to industrial countries, while simultaneously making the costs of importing advanced industrial goods prohibitive. All this was argued in order to earn hard currency to service the debt. Parson Malthus no doubt smiled from his grave at the process. This IMF structural adjustment program was only step 1 to make the candidate eligible for consideration of step 2, an agreement with its creditor banks for restructuring of the repayment schedule of their foreign debt or a major portion. In this second stage, the banks contracted for huge future rights over debtor countries, as they added defaulted interest arrears onto the face amount of total debt owed. The end result of the countless debtor restructurings since 1982 was an enormous increase in the amount of debt owed creditor banks, despite the fact that not one new penny of money had come into Latin America from those banks. According to data from a leading Swiss insurance firm, Swiss Re, total foreign debt of all developing countries, long-term and short, rose steadily after 1982 from just over $839 billion to almost $1,300 billions by 1987. Virtually all was the added burden of refinancing the unpayable old debt, added to the economic burden of the future. Mexico, under this IMF regimen, had been forced to slash subsidies on vital medicines, foodstuffs, fuels, and other necessities for its population. People died, often infants, needlessly for lack of the most basic medicine imports. The IMF then dictated a series of Mexican peso devaluations to spur exports. In early 1982, before the first 30% devaluation, the peso stood at 12 pesos to $1. By 1986, an incredible 862 Mexican pesos were needed to buy $1, and by 1989 the sum had climbed to 2,300 pesos per dollar. But Mexico's foreign debt, almost all of it taken over by the national government from the Mexican private sector under demands from the New York banks and their Washington allies, that total debt obligation grew, from some $82 billions to just under $100 billion by the end of 1985. Mexico was rapidly going in the direction of Germany in the early 1920s. The same process was repeated in Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Venezuela, and most of Black Africa including Zambia, Zaire, Egypt, and large parts of Asia. The IMF had become the global policeman to enforce payment of usurious debts through imposition of the most draconian austerity in history. With the crucial voting bloc of the IMF firmly controlled by an American-British axis, the institution became the global enforcer of Anglo-American monetary and economic interests in a manner never before seen. Little surprise that victim countries shuddered when told that they were to receive an IMF inspection visit. In effect, the Anglo-American banks, far the largest group involved in lending to Latin America, blackmailed their bank counterparts in Western Europe and Japan that they must solidarize or face prospect of collapse of the international banking system. In 1982 and the months after, the threat was indeed credible. No one dared challenge. All countries of the creditor banks closed ranks behind the New York banks, and backed the Kissinger hard-line approach to the debt. This allowed Washington and New York banks and their friends in London to promote the useful rhetoric that the debt was solely the fault of corrupt, irresponsible third world governments. So confident were the powerful banking interests of New York and London, that they refused at this time to even increase their emergency loan loss reserves against default on their third world debts. Citicorp and Chase Manhattan paid impressive dividends to their shareholders during the early 1980s, publicly declaring record profits, as though nothing extraordinary were occurring. They had won the full weight of the United States government and the IMF to police their debt collection. What could be more secure? What took place as debtor after debtor was coerced to come to terms with the IMF and the creditor banks of the Ditchley Group, was a reversal in capital flows of titanic dimension. According to the World Bank, between 1980 and 1986, for a group of 109 debtor countries, payment of interest alone to the creditors on foreign debts totaled $326 billions. Repayment of principal on the same debts totaled another $332 billion, for a combined debt service total payment of $658 billions on what originally was a debt of $430 billions. But despite this effort, these 109 countries still owed the creditors a sum of $882 billions in 1986. It was an impossible debt vortex. Thus worked the wonders of compounded interest and floating rates. 6. An even more astonishing aspect of the entire debt crisis of the 1980s, was the fact that much of the money never even left New York or London banks. According to a direct participant in the procedures, former Peruvian energy minister, Pedro Pablo Kuczynski, who took a lucrative post with the New York Swiss bank, Credit Suisse First Boston, most of the money never came into Latin America. Out of $270 billion taken by Latin America between 1976 and 1981, we found only 8.4% actually were cashed by Latin America, money which could have been used for productive investment. All the rest remained in the banks, never came to Latin America, only changed books. The debtor countries had been caught in a debt trap, from which the only out offered by the creditor banks of New York and London was to surrender national sovereign control over their economy, especially valuable resources such as the Mexican state oil monopoly, in what the bankers called swapping the old debt for equity, which was aimed at securing control of attractive resources of the debtor country. A study by a Danish economist commissioned by the Danish UNICEF Committee, illustrated the process. In 1979 a net sum of $40 billions flowed from the rich north to the poorer south. That flow was reversed in 1983, when the underdeveloped countries sent $6 billion to the industrialized countries. Since then the amount has risen dramatically, according to UN estimates, approximately $30 billion a year. But, he adds, if the transfer of resources due to falling raw material prices throughout the 1980s is taken into account, we are talking about a transfer of capital from the underdeveloped countries to the industrial countries of at least $60 billion a year. To this someone should then add the capital flight of black money. The study, by Hans K. Rasmussen, pointed out that what has taken place since the early 1980s has been a wealth transfer from the capital-starved Third World, primarily into the financing of deficits in the United States, and to a lesser degree Britain. Rasmussen estimated that during the 1980s, the combined nations of the developing sector transferred a total of $400 billions into the United States alone. This allowed the Reagan administration to finance the largest peacetime deficits in world history, while falsely claiming credit for the world's longest peacetime recovery. 7. With high U.S. interest rates, a rising dollar, and the security of American government backing, fully 43% of the record-high U.S. budget deficits during the 1980s were financed by this de facto looting of capital from the debtor countries of the once developing sector. As with the Anglo-American bankers in the post-World War I Versailles reparations debt process, the debt was merely a vehicle to establish de facto economic control over entire sovereign countries. The jaded New York bankers reasoned they had little to fear from powerless Latin American or African countries. After all, business is business. In May 1986 a staff study prepared for the Joint Economic Committee of the U.S. Congress on the impact of the Latin American debt crisis on the U.S. economy, took note of some of these alarming aspects of how the problem was being handled by the Reagan administration. The report documented the devastating losses of U.S. jobs and exports as the IMF austerity measures forced Latin America to virtually halt industrial and other imports in order to service the debt. The authors noted, it is now becoming clear that administration policies have gone above and beyond what was needed for protecting the money center banks from insolvency. The Reagan administration's management of the debt crisis has in effect rewarded the institutions that played a major role in precipitating the crisis and penalized those sectors of the U.S. economy that had played no role in causing the debt crisis. The study was promptly buried. According to calculations by New York's Morgan Guaranty Trust Company, capital flight from third world countries into the safe haven of U.S. and other creditor countries was at least another $123 billion in the decade to 1985. More than one major New York bank and investment firm set up offices in cities such as Bogotá and Medellín and other places in Latin America to profit from assisting black dollars to leave these countries. The rise of cocaine addiction in the industrial cities of the United States and Western Europe, which, curiously enough, grew in parallel with the explosion of the Third World debt crisis beginning the early 1980s, bore a striking congruence to the rise in illegal dollars being laundered out of South America through discrete transfers by firms like Donald Reagan's old Merrill Lynch. The clients were given the more tasteful name, high net worth individuals. In a study of the flight capital out of Latin America, Professor Joe Fouraker at the University of California at San Diego, noted that facilitating flight capital flows for such clients had become one of the most profitable parts of the debt crisis for the large U.S. banks during the 1980s. He noted that in addition to some $50 billion annual interest payments from the hard-pressed debtor governments, these large banks such as Citicorp, Chase Manhattan, Morgan Guaranty, and Bank of America, were bringing in flight capital assets of some $100 to $120 billions from the very countries against whom they demanded brutal domestic austerity to stabilize the currency. It was more than a bit hypocritical, and more than a bit lucrative for the banks. The annual return for the banks on their Latin American flight capital business, kept in strictest secrecy, was reliably reported to average 70%. As one such private banker stated about the New York and London banks' Latin American flight capital business, some banks would kill to get a piece of this business. That was putting it mildly. In 1983, the London Financial Times reported that Brazil was far and away the most profitable banking part of Citicorp's worldwide operations. If anything, Africa fared even worse as a result of the Anglo-American debt strategy. Since 19th century colonial times, when Britain and France dominated the continent along with Portugal, Africa had been largely kept, with the stubborn exception of South Africa, as a primitive undeveloped source of cheap raw materials. The wave of independence during the decolonialization of the 1960s and 1970s produced little substantial improvement in the economic prospects of Black Africa. But the oil shocks and the ensuing shocks of 20% interest rates and collapsing world industrial growth in the 1980s, dealt the literal death blow to almost the entire continent. Until the 1980s, Black Africa remained 90% dependent on raw materials export for financing its development. Beginning the early 1980s, the world dollar price of such raw materials, everything from cotton to coffee to copper, iron ore, and sugar, began an almost uninterrupted fall. By 1987, such raw materials prices had fallen to the lowest levels since the Second World War, as low as their level of 1932, a year of deep world economic depression. If their prices for such raw material exports had been stable at merely the price levels of the 1980 period, Black Africa would have earned an additional $150 billion during the decade of the 1980s. In 1982, at the beginning of the debt crisis, these countries of Africa owed creditor banks in the United States, Europe, and Japan, some $73 billions. By the end of the decade, this sum, through debt reschedulings and various IMF interventions into their economies, had more than doubled to $160 billions. In short, almost exactly the sum which these countries would have earned at a stable export price level. 8. It begins to appear that there was quite some other process occurring, than what the average citizen in a West European or American city was reading in his daily newspaper regarding the reality of this debt. Powerful multinationals of Britain and the US followed the banks during the 1980s to set up child labor sweatshops in places such as along the Mexican border with the United States. These maquiladores, as the low-skill assembly plants were named, employed 14 to 15-year-old desperate Mexican children for 50 cents per hour wages, to produce for General Motors or Ford Motor Company or various U.S. electrical companies. They were allowed by the Mexican government, because they earned dollars needed to service the debt. Reagan's chickens come home to roost. One of the most destructive consequences of the First World War and the Versailles War reparations aftermath, with its German Dawes Plan from London and New York banks in the 1920s, was the relative collapse of global long-term investment. More and more, owing to the absolute decline of world trade in the 1920s compared with pre-war levels, and owing to the general economic and political instability which prevailed in Europe, money could be borrowed generally for only a short term, typically less than 1 year. This produced a situation in which shortest-term speculative gains became the central criterion of all investment. This then fueled the great frenzy of the 1920s stock market boom in New York, a boom fueled by inflows of foreign funds from London and the continent, seeking to make unheard-of gains on the ever-rising New York bourse. This all came crashing down in October of 1929. The aftermath of the oil shocks and the high-interest rate monetary shocks of the 1970s, sometimes referred to as the Great Inflation, was all too similar to the 1920s. In place of the Versailles reparations burden on world productive investment, the world had the onerous burden of the IMF Third World Debt restructuring process. The incredible rates of inflation during the early part of the 1980s, typically 12 to 17%, dictated the conditions of investment returns. A fast and huge gain was needed. Into this situation came the Reagan administration's bizarre collection of free market economic conundrums, called by their advocates, supply-side economics. The idea was thin cover for unleashing some of the highest rates of short-term personal profiteering in history, at the expense of the greater good of the country's long-term economic health. While policies imposed after October 1982 to collect billions from third world countries, brought a huge windfall of financial liquidity to the American banking system, the ideology of Wall Street, and Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan's zeal for lifting the government shackles off financial markets, resulted in the greatest extravaganza in world financial history. When the dust settled by the end of that decade, some began to realize that Reagan's free market had destroyed an entire national economy. It happened to be the world's largest economy, and the base of world monetary stability as well. On the simple-minded and quite mistaken argument that a mere removing of the tax burden on the individual or company would allow them to release stifled creative energies and other entrepreneurial talents, President Ronald Reagan signed the largest tax reduction bill in post-war history in August 1981. The bill contained provisions which also gave generous tax relief for certain speculative forms of real estate investment, especially commercial real estate. Government restrictions on corporate takeovers were also removed, and Washington gave the clear signal that anything goes, so long as it stimulated the Dow Jones Industrial Stock Index. By summer 1982, as the White House secured consent from Paul Volcker and the Federal Reserve that interest rate levels would finally begin a steady downward turn, the speculative bonanza was ready to go. A bankruptcy of a small oil and real estate bank, Penn Square Bank, in Oklahoma that spring had combined with the Mexico crisis to convince Volcker that it was time to ease up on his strangulation of the money supply. Between summer and that December, the U.S. Federal Reserve discount rate was lowered an extraordinary 7 times, to a level 40% lower. The financial markets began to go wild with the low rates. The reality of Reagan's economic recovery was that it did nothing encourage investment in improving the technology and productivity of industry, with the small exception of a handful of military aerospace firms, which got record government defense contracts. Money went instead into speculation in real estate, into speculation in stocks, into oil wells in Texas or Colorado, all so-called tax shelters. As Volcker's interest rates went lower, the fever grew hotter. Debt was the new fashion. People reasoned it was cheaper to borrow today and repay tomorrow at lower interest levels. It didn't quite work. While American cities continued their 20-year-long decline, bridges fell in, roads cracked for lack of maintenance, new glass-enclosed shopping centers grew up, often sitting empty because some real estate developer could earn enough through generous tax write-offs. As a central part of the Reagan supply-side credo, echoing again Margaret Thatcher in Britain, trade unions were identified as part of the problem. A British-style class confrontation was set up, and the result was the cracking of the organized labor movement. Deregulation of government control over transportation was a central weapon of the policy. Trucking and airline transportation were set free. Non-union cut-rate airlines and trucking companies proliferated, often with low or no safety standards. Accident rates climbed, wage levels of union workers plunged. While the Reagan recovery was turning young stock traders into multimillionaires with the seeming push of a computer key, it was reducing the skilled blue-collar workforce of the population into lower standards of living. No one in Washington paid much attention. After all, the conservative Reagan Republicans argued, trade unions were, almost like communists. A 19th-century British-style cheap labor policy dominated official Washington as never before. The once powerful International Brotherhood of Teamsters were humbled by 1982 into accepting a contract for 3 years with virtually a wage freeze, in a climate of economic gloom and trucking deregulation which encouraged non-union trucking. The United Auto Workers Union, once one of the most advanced concentrations of skilled American labor, accepted wage cuts in their negotiations with Chrysler, Ford, and General Motors in 1982. Steel unions and others followed with concessions, in a desperate attempt to secure benefits for older workers about to be pensioned, or to hold workplaces. Real living standards for the majority of Americans steadily decreased, while that for a minority rose as never before. Society was becoming polarized around income differentials. The new dogma of post-industrial society was being preached from Washington to New York to California. No longer was America's economic prosperity linked to investment into the most modern industrial capacities. Steel had been declared a Rust Belt industry, as steel plants were allowed to rust or blast furnaces were actually dynamited. Shopping centers, glittery new Atlantic City gambling casinos, and luxury resort hotels were where the money was. During the speculative boom of most of the Reagan years, the money also flowed in from abroad to finance this wild spree. No one seemed to mind that in the process, within 5 short years, by the mid-1980s the United States had passed from being the world's largest creditor, to becoming a net debtor nation for the first time since 1914. Debt was cheap, and it grew geometrically. Families went into record levels of debt for buying houses, cars, video recorders. Government went into debt to finance the huge loss of tax revenue and the expanded Reagan defense buildup. Budget deficits under the Reagan recovery revealed the true underlying health of the U.S. economy. It was sick. By 1983, annual government deficits began to climb to an unheard-of level of $200 billion. The national debt expanded along with the record deficits, all paying Wall Street bond dealers and their clients record sums in interest income. Interest payments on the total debt by the U.S. government doubled in 6 years, going from $52 billions in 1980 when Reagan was elected, to more than $142 billion by 1986, a sum equal to 1/5 of all government revenue. But despite such warning signs, money flowed in from Germany, from Britain, from Holland, from Japan, to take advantage of the high dollar and the speculative gains in real estate and stocks. To anyone with a sense of history or a long memory, it was all too familiar. It had all happened during the Roaring '20s until the 1929 market crash brought the roulette wheel to an abrupt halt. When storm clouds began to gather during 1985 on the U.S. economic horizon, threatening the future presidential ambitions of Vice President George Bush, it was once again oil which was to come to the rescue. Only this time, in a very different way from the Anglo-American oil shocks of the 1970s. Washington apparently reasoned, if we can run the price up, why can't we run it down when it's convenient to our priorities? Saudi Arabia was convinced to run a reverse oil shock and flood the depressed world oil market with its abundant oil. The price of OPEC oil dropped like a stone, to below $10 per barrel by spring of 1986, from an average of near $26 only some months earlier. Magically, Wall Street economists proclaimed the final victory over inflation, while conveniently ignoring the role of oil in creating the inflation of the 1970s or in reducing it in the 1980s. Then, when the further fall in oil prices threatened to destabilize vital interests of the large British and American oil majors themselves, not merely small independent rival producers, George Bush made a quiet trip to Riyadh in March 1986, where he reportedly told King Fahd that he should stop the price war. Saudi oil minister Sheikh Zaki Yamani was made the convenient scapegoat for a policy authored in Washington, and oil prices stabilized at a low level of around $14 to $16 per barrel. Texas and other oil-producing states were plunged into depression, but speculation took off in real estate elsewhere in the United States at a record pace, while the stock market began a renewed climb to record highs. This 1986 oil price collapse unleashed what was comparable to the 1927-29 phase in the U.S. speculative bubble. Interest rates dropped even more dramatically, as money flowed in to make a killing on the New York stock markets. A new financial perversion became fashionable on Wall Street, the leveraged buyout. With money costs falling and stock prices apparently ever rising, and a Reagan administration which promoted the religion of the free market, anything was allowed. A sound 100-year-old industrial company which had been conservatively managed, producing tires, or machines or textiles say, became a target for the new corporate raiders, as the Wall Street scavengers were called. Colorful personalities such as T. Boone Pickens, Mike Milken, or Ivan Boesky became billionaires on paper, as front men in the leveraged buyouts. A new corporate management philosophy was proclaimed from august institutions such as the Harvard Business School, to rationalize this madness in the name of market efficiency. In a typical corporate leveraged buyout raid, a raider such as Boone Pickens would line up a promise of borrowed money to buy control of stock in a company many times his worth, such as Union Oil of California, or even Gulf Oil. His buying of stock in the victim company drove prices up. If he succeeded, he took over a huge company, almost entirely with borrowed money, which debt was then repaid, if all went well, by below investment-grade bonds the new debt-loaded company would issue, appropriately known as junk bonds. If the company became bankrupt, the bonds were just so much junk paper. But in the 1980s the stock market and real estate prices were climbing, so no one paid much attention to this risk. The Reagan tax reforms made it more profitable for a company to be saddled with huge debts than to issue stock equity. Interest rates paid by these junk bonds were very high to attract buyers, and the sharks, as these raiders were called, moved quickly to strip the assets of the new company, sell off the pieces for a quick profit, and run to the next victim corporation, like so many piranha fish. During the last half of the 1980s such actions consumed Wall Street, pushed the Dow upwards, and driving corporations into the highest levels of debt since the 1930s depression. But this debt was not undertaken to invest in modern technology or new plant and equipment. It was a cancerous result of the financial speculation process permitted during the free market years of the Reagan and Bush administrations. Over the decade of the Reagan years almost $1 trillions flowed into speculative real estate investment, a record sum, almost double the sums of previous years. Banks, desiring to secure their balance sheets against troubles in Latin America, went directly into real estate lending for the first time, rather than traditional corporate lending. Savings and loan banks, established as separately regulated banks during the Depression years, to provide a secure source of long-term mortgage credit to family home buyers, were deregulated in the early 1980s as part of Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan's Wall Street free market push. They were allowed to bid for wholesale deposits, termed brokered deposits at a high cost, while the Reagan administration removed all regulatory restraints in October 1982, with passage of the THIRD-Germain Act. This act allowed S&L banks to invest in any scheme they desired, with full U.S. government insurance of $100,000 per account guaranteeing the risk in case of failure. Prophetically, using a Las Vegas image, President Reagan enthusiastically told an audience of invited S&L bankers, as he signed the new THIRD-Germain Act into law, "I think we've hit the jackpot." This jackpot was the beginning of the collapse of the $1.3 trillion savings and loan banking system. The new law opened the doors of the S&Ls to wholesale financial abuses and wild speculative risks as never before. As well, it made S&L banks an ideal vehicle for organized crime to launder billions of dollars from the growing business of cocaine and narcotics during the 1980s in America. Few noticed that it was the former firm of Donald Reagan, Merrill Lynch, whose Lugano office was implicated in laundering billions of dollars of heroin mafia profits in the so-called Pizza Connection. The wild and woolly climate of deregulation created an ambience in which normal, well-run savings banks were surpassed by fast-track banks which catered to dubious monies with no questions asked. Banks laundered funds for covert operations of the CIA, as well as covert operations of the Bonanno or other organized crime families. The son of the vice president, Neil Bush, was a director of the Silverado Savings and Loan in Colorado, later indicted by the government for illegal practices. Son Neil had the good taste to resign the week his father received the Republican nomination for president in 1988.9. In order to compete with the newly deregulated banks and S&Ls, the most conservative of all financial sectors, life insurance companies, began to go into speculative real estate in a major way during the 1980s. But unlike banks and S&Ls, insurance companies, perhaps because they had been so conservative in the past, never had been placed under national supervision. There was no national government insurance fund to protect policyholders of insurance companies as there was for banks. By 1989, insurance companies were holding an estimated $260 billions of real estate on their books, an increase from some $100 billion in 1980. But by then, real estate was collapsing in the worst depression since the 1930s, forcing failures of insurance companies for the first time in post-war history, as panicked policyholders demanded their money. The simple reality was that New York financial power had so overwhelmed all other national interests since the oil shocks of the 1970s, that almost no other voice was heard in Washington after the Mexico crisis of 1982. Debt grew by astonishing amounts. When Reagan won election in late 1980, total private and public debt of the United States stood at $3,873 billions. By the end of the decade, it touched $10 trillions, or $10,000 billion. This meant an increased debt burden of more than $6,000 billions during this brief span. With the debt burden carried by the productive economy rising, and U.S. industrial plant and labor force deteriorating, the cumulative effects of 2 decades of neglect began to manifest in wholesale collapse of vital public infrastructure of the nation. Highways cracked for lack of regular maintenance, bridges became structurally unsound and in many cases collapsed, water systems were allowed in depressed areas such as Pittsburgh, to become contaminated, hospitals in major cities fell into disrepair, housing stock for the less wealthy decayed dramatically. By 1989 the Association for the Construction Industry, Associated General Contractors of America, estimated that a net investment of $3.3 trillion was urgently needed merely to rebuild America's crumbling public infrastructure up to modern standards. No one in Washington listened. The Bush administration proposed free market private initiative to solve the problem. Washington was in a budget crisis by 1990. The unequal distribution of the benefits from the Reagan recovery was indicated by U.S. government figures on the number of Americans living below the poverty level. In 1979, when Paul Volcker began his monetary shock in the midst of the second oil crisis, the government recorded 24 million Americans under the poverty level, defined as $6,000 per year. By 1988, the figure had expanded by more than 30%, to 32 million Americans. Reagan-Bush tax policies had concentrated wealth into a tiny elite, as never before in U.S. history. Since 1980, according to a study carried out by the U.S. House Ways and Means Committee of Congress, real income for the top 20% increased a full 32%. Costs of American healthcare, a reflection of the strange combination of free enterprise and government subsidy, rose to the highest levels ever, and as a share of GNP, double that of the UK, yet 37 million Americans had no health insurance whatever. Health levels in large American cities, with impoverished ghettos of Black and Hispanic unemployed, resembled that of a third world country, not what was supposed to be the world's most advanced industrial nation. Thatcher's 11-year rule in Britain had produced equally disastrous results. Real estate speculation and a vastly increased financial services industry in the City of London obscured the fact that Thatcher's economic policy severely discriminated against industrial investment, and against modernization of the nation's deteriorating public infrastructure such as railways and highways. The financial deregulation of the City of London in 1986, appropriately termed Big Bang, was among Thatcher's proudest accomplishments. But by the end of the 1980s all was coming unraveled, as interest rates again climbed to double digits, industry went into a deep slump and later a depression worse than any since the war, while inflation rose to the level it had been when Thatcher took office in 1979. On its own terms, Thatcher economics had failed, as had its twin sister, Reagan economics. But the powerful oil and finance interests of London and New York were not the least deterred. Their domain in this post-industrial imperium was global, not parochial. They demanded financial deregulation everywhere: Frankfurt, Tokyo, Mexico City, Paris, Milan, Sao Paulo. We'll get by with a little help from our friends. On October 19, 1987, the bubble burst. On that day the prices on the Dow Jones Index traded at the New York Stock Exchange collapsed more than in any single day in history, by 508 points. The bottom had fallen out of the Reagan recovery. But not out of the strategy of the Thatcher-Bush wing of the Anglo-American establishment. They were determined to ensure that sufficient funds kept the bubble afloat until the new Bush president could impose the grand strategy for the century's end. While many comments have since been made about how the October 1987 crash proved that a repeat of the 1930s depression was a thing of the past, it indeed signaled the beginning of the end of the deregulated financial speculation which had kept the Anglo-American century afloat since the early 1970s. George Bush, facing election to the presidency the following November 1988, enlisted the efforts of his former campaign manager and close friend, Treasury Secretary James Baker, along with a powerful faction of the American establishment to guarantee that, despite the implications of the October 1987 crash, foreign capital continued to flow into U.S. bond and stock markets to keep the illusion of a Reagan-Bush economic recovery alive in the minds of enough voters. Direct Washington appeals to the Japanese government of Prime Minister Nakasone, arguing that a Democratic Party president such as Jefford would damage Japanese trade to the U.S., were successful. Nakasone pressed the Bank of Japan and the Ministry of Finance to be accommodating. Japanese interest rates after October 1987 went lower and lower, making U.S. stocks and bonds as well as real estate appear cheap by comparison. Billions of dollars flowed out of Tokyo into the United States. During 1988 the dollar remained strong and Bush was able to secure election against his Democratic opponent Dukakis. To secure this support, Bush gave private assurances to senior Japanese figures that a Bush presidency would improve U.S. Japanese relations. The Bush presidency was intended to be the first direct rule by an insider of the moneyed East Coast establishment since Franklin D. Roosevelt in the early 1940s. Bush's task was to steer the American century through its most dangerous waters since 1919. In his first weeks in office, he gave the appearance of decisiveness in tackling some of the nation's most urgent problems. Bush proposed a drastic reorganization of the nation's collapsing savings and loan banking system, and he used the popular outcry following a bizarre accident of the Exxon Valdez oil tanker, to win approval for a radical series of punitive new laws which would, for the first time since Jimmy Carter, make environmentalism a priority of the presidency. Both initiatives were later to be revealed as catastrophes, but the all-important appearance in the early months was that, unlike the aging Reagan, with George Bush, finally America had a president who was personally on top of world events. The actual plan of the new Bush administration as it began in early 1989 was to direct pressures on select U.S. allies for increased burden sharing to manage the huge U.S. debt burdens. The argument was put forth that the Soviet Union was collapsing and that, as a result, only one superpower, the United States, with sufficient military might and size remained. In this situation, the argument was offered that Germany, Japan, and other major economic and military allies of America should increase their financial support to maintain the superpower. It was a thinly veiled rationale for blackmail. Soon it became more clear that Bush's appeal for a kinder and gentler America was little more than rhetorical appeal to an aging voting population. The Bush who occupied the White House moved quickly to establish his tough guy policies, by creating a major media pretext for a military invasion of a tiny Central American republic, Panama, during the Christmas days of his first year as president, December 1989. By eyewitness accounts, upwards of 6,000 Panamanians, most poor civilians, were killed as U.S. Special Forces and U.S. bombers invaded the small country on the pretext of arresting General Manuel Noriega on charges of being a drug cartel kingpin. Bush's Attorney General Richard Thornburg, who as governor of Pennsylvania during the events of the 3 Mile Island nuclear event played such a controversial role, had formulated an incredible new U.S. doctrine. The Thornburg Doctrine stipulated that the American FBI and Justice Department had authority to act on foreign territory, if deemed necessary, in the course of extraterritorial law enforcement. Translated, this meant the U.S. government, by executive fiat, claiming the pretext of tracking international narcotics or terrorist criminals, had declared its unilateral right to come into Germany, France, Panama, or any other place it claimed necessary, without concern for the laws of the sovereign country involved. But the Panama invasion, as incredible as it was, produced a stone silence from the moral conscience of the civilized world. It was considered an American affair. By September 1989, CIA Director William Webster publicly unveiled a bold new intelligence mandate for U.S. intelligence. Pointing to the increasing signs that Gorbachev's Soviet Union was eager to reach mutual disarmament agreement with NATO and especially the United States, Webster told an elite gathering of the Los Angeles World Affairs Council on September 19 that year, that his CIA was retooling itself for new tasks in the post-Cold War era. Webster told his audience, "Economic issues I mentioned, trade imbalances and technological development illustrate a point that is becoming increasingly clear. Our political and military allies are also our economic competitors." The new mission of U.S. intelligence worldwide was to become economic espionage and other acts against key industrial allied nations, rather than hunting communist operations and subversion. The fall of a wall panics some circles. Then, in November 1989, events in Eastern Europe took a most dramatic, and to many in Washington and London, wholly unexpected turn. Mikhail Gorbachev had privately met with the old guard Honecker communist leadership in East Germany, and more or less ordered them to give way to the enormous popular movement for freedom sweeping East Germany since that spring. Within weeks, the old order in the DDR was swept aside, in a genuine popular revolution. Moscow had apparently realized its old efforts to maintain a costly and inefficient empire through force were doomed to destroy it as well, had they tried to continue. The collapse of the world oil price in 1986 had been perhaps the final fatal blow to Moscow illusions that reform within the rotted communist bureaucracy could work. Soviet export earnings from its oil sales to the West, the major source of its hard currency earnings since the early 1970s, collapsed after 1986, just when popular demand for change prompted Gorbachev to promise far more than he was able to deliver. The economic chaos which ensued was the major background, motivating the Moscow leadership to cut ties with its Eastern Europe satellites of the Warsaw Pact. Moscow hoped that a united Germany under the strong economic direction of West Germany could provide a suitable partner to help rebuild the collapsing Soviet system. But while official Washington put on a face of public approval for the dramatic end to 40 years of communist domination in Eastern Europe, privately, Bush, himself a former CIA director whose view of world politics was shaped by the clandestine world of U.S. intelligence, was dead set against success of the revolution in Eastern Europe. In Britain, Margaret Thatcher's wing of the Tory party was equally alarmed at the prospect of what some there even called a German Fourth Reich. A well-placed British establishment voice, Peregrine Worsthorne, editor of the influential London Sunday Telegraph, articulated the thoughts of the Thatcher fraction of conservative Tories towards the emerging New Germany. Worsthorne was the stepson of former Bank of England Governor Montague Norman. Norman had maintained personal ties with Hitler's finance minister Hjalmar during the war, and had worked intimately with J.P. Morgan Bank in New York after 1919 to impose the Dawes reparations atrocities on defeated Germany. In his lead editorial titled, The Good German Problem on July 22, 1990, Worsthorne cynically recalled Montague Norman. My stepfather, Montague Norman, who as governor of the Bank of England had done so much to help the German economy after the First World War, lived just long enough to see the earliest beginnings of the German economic miracle. Worsthorne recalled Norman's comment shortly before his death, I always knew we would beat the bad Germans, but I wish we could be so sure that we will do as well against the good Germans. Then Worsthorne came to his point. Let us assume that a united Germany is going to be a good giant, what then? Let us assume a united Germany teaches Russia to become a good giant, what then? In truth, the threat could be more dangerous, rather than less. For how on earth can any effective defense be put up against a united Germany that intends to win by obeying the rules? Germany is going to be very powerful and, as Lord Acton taught us, power corrupts. Germany is marvelously well placed, at long last, to be the principal agent to bring Slavdom back into the comedy of nations. Worsthorne's Sunday Telegraph was owned by an Anglo-American holding, the Hollinger Corporation, on whose board sat Dr. Henry Kissinger and former British Foreign Secretary Rupert Lord Carrington, who was also a business partner in Kissinger's New York Kissinger Associates consultancy firm. Referencing controversial comparisons by Thatcher government Trade Minister Nicholas Ridley, who had just been forced to resign for publicly comparing the Kohl government to Hitler's Reich, Worsthorne concluded his telling diatribe against the implications of a reunified Germany. Mr. Ridley was talking nonsense, but perhaps there was more method in his nonsense than is dreamt of. Perhaps Britain's role should be to preserve enough independence to be free, at the right moment, to make use of these grievances. In the course of doing good, Germany will make just as many enemies as ever it did in doing harm, and America may well be one of the enemies. Sooner or later it is going to be balance of power politics all over again. This could be an opportunity for Britain, which knows about the balance of power. That summer, according to London reports, the Thatcher government formed a new unit of British intelligence, to significantly upgrade its activities in Germany. As well, the Bush administration moved to improve its ability to control the German developments. In a select Washington meeting in the spring of 1990 of the Association of Former Intelligence Officers, former senior CIA official, Theodore Shackley, the man who had previously been involved in the destabilization of the Shah of Iran and the illegal Iran-Contra guns for drugs operations, told fellow American intelligence professionals they should begin to recruit from disaffected former East German Stasi and related ranks and to build up U.S. intelligence assets in Berlin, for the conditions of the new Germany. The long-term implications of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the opening up of the potential to modernize the underdeveloped economic potentials of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, around the emerging unified Germany, were alarmingly clear for policy strategists in London and New York. Writing a weekly report to investor clients, as well as the general financial community, David Hale, a U.S. economist with reported ties to the Bush Treasury Department, warned in January 1990 of the strategic dangers for the U.S. financial markets if German unity were to succeed. One of the most extraordinary features of Wall Street economic research during recent weeks is its complacency about the potential consequences of Eastern European economic developments for the global financial equilibrium, which permitted America to borrow over $1 trillion externally during the 1980s. Hale then noted, indeed, when the financial history of the 1990s is written, analysts may look upon the fall of the Berlin Wall as a financial shock comparable to the long-feared Tokyo earthquake. The destruction of the wall symbolized an upheaval which could ultimately divert hundreds of billions of dollars capital towards a region which had not only been a minor factor in the world credit markets for 6 decades. Nor, concluded Hale, in a message he reportedly was asked to circulate by influential Washington circles, should Americans take comfort from the fact that Germany itself has been only a modest investor in the U.S. during recent years. The biggest investor in the U.S. since 1987 has been Britain, and the British could not have undertaken such large investments without access to surplus German savings. 11. On November 29, 1989, days after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, highly professional assassins blew up the protected car of Deutsche Bank head Alfred Herrhausen, a key advisor of the Kohl government, who only days before had told the Wall Street Journal of his plans for reconstruction of East Germany into Europe's most modern economic region within a decade. Herrhausen's assassination was seen by knowledgeable Germans as a direct echo of the assassination more than 60 years earlier of Walther Rathenau, architect of the Rapallo plan to industrialize Russia with German industrial technology. But the Bonn government proceeded with plans to unify Germany, and with discussions to assist the economic rebuilding of the collapsing Soviet economy as part of the terms for Moscow's agreeing to German unification. The German Chancellor spoke to the nation that late November, about his dream of constructing a modern rail link connecting Paris to Hanover to Berlin, on to Warsaw and finally to Moscow, as the foundation for the infrastructure of the emerging New Europe. The old de Gaulle concept of a Europe economically cooperating from the Atlantic to the Urals, was suddenly a real probability for the first time since 1948. In this climate, observers in the City of London noted a dramatic increase of French and British informal contacts, on the level of senior business and diplomatic persons. British strategy was to play on latent French fears of a strong Germany. Mitterrand, the socialist French president with a lifelong personal Anglophile inclination, was a ready listener. Britain began quietly to rebuild the old dual alliance of the pre-1914 era, and to set the stage for a new Entente cordial against the German threat. But the actual strategic battle was to be waged far from Central Europe. The decision had been made sometime during 1989 to make a bold offensive, using the Middle East and its vast oil reserves as the staging ground. Again, as during the 1970s, US and British strategists determined that the serious threat of an economically expanding continental Europe must be countered through using the Anglo-American oil weapon. But the form this was to take was soon to astonish the entire world. Saddam, Operation Desert Storm and a New World Order. Senior circles of the Thatcher and Bush governments had determined to create a manufactured pretext which would allow the US and Britain to establish a direct military presence at the choke point of the world's, and especially continental European petroleum supplies. The domestic economic and financial plight, in both Britain and the United States, added a special note of desperation to the plan during early 1990. Thatcher's economic revolution was rapidly collapsing after the October 1987 stock market debacle, and rising British interest rates forced the worst real estate, industrial, and banking crisis of the post-war period. In the United States, George Bush faced an out-of-control federal budget deficit, collapsing banks, soaring unemployment, and an overall depression, being privately likened by some inside the White House to the 1930s depression. Iraq, a nation of 16 million, had just emerged from 8 years of a fruitless war against Iran, which had accomplished little other than provide Western arms manufacturers a vast dumping ground in order to maintain enormous arms sales to the Middle East. Washington had secretly encouraged Saddam Hussein to invade Iran in 1980, falsely feeding him intelligence data indicating early success. By 1989 the economy of Iraq was a shambles. Investment in industry and agriculture had been largely halted during the costly war, which had cost an estimated 1 million or more lives on both sides. But Iraq, unlike Khomeini's Iran, emerged from the costly war with an enormous foreign debt burden. In 1988 she owed an estimated $65 billions to various creditors. Kuwait and Saudi Arabia were owed a large part of this debt, as was the Soviet Union and countries of Eastern Europe, which had expected to be repaid in Iraqi oil. The remainder was owed largely to French, British and American banks. France was Iraq's second largest supplier of arms after the USSR. The Anglo-American game plan was to lure Iraq's Saddam Hussein into a trap he would not resist, in order to provide a pretext for military intervention from the United States and Britain, professedly to secure safety of world oil supplies. In June 1989 a top-level delegation from an organization known as the United States-Iraq Business Forum, which included Kissinger associates Alan Stoga, senior executives of Bankers Trust, Mobil Oil, Occidental Petroleum and other large U.S. multinationals, came to Baghdad on the request of Saddam Hussein. He wanted to discuss an Iraqi post-war plan to develop his country's agriculture and industrial potential. Iraq had a 5-year $40 billion plan to complete a large Badakhsh Dam irrigation project, which would have enabled Iraq to become self-sufficient in food production. Iraq at that time depended on U.S. government Commodity Credit Corporation grain imports for as much as $1 billion worth of grain in 1989. In addition, Iraq proposed to the U.S. group major investment in building up its petrochemicals industry, agriculture fertilizer plants, an iron and steel plant, and an auto assembly plant as part of an effort to develop the country. The American businessmen told Saddam he must first restructure his foreign debts, and in return agree to privatize Iraq's national oil resources, or a major portion of it. According to best British and American geophysical calculations, Iraq was perhaps the largest unexplored oil region in the world, with the possible exception of the Soviet Union. 12. Predictably, Saddam refused the American offer to surrender sovereignty over Iraqi petroleum in exchange for vague assurances on future loans. By late 1989 some $2.3 billion in Bush administration authorized credits for Iraq, which had been deliberately channeled through the Atlanta, Georgia subsidiary of the Italian Banco Nazionale del Lavoro, were abruptly cut. The cut-off of credit followed a series of sensational allegations in the London Financial Times which claimed the monies were secretly being used by Iraq to build its war machine. The combined effect of the Stoga Group talks and the BNL exposes was a total Western bank credit cut-off to Iraq by early 1990. Into this critical situation, the Emir of Kuwait, long an ally of Her Majesty's Foreign Office ever since the end of the last century, entered the picture. The Emir had earlier been instructed by London and Washington to funnel credits from Kuwait's vast oil revenues in order to keep Iraq from suing for peace during the Iran-Iraq 8-year war. The cynical Anglo-American purpose at that time was to keep the Iran-Iraq war boiling at a stalemate, and to maintain a sufficient strategy of tensions to absorb large Western arms deliveries to both Iran and Iraq, as later scandals were to reveal. But in early spring of 1990, Kuwait's mission had changed. She was told to flood OPEC markets with her oil, in violation of agreed OPEC production ceilings which had been agreed in order to stabilize world oil prices following the debacle of 1986-87. By the summer of 1990, Kuwait had succeeded in drawing oil prices from their precarious level of some $19 per barrel, down to little more than $13 per barrel. Repeated diplomatic efforts by Iraq and other OPEC members to persuade the Emir, Sheikh al-Sabah, and the oil minister Ali Khalifa al-Sabah to stop the deliberate economic pressure on Iraq and other economically hard-pressed OPEC producers, fell on deaf ears. By that July oil traders were predicting a repeat of 1986, with price levels below $10 per barrel in sight. Iraq was not even able to service its old debt or finance needed food imports. Already that previous February, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein told fellow members of the Arab Cooperation Council in Amman, Jordan, which included the presidents of those two countries plus Egypt and North Yemen, that the strategic implications of the collapse of the old communist order in Eastern Europe and the apparent emergence of the United States as the only military superpower, presented the Arab world with special dangers. Saddam pointed, with concern, to the fact that despite the clear end to the Iran-Iraq War 1 year earlier, U.S. military forces and warships in the Gulf had not shown any signs of pulling back. Rather, he noted with foreboding, the United States makes many statements that it is staying. He noted the increasing preoccupation of the Soviet Union with its internal problems. When the Soviet Union is involved with its own internal affairs, the war has ended, no direct threat exists, and the United States especially at this time is still repeating that it will stay, then this is something that warrants attention. Saddam's conclusion in his remarks that February, was that Arab oil-wealthy countries should join forces and make use of their possession of an energy source unparalleled in the world. I think we should forge relationships with Europe, Japan, and the Soviet Union in a manner that will make us benefit from this element as soon as possible. 13. If any statement had stiffened the resolve in leading Anglo-American establishment circles to go ahead with plans for a dramatic new Middle East military action, this speech of Saddam's was one. On July 27, 1990, when tensions between Iraq and Kuwait over oil prices were at a peak, the U.S. ambassador to Baghdad, April Glaspie, asked for a meeting with Saddam Hussein in Baghdad to discuss the tense situation. According to official Iraqi transcripts of the exchange, later released by the Baghdad government and confirmed by U.S. Congress almost a year after, Glaspie told Saddam that Washington would not take a position on the dispute between Iraq and Kuwait. Less than 1 week later, Iraqi forces occupied Kuwait City. The Kuwaiti Al-Sabah royal family had fled well in advance, able to escape with their Rolls-Royces, their gold and other valuables, because, according to one bitter former Kuwaiti government official in exile in Europe, the CIA informed the royal family in good time to get out, but the Al-Sabahs conveniently forgot to inform the country's military of their information that Kuwait was about to be invaded. Within hours of the Kuwait occupation, the Bank of England and the U.S. government acted to freeze all assets of Kuwait, held in what is believed to be the world's single largest investment fund, the Kuwait Investment Office, based in London. Its total asset portfolio is kept secret, but was reliably reported well beyond $100 to $150 billion in value. What followed during the ensuing 6 months was one of the most cynical calculated acts of recent history. Despite initial claims that the United States, immediately backed by Thatcher's British government, would send military forces to defend Saudi Arabia against alleged Iraqi invasion threat, President Bush, who had been together with Thatcher during the initial hours of decision in early August, appropriately at Aspen, Colorado, proclaimed what he soon referred to as his New World Order. On September 11, Bush declared, "Out of these troubled times a new world order can emerge, under a United Nations that performs as envisioned by its founders. We stand at a unique and extraordinary moment. This crisis in the Persian Gulf, as grave as it is, also offers us a rare opportunity to move toward an historic period of cooperation. Today that new world order is struggling to be born. A world quite different from the one we've known." Further evidence that George Bush and Margaret Thatcher never intended anything other than a military solution to the Iraq-Kuwait crisis was given in the personal account of Soviet Special Middle East Envoy, Yevgeny Primakov some months later. In an extensive personal interview published in Time magazine March 4, 1991, some days after the end of the devastating bombardment of Iraq, Primakov, as personal envoy of Soviet President Gorbachev, recounted his meeting in Baghdad in the early days of October 1990 with Saddam Hussein and Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz, which convinced Primakov that a war could have been averted. Primakov recounted for Time his subsequent mediation mission to Washington, where he met with George Bush, Secretary Baker, and other top officials at the White House October 19. The Moscow envoy reported Bush listened with apparent interest, but that some hours later he sent the clear message to Primakov that Washington was not interested in exploring the new opening further. Leaving Washington, Primakov received instructions to stop over in London to deliver the same report to then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. Primakov's account was revealing. The Prime Minister received us at her country residence, Chequers. She listened attentively to the information I presented her, without interrupting. But then, for a good hour, she allowed no one to interrupt her monologue, in which she outlined in a most condensed way a position that was gaining greater momentum, not to limit things to a withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait but to inflict a devastating blow at Iraq, to break the back of Saddam and destroy the entire military, and perhaps industrial potential of that country. After months of careful bribing and pressuring of key member nations of the United Nations Security Council, Arab states, Turkey, and other nations, to impose not only total economic embargo against Iraq, but to authorize use of force to liberate Kuwait, Bush told the U.S. Congress on January 29, 1991, in his State of the Union address, "The world can therefore seize the opportunity of the present Persian Gulf crisis to fulfill the long-held promise of a new world order." But, as the largest military buildup since the Vietnam War continued to build up in Saudi Arabia, preparing for offensive saturation bombing of Iraq in the early days of January 1991, more than a few informed voices inside the Washington establishment began to voice grave doubts as to the ultimate wisdom of Bush's clear military intent. In a November 12, 1990 television interview, former Reagan administration Navy Secretary James H. Webb declared, "The purpose of our presence in the Persian Gulf is to further the Bush administration's New World Order, and I don't like it." Webb again took occasion of a January 31 Wall Street Journal comment some 10 weeks later to state, "The Bush administration, aided by editorial onslaughts from many sides, has relentlessly maneuvered our nation into a war. One must reach back to William Randolph Hearst urging us into the Spanish-American War to find a parallel to the editorial pressure that preceded our present conflict. One must go even further, perhaps to the Mexican War, to find a president so avidly desirous of putting the nation at risk when it has not been attacked." Former U.S. Ambassador to Saudi Arabia, James Akins, a respected Washington expert on Middle East affairs, also came out publicly against the Bush war plan against Iraq. Akins pointed out, in a signed article published in the Los Angeles Times of September 12, only days after the decision of President Bush to send U.S. troops to defend Saudi Arabia against threatened Iraqi invasion, that the White House had an ulterior motive. Akins charged that U.S. Defense Secretary Cheney had deliberately misled Saudi King Fahd on the danger of such invasion in order to be allowed to station U.S. troops on Saudi soil, something fiercely resisted by the Saudis for decades. In 1975 Akins related, plans to find a pretext to send U.S. troops in to occupy vital Mideast oil fields had been encouraged by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. He noted that Kissinger, then Akins' superior, had opposed Akins' adamant attacks on such ideas. Henry Kissinger, then U.S. Secretary, had another view, and my career in the Foreign Service did not extend much beyond that point. There are those in the Bush administration who will point out that conditions are more propitious now than in 1975. Notably, in 1990 former Kissinger Associate President, Lawrence Eagleburger, was Deputy Secretary of State under James Baker, and former Kissinger employee Brent Scowcroft, was Bush's White House National Security Advisor during this period, meaning that the Kissinger view was dominant in formulation of U.S. foreign policy during the Gulf War buildup. As well, Kissinger editorially was calling for war against Iraq in this period. The domestic voices of opposition were effectively drowned out by the president's war mobilization in the media. The target, an independent Europe and Japan. Within a brief period it became clear to thinking people in Europe and elsewhere that George Bush, indeed, had quite another objective than merely defending U.S. or even Western oil interests in Saudi Arabia. Bush's incredibly vulgar public pronouncements, taunting Saddam Hussein, and comparing Iraq's president to a modern-day Adolf Hitler, were made quite deliberately. An unprecedented Washington and London propaganda and pressure offensive was unleashed against Iraq's Western supporters during the war and its 6-month-long buildup, but not against the Soviet Union or France, which had been the major suppliers of Iraq's armaments. The target was Germany, more precisely, German high-technology industry vital for the reconstruction of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. France and the USSR, who together with China, the US and Britain, comprised the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, had agreed to vote with Washington and Britain for going to war after the ultimatum deadline of January 17. Their role in Iraq was discreetly ignored by various Washington-linked exposes. Instead, through channels directly linked to British and American intelligence, Hamburg's Der Spiegel and influential Republican senators such as Jesse Helms, began an all-out offensive against Germany, alleging German technology exports of what were dubbed dual-use technologies, had enabled Saddam's military to fire Soviet Scud missiles on Israeli targets. In one of many tragic footnotes to history of the war, the London Times reported on February 6, some 3 weeks into the Operation Desert Storm bombings of Iraq, that the Berlin-Baghdad Railway, once a thriving network, has been devastated in the Gulf War. The relentless Allied bombing of Iraqi bridges, junctions, and marshalling yards leaves in ruins one of the few extensive railway networks in the Middle East, they noted, adding, with understatement, the old Berlin-Baghdad Railway was a focus of strategic rivalry between Britain and Germany. A stunned Bonn government, itself in the midst of the complexities of dealing with reunification of the former East Germany, was forced to divert precious time, attention, and financial resources from that pressing task, to focus on George Bush's and Thatcher's New World Order. In late January, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker went on one of the most high-pressure financial fundraising missions in history, extracting pledges from Germany, Japan, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia to guarantee a total of $54.5 billion to pay the costs of what was called Operation Desert Storm. After the conclusion of fighting, a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense in the Reagan administration, Lawrence J. Korb, revealed in an early April press conference in Washington that the U.S. government deliberately hid actual Gulf War costs in order to offset domestic budget cuts, by using Allied contributions in an off-budget fund. Informed estimates were that the United States had come out of the entire Gulf War affair with a net profit of perhaps $19 billions, when all Allied war contributions were counted. The huge inflows of foreign money during the first months of 1991, with fully $6.6 billion paid in cash by Germany, created a strong upward pressure on the US dollar, which only weeks before had fallen to an all-time post-war low of D-Mark 1.46. As well, aggressive US arms contracts with Mideast countries began to be signed before the war had ended, much to the anger of European arms makers. The Bush administration triumphantly proclaimed that America had proven itself the strongest power in the world. His boast rang hollow to those at home standing in ever longer unemployment lines, or those in Eastern Europe denied the prospect of needed billions of Western capital to rebuild infrastructure and modernize their economies. Eastern European economies were devastated by the combined impact of the Gulf Operation Desert Storm, the initial huge run-up in world oil prices during late 1990 above $30 per barrel, by the disruption of agreed oil deliveries from Iraq. Formerly, before January 1991, the countries of Eastern Europe, through their trade ties with the Soviet Union, paid their needed oil import bills in a form of barter trade of industrial and agricultural goods to Moscow. January 1, that system came to an end and Western dollars were needed to buy Russian oil. Iraq had over $1 billion in oil commitments to Bulgaria, Hungary, and other countries of the East, which became unpayable as a result of the Gulf War. In March 1990, the Italian magazine, 30 Days, interviewed an Italian professor with ties to Washington, Gianfranco Miglio. Miglio told the journal, the U.S. saw that to avoid falling into a decline similar to that of the Soviet Union, it had to keep pace with potential adversaries of the future. They include Japan and the continent of Europe united around German economic power. The United States could not accept the idea of Europe as it is today, a continent that not only can manage quite happily without America, but one which is economically and technologically more powerful. For this reason, Miglio declared, the Americans turned their attention on the Middle East, on gaining control of the Arab oil tap on which Japan and Germany depend. From France, Charles de Gaulle's former Minister of Agriculture, Edgar Pisani, head of the Institut du Monde Arabe in Paris, told a German interviewer in Die Tageszeitung that February 18, during the height of the bombing by US, British and French planes of Iraq, "I wish it were not so. I am deeply shocked over the fact, that a nation is powerful only because it has the weapons. The USA, which in its economic affairs has extreme difficulties, has managed to silence Japan and Europe, because they are militarily weak. How long will the world accept that various countries must pay one gendarme to enforce their own world order? Japan, Germany, and the oil-rich states finance this gendarme." In a clear, if veiled reference to the tragic follies of these British-led balance of power politics, German President Richard von Weizsäcker told the Berlin Daily, Der Tagesspiegel shortly after the Gulf War, "We have earlier had the policy of balance of power of European nations, which ended in the perversion of National Socialism and resulted in 2 world wars. Then came the time of dominance by the 2 superpowers. Von Weizsäcker made an appeal for Europe to take advantage of the unique chance to finally end such balance of power follies, through realizing the unfulfilled vision of de Gaulle, for a Europe from the Atlantic to the Urals. The Operation Desert Storm and the Bush-Thatcher Gulf War had done incomprehensible damage to Iraq and its people, to Kuwait, and to the world economy, but there were signs that it had not accomplished its prime objective of reimposing continental Europe back into George Bush's and Margaret Thatcher's New World Order. Endnotes. 1. For a useful explication of the modern American variant of British liberalism, a useful reference is available in a paper presented by Professor Noam Chomsky, The Struggle for Democracy in a Changed World. Catholic Institute for International Relations, London, January 1991. 2. Aronovich, Sam. The Road from Thatcherism. Lawrence and Wishart, London. 1981. 3. International Iron and Steel Institute. Infrastructure, Problems and Prospects for Steel. Brussels. 1985. 4. Grider, William. Secrets of the Temple. Simon and Schuster, London. 1987. 5. Hudson, Michael, Super-Imperialism, The Origin and Fundamentals of U.S. World Dominance, Pluto Press, London provides an incisive analysis of the IMF process in bringing economies such as Mexico under control of the dollar system. 6. The World Bank, Washington, World Debt Tables series for the period through the early 1980s shows the exponential growth of external debt in the period. 7. Rasmussen, Hans Corno. The Forgotten Generation, a debate book concerning children and the debt crisis. Danish UNICEF Committee, Copenhagen. 1987. Also useful for background on this debt process is Milivojevic, Marco. The Debt Rescheduling Process. St. Martin's Press, New York. 1985, as well, the annual United Nations Reports, Economic Survey of Latin America provide useful data not otherwise emphasized. The comments from Kuczynski are from a remarkable 1988 documentary on the debt crisis from British independent television. 8. Mickler, Walter. Wirtschaftskrieg gegen einen Kontinent in Welternährung, 1. Q 1991. Bonn. 9. Pizzo, Stephen. Inside Job, The Looting of America's Savings and Loans. McGraw-Hill, New York. 1989. 10. U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee. Economic Indicators. Washington. 1990. 11. Hale, David D. The Weekly Money Report. January 29, 1990. Chicago, Kemper Financial Services Incorporated. 12. U.S. Iraq Business Forum, Bulletin. August, 1989. New York. 13. Hussein, Saddam. Address of February 16, 1990 to Arab Cooperation Council. Translated from Arabic in U.S. State Department Foreign Broadcast Information Service, February 20, 1990. Washington. Chapter 12. From Evil Empire to the Axis of Evil. Finding the New Bogeyman. With the collapse of the Soviet Union at the beginning of the 1990s, hopes were high in many quarters that the world might see a new era of peace and prosperity. The decade that followed disappointed, to put it mildly. Far from an end to geopolitics and Cold War, the stage merely shifted. As sole surviving superpower, Washington set about shaping its new world order, though the term was quickly dropped by George H.W. Bush after it drew critical attention in his 1991 State of the Union speech. It provoked too many questions as to whose order and what priorities it might have. The years from the end of the Cold War in the late 1980s, to the dawn of a new war on terrorism at the beginning of the new millennium, were anything but peaceful or stable. In Washington, the geopolitical focus shifted from Ronald Reagan's evil empire, the Soviet Union, to the young George W. Bush's axis of evil, a vague domain conveniently encircling the Eurasian continent from Iraq and Iran to North Korea. What remained unspoken in that shift, was the thin red thread of American geopolitics, which shaped the most significant world events. Oil and the dollar played a decisive role in that transition. American Cold War dominance of the non-communist world had been based on the perceived global threat of Soviet and potentially Chinese communist aggressions. Once that threat ended at the end of the 1980s, as Washington well knew, restraints on its major military allies were gone. The allies were potential economic rivals. Japan and East Asia, as well as the European Union, were emerging as major economic challengers to American hegemony. That economic challenge was to be the focus of U.S. geopolitics after 1990. Armed with the gospel of free market reform, privatization, and dollar democracy, and backed by the powerful Wall Street financial firms, the Clinton administration began a process of extending the dollar and U.S. influence into domains which had previously been closed to it. The near-religious campaign to win those areas to Washington's peculiar brand of market economy, was to include not just former communist economies of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. It was to include any and every major part of the world that continued to try to develop its own resources, independent of the mandate of the IMF or the dollar world. The process also involved bringing every major oil region of the world under more or less direct U.S. control, from the Caspian Sea to Iraq to West Africa and Colombia. It was an ambitious undertaking. Critics termed it imperial, the Clinton administration called it the extension of market economy and human rights. It was definitely not what most of the world were hoping for as the Cold War drew to an end. The Clinton administration and its Wall Street allies had brought one region after the other into its direct orbit during the 1990s, with the promise of the free market as the road to wealth and prosperity. The catchword was globalization, and in reality it was globalization of American power, consolidated through American banking and finance and corporate power. Few realized it might be part of a well-thought-out strategy, until the process was well advanced. Free trade had traditionally been the demand of the superior economic power on its weaker partners. By the time it became clear what the Washington agenda was, America had largely disarmed potential opponents, and built a new ring of military bases around the world to defend its gains, a guarantee that the new converts to free market did not lose the faith, and try to revert to older economic forms. In the 1950s, under the Cold War, and the Eisenhower Doctrine, the United States declared itself prepared, with armed force if necessary, to assist any Middle Eastern country asking help to resist any incursion backed by international communism. This brush was used repeatedly by Washington during the 4 decades after 1945, to paint countless nationalist leaders from Mossadegh to Nasser, with a red color. The red taint justified military or other action. After 1990, Washington faced a significant problem. What bogeyman could it find to justify such acts of foreign policy in the future, now that the danger of godless communism could no longer be used as a rationale? The answer was to take until the new millennium, more than a decade. In the meantime, the US establishment had prepared a full plate to dish out to an unsuspecting world, starting in Japan. Washington knew its continued global dominance depended on how it dealt with Eurasia, from Europe to the Pacific. Former presidential advisor and geostrategist, Zbigniew Brzezinski, put it bluntly, in terminology that harkens back to the more brutal age of empires, the three grand imperatives of imperial geostrategy are to prevent collusion and maintain security dependence among the vassals, to keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together. It was an ambitious agenda. Japan, wounding the lead goose. One of the most pressing challenges to the United States' role in the post-Cold War world, was the enormous new economic power of its Japanese ally, over world trade and banking. Japan had built up its economic power during the post-war period through careful steps, always with an eye to its military protector, Washington. By the end of the 1980s, Japan was regarded as the leading economic and banking power in the world. People spoke about the Japan that can say no, and the Japanese economic challenge. American banks were in their deepest crisis since the 1930s, and U.S. industry had become over-indebted and under-competitive. It was a poor basis to build the world's sole remaining superpower, and the Bush administration knew it. Prominent Japanese intellectual and political figures like Kinhide Mushakaji, were keenly aware of the special nature of the Japanese model. Japan has industrialized but not westernized, he noted. Its capitalism is quite different from the Western version, and is not based on the formal concepts of the individual. It has accepted selectively only the concepts associated with the state, economic wealth accumulation and technocratic rationalism. In short, the Japanese model, which was tolerated during the Cold War as a counterweight geopolitically to Chinese and Soviet power, was a major problem for Washington once that Cold War was over. Japan was soon to learn how major. No other country had supported the Reagan-era budget deficits and spending excesses during the 1980s more loyally and energetically than Washington's former foe, Japan. Not even Germany had been so supportive of Washington demands. As it appeared to Japanese eyes, Tokyo's loyalty and generous purchases of U.S. Treasury debt, real estate and other assets, were rewarded in the beginning of the 1990s, by one of the most devastating financial debacles in world history. Many Japanese businessmen privately believed it was a deliberate Washington policy, taken to undercut Japanese economic influence in the world. At the end of the 1980s, Harvard economist and later Clinton Treasury Secretary, Lawrence Summers, warned, "An Asian economic bloc with Japan at its apex is in the making," raising the possibility that the majority of American people who now feel that Japan is a greater threat to the U.S. than the Soviet Union, are right. The Plaza Hotel Accord of the G7 industrial nations in September of 1985 was officially designed to bring an overvalued dollar down to more manageable levels. To accomplish this, the Bank of Japan was pressured by Washington to take measures that would increase the yen's value against the US dollar. Between the Plaza Accord, the Baker-Miyazawa Agreement a month later, and a Louvre Accord in February 1987, Tokyo agreed to follow monetary and fiscal policies which will help to expand domestic demand and thereby contribute to reducing the external surplus. Baker had set the stage. As Japan's most important export market was the United States, Washington was able to put Japan under intense pressure. And it did. Under the 1988 Omnibus Trade and Competitiveness Act, Washington listed Japan for hostile trade practices and demanded major concessions. The Bank of Japan cut interest rates to a low of 2.5% by 1987, where they remained until May 1989. The lower interest rates were intended to spark more Japanese purchases of U.S. goods, something which never happened. Instead, the cheap money found its way to quick gains in the rising Tokyo stock market, and soon a colossal bubble was inflating. The domestic Japanese economy was stimulated, but above all, the Nikkei stock market and Tokyo real estate prices were pumped up. In a preview of the later U.S. new economy bubble, Tokyo stock prices rose 40% or more annually, while real estate prices in and around Tokyo ballooned in some cases by 90% or more, as a new gold rush fever gripped Japan. Within months after the Plaza Accord, the yen had appreciated dramatically. It rose from 250 to only 149 yen to a dollar. Japanese export companies compensated for the yen's impact on export prices by turning to financial speculation, dubbed zatok, to make up for currency losses in export sales. Japan overnight became the world's largest banking center. Under new international capital rules, Japanese banks could count a major share of their long-held stocks in related companies, the Keiretsu system, as bank core assets. As the paper value of their stock holdings in other Japanese companies rose, bank capital rose with it. By 1988, as the stock bubble roared ahead, the 10 largest banks in the world all had Japanese names. Japanese capital flowed into U.S. real estate, golf courses, luxury resorts, into U.S. government bonds and even into more risky U.S. stocks. The Japanese obligingly recycled their inflated yen into dollar assets, thereby aiding the presidential ambitions of George H.W. Bush, who succeeded Ronald Reagan in 1988. Commenting on Japan's success during the 1980s, New York financier, George Soros, remarked, "The prospect of Japan's emerging as the dominant financial power in the world is very disturbing." Japanese euphoria over becoming the world's financial giant was short-lived. The inflated Japanese financial system, with banks awash with money, led as well to one of the world's greatest stock and real estate bubbles, as stocks on the Nikkei index in Tokyo rose 300% in a space of 3 years after the Plaza Accord. Real estate values, the collateral of Japanese bank loans, rose in tandem. At the peak of the Japan bubble, Tokyo real estate was valued in dollar terms greater than that of the entire United States real estate. The nominal value of all stocks listed on the Tokyo Nikkei Stock Exchange accounted for more than 42% of world stock values, at least on paper. Not for long. By late 1989, just as the first signs of the collapse of the Berlin Wall surfaced in Europe, the Bank of Japan and Ministry of Finance began a cautious effort to slowly deflate the alarming Nikkei stock bubble. No sooner did Tokyo act to cool down speculative juices, than major Wall Street investment banks, led by Morgan Stanley and Salomon Brothers, began using exotic new derivatives and financial instruments. Their aggressive intervention turned the orderly decline of the Tokyo market into a near-panic sell-off, as the Wall Street bankers made a killing on shorting Tokyo stocks in the process. The result was that no slow, orderly correction by Japanese authorities was possible. By March 1990 the Nikkei had lost 23% or well over $1 trillion from its peak. Japanese government officials privately recalled a May 1990 Washington meeting of the IMF Interim Committee, where a heated debate over Japanese proposals to finance the economic reconstruction of the former Soviet Union was drawing strong opposition from Washington and the Bush Treasury Department. They saw that meeting as a possible reason behind the speculative Wall Street attack on Tokyo stocks. It was only partly true. The Japanese Ministry of Finance had issued a report to the IMF, arguing that, far from being a problem, as argued by Washington, Japan's huge capital surplus was urgently needed by a world needing hundreds of billions of dollars in new rail and other economic infrastructure investment following the end of the Cold War. Japan proposed its famous MITI model for the former communist economies. Washington was unenthused, to put it mildly. The MITI model involved a heavy role for the state in guiding national economic development. It had proven remarkably successful in South Korea, Malaysia, and other East Asian countries. As the Soviet Union collapsed, many began eagerly looking to Japan and South Korea as better alternatives to the U.S. free market model. That was a major threat to Washington plans as the Cold War drew to an end. The Bush administration was less than eager to accept a leading role from Japan in rebuilding Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. Washington had other plans for its former Cold War adversary, and creation of a Japanese-financed economic bloc with Russia was not on the list. To drive the point home in Tokyo, George Bush sent his defense secretary, Dick Cheney, to Tokyo in early 1990 to discuss drastic U.S. troop reductions in the Asia-Pacific Rim, a theme calculated to raise Japanese military security anxieties. Cheney's barely concealed blackmail mission followed on the heels of a January trip by Japan's Prime Minister Keifu to Western Europe, Poland, and Hungary, to discuss the economic development of the former communist countries of Eastern Europe. The message was clear: do as Washington says, or we leave you poorly defended. By the time the Japanese Prime Minister met the American President in Palm Springs that March, he had gotten the point. Japan was not to compete with American dollars in Eastern Europe. Within months, Japanese stocks had lost nearly $5 trillion in paper value. Japan Incorporated was badly wounded. Little further word was heard about a Japanese challenge to American financial plans in Eastern Europe. Washington economists proclaimed the end of the Japanese model. Tokyo politicians privately often used the analogy of a flight of geese, where Japan flies as the lead goose, and the smaller economies of East Asia followed in its path. By 1990, Washington had badly wounded the lead goose. Now it turned its attentions to the flock following, the tiger economies, for the second phase of its New Dollar Order. 1. Phase 2, Hunting Asian Tigers. The second phase of breaking up the Japan model involved destroying the East Asian economic sphere, a highly successful model to challenge the American dictates of free market rugged individualism. The Japanese model, as Washington knew well, was not limited to Japan. In the post-war period it had been nurtured in South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and other East Asian economies. In the 1980s these fast-growing economies were labeled the Tiger States. East Asia had been built up during the 1970s and especially the 1980s, by Japanese state development aid, large private investment, and MITI support. While it was done with little fanfare, in effect the booming economies of East Asia in the 1980s owed much to a deliberate regional division of labor, in which Japan was at the center, and Japanese companies outsourced manufacturing processes to East Asian centers. They were referred to in Asian business circles as the Yen bloc countries because of the close ties to Japan's economy. Those tiger economies were a major embarrassment to the IMF free market model. Their very success in blending private enterprise with a strong state economic role was a threat to the IMF free market agenda. So long as the tigers appeared to succeed with a model based on a strong state role, former communist states and others could argue against taking the extreme IMF course. In East Asia during the 1980s, economic growth rates of 7 to 8% per year, rising social security, universal education, and a high worker productivity, were all backed by state guidance and planning, albeit in a market economy, an Asian form of benevolent paternalism. Even more than Soviet central planning, the self-sufficient Asian tiger economies were an obstacle to the global spread of the dollar free market system being demanded by Washington in the 1990s. Beginning in 1993, at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, as Japan's banks struggled with the collapse of their stock and real estate markets, Washington officials began to demand East Asian economies open up their controlled financial markets to free capital flows, in the interest of level playing fields, they argued. Previously, the debt-free economies of East Asia had avoided reliance on IMF loans, or foreign capital other than direct investment in manufacturing plants, usually as part of a long-term national goal. Now they were told to open their markets to foreign capital flows and short-term foreign lending. With the rhetoric of level playing fields, many Asian officials wondered privately whether Washington was talking about cricket or about their economic future. They soon learned. Once capital controls were eased and foreign investment allowed to flow freely, in and out, South Korea and other tiger economies were awash in a sudden flood of foreign dollars. The result was creation of speculative bubbles in luxury real estate, local stock values and other assets between 1994 and the onset of the attack on the Thai baht in May 1997. Once the East Asian tiger economies had begun to open up to foreign capital, but well before they had adequate controls over possible abuses in place, hedge funds went on the attack. The secretive funds first targeted the weakest economy, Thailand. American speculator, George Soros, acted in secrecy and armed with an undisclosed credit line from a group of international banks including Citigroup. They bet that Thailand would be forced to devalue the baht and break from the peg to the dollar. Soros, head of Quantum Fund, Julian Robertson, head of the Tiger Fund and reportedly also the LTCM hedge fund, whose management included former Federal Reserve Deputy, David Mullins, unleashed a huge speculative attack on the Thai currency and stocks. By June, Thailand had capitulated, the currency was floated, and it was forced to turn to the IMF for help. In swift succession, the same hedge funds and banks hit the Philippines, Indonesia, and then South Korea. They pocketed billions as the population sank into economic chaos and poverty. Chalmers Johnson described the result in blunt terms: the funds easily raped Thailand, Indonesia, and South Korea, then turned the shivering survivors over to the IMF, not to help the victims, but to ensure that no Western bank was stuck with non-performing loans in the devastated countries. A European Asia expert, Kristen Nordhaug, summed up the Clinton administration policy towards East Asia in 1997. Clinton had developed a major economic strategy, using the new National Economic Council, initially headed by Robert Rubin, a Wall Street investment banker. East Asian emerging markets were targeted for an offensive. The administration actively supported multilateral agencies such as the IMF, to promote international financial liberalization, Nordhaug noted. As the strategy of targeting East Asian markets in place, the U.S. administration was in a strong position to take advantage of the financial crisis to promote liberalization of trade, finance, and institutional reforms through the IMF. The impact of the Asia crisis on the dollar was notable. The Bank for International Settlements general manager, Andrew Crockett, noted that while the East Asian countries had run a combined current account deficit of $33 billion in 1996, as speculative hot money flowed in 1998-1999, the current account swung to a surplus of $87 billion. By 2002 it peaked $200 billion. Most of that surplus returned to the U.S. in the form of Asian central bank purchases of U.S. Treasury debt, in effect, financing Washington policies. Japan's finance ministry had made a futile effort to contain the Asia crisis by proposing a $30 billion Asian monetary fund. Washington made clear it was not pleased. The idea was quickly dropped. Asia was to become yet another province of the dollar realm through the IMF. Treasury Secretary Rubin euphemistically termed it America's strong dollar policy too. Washington revisits Halford Mackinder. Even as it was destroying the Japanese economic model, and reshaping East Asia to suit its interests, Washington placed highest priority on the dismantling of the Soviet Union during the 1990s. By the beginning of the 1990s, as the Berlin Wall came down and the Soviet Union with it, Washington faced no apparent rival for global hegemony. In the euphoria of the day, few expressed alarm or concern that one country held so much power over the planet. After all, it was democratic, and it was America. With no more threat of Soviet military action, NATO countries, above all the United States, could begin to shift the $1 trillion annual spending on a world military sector into civilian uses. A new era of peaceful development, market reforms, and capitalist prosperity was the dream of millions in the former communist states of the Warsaw Pact. Those dreams were short-lived. The U.S. establishment was preparing to secure American global hegemony as the sole superpower, all the while trying to lull the rest of the world into a sense of false complacency. Deception played a strategic role in Washington policy during the 1990s. The greatest deception, it soon became clear, was the impression that Washington was groping for an idea where to go after the end of the Soviet threat. The collapse of the Soviet Union was an event of signal importance in the history of the past century. Little understood was the cold calculations of policymakers in the Bush administration in the early 1990s, regarding the future of Russia and its former satellite states. Russia was to be brought into the U.S. economic orbit through imposition of market reforms. In effect, it was to be dollarized. How that was to work was complex and differentiated. The end effect, however, was to prop up the United States as the sole remaining superpower, sole issuer of the world reserve currency, the dollar, and the benefits that gave Washington. The instrument for Washington's new Russian policy was to be the International Monetary Fund. At the same time, Russia was to be systematically surrounded by a ring of US and NATO military bases, and an eastward expansion of NATO which, when completed, could prevent any future strategic alliance between the Russian and continental European powers, that potentially might challenge America's supremacy. The trick for Washington would be to get a nuclear-armed Moscow elite to accept such a complete dismantling of its power. Washington policy was classic geopolitics, as outlined almost a century earlier by Sir Halford Mackinder. Mackinder had warned a British elite then, that an alliance of the major Eurasian powers, including Germany, Russia, and Central Asian states, held the potential to become the dominant global power, as it would be geographically coherent, and possess all necessary economic raw materials and a sufficient population to challenge any rivals. At the end of World War I, Mackinder had stated, "Who rules Central Europe, commands the heartland, who rules the heartland, commands the world island, who rules the world island, commands the world." In other words, were the nations around Germany and France in Europe to dominate the Russian-centered Eurasian heartland, as Mackinder termed it, that combination would hold the potential, the resources and the geographic advantage to dominate the entire world. Washington establishment strategists like Zbigniew Brzezinski, a former White House National Security Council head, openly acknowledged the role of Mackinder's geopolitical thinking on American policy. It is imperative that no Eurasian challenger emerges capable of dominating Eurasia and thus of also challenging America, Brzezinski stated in his book, The Grand Chessboard. He added, Mackinder pioneered the discussion early in this century with his successive concepts of the Eurasian pivot areas. Brzezinski, who had held top national security posts under several administrations, had worked with Henry Kissinger, and advised the first Bush presidency, stated U.S. strategic policy, it is imperative that no Eurasian challenger emerges capable of dominating Eurasia and thus of also challenging America. This involved identifying any potential power able to upset the balance of power, and as he put it, to formulate specific U.S. policies to offset, co-opt and/or control the above. Eurasia, as he drew the map, included the oil wealth of the Middle East, the Central Asian region, the industrial potentials of Europe, Japan, the resources of China, India, Russia. He warned, control over Eurasia would almost automatically entail Africa's subordination, rendering the Western Hemisphere and Oceania geographically peripheral to the world's central continent. Just how Washington acted on this imperative was not at first clear to the rest of the world, as the Cold War came to an end. It was clear to Russian strategic thinkers in and around the Soviet Academy of Sciences. They had carefully studied Mackinder and Anglo-Saxon theories of geopolitics. In the collapse of the Soviet Union, however, their voices were drowned out. Market economy and prospect of fabulous wealth had momentarily diverted the energies of Russia's elite. 3. From the side of Washington, the strategy for reshaping its Cold War adversary into a tool of American hegemony was clear from the outset, albeit not without risk, given the remaining Soviet nuclear arsenal. The Russian bear may have been economically bankrupt in 1990, but she still had a few nuclear teeth. The process of restructuring had to be done carefully. Russia gets IMF Third World Cure. In July 1990, at a meeting of the G7 industrial nations in Houston, Texas, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker III played the key policy role regarding the future of the Soviet Union. Baker, the man who 5 years earlier as Treasury Secretary had brought Japan to the Plaza Accord, told his G7 allies that the United States wanted the central role in the economic reform of the Soviet economy to be carried by the IMF. The final G7 communiqué stated, "We welcome the efforts underway in the Soviet Union to liberalize and to create a more open, democratic, and pluralistic Soviet society, and to move toward a market-oriented economy." The declaration added, "We have agreed to ask the IMF to undertake a detailed study of the Soviet economy, to make recommendations for its reform." The aim of Washington's IMF market reforms in the former Soviet Union was brutally simple: destroy the economic ties that bound Moscow to each part of the Soviet Union, from Uzbekistan to Kazakhstan, from Georgia to Azerbaijan, from Estonia to Poland, Bulgaria, or Hungary. Though it was never stated, IMF shock therapy was intended to create weak, unstable economies on the periphery of Russia, dependent on Western capital, on dollar inflows for their survival, a form of neocolonialism. By placing the U.S.-dominated IMF in the key economic policy role, James Baker and the Bush administration had ensured that any and all Western economic investment or support to the Soviet economy would first have to pass a Washington veto. The Russians were to get the standard Third World treatment, much as an African former colony or a banana republic, IMF conditionalities and a plunge into poverty for the population. A tiny elite were allowed to become fabulously rich in dollar terms, and manipulable by Wall Street bankers and investors. Harvard economists such as Jeffrey Sachs, armed with their theories of shock therapy, were flown to Moscow to assist in the destruction of the old central state apparatus. IMF technocrats demanded that Russian oil and gas, aluminum, manganese, and other raw materials be sold at world market prices, that state subsidies for food, health, and other essentials be ended, and that the Russian industry be privatized. In 1992 the IMF demanded a free float of the Russian ruble as part of its market-oriented reform. The ruble float led within a year to an increase in consumer prices of 9,900%, and a collapse in real wages of 84%. For the first time since 1917, at least during peacetime, the majority of Russians were plunged into existential poverty. That was but the start of capitalism IMF style for Russians. Under IMF direction, Washington could in effect dictate which sector of Russian industry would survive, which not. The world market was defined by Washington and IMF technocrats, trained in the ways of Milton Friedman's free market. Russian national priority or general welfare of the population would not be the criterion. The dictates of the IMF global market were to replace the Stalin-era dictatorship of the proletariat for the peoples of Russia and the former Soviet region. Never mind, that the level of economic freedom in the United States, ostensibly the model, was a complex product of an evolution of more than 350 years, in some cases reaching back to the English Civil War. Under the IMF, countries like Russia and Ukraine were told to immediately adopt the US version of market economy, with no adequate preparation. The results were predictable and well planned. The goal was not a stable, prosperous Russia. As most Russians soon realized, the effect of the IMF reform was catastrophic. Instead of the hoped-for American-style prosperity, 2 cars in every garage capitalism, ordinary Russians were driven into economic misery. Industrial production fell to half its earlier level as inflation passed levels of 200%. Average life expectancy for men dropped to 57 years by 1994, levels of a Bangladesh or Egypt. The West, above all the United States, clearly wanted a deindustrialized Russia, to permanently break up the economic structure of the old Soviet Union. A major area of the global economy which had been largely closed to the dollar domain for more than 7 decades, was to be brought under its control. Behind the nice rhetoric of market-oriented reform, the region was being carved up in much the manner the European powers had colonized and divided Africa 100 years before. For Washington's Clinton administration, it mattered little that the Russian privatization of key state industrial assets was controlled by a Russian elite, so-called oligarchs. The prime point was that Russian industry was tied for the first time since Lenin to the future of the dollar. The new oligarchs were dollar oligarchs, and most of their new wealth came from export of oil and gas. The partner for the US and the point man for the IMF during the Yeltsin era was Anatoly Chubai, Minister for Privatization. The IMF granted Russia a $6 billion loan in 1996 on the condition that Chubai be put in charge of economic policy. Writing in the Washington Post, George Washington University professor Peter Reddaway wrote in 1997, that Chubai had been accused in Russia of censoring the media, undermining democracy, engaging in dubious personal dealings, taking orders from Washington and building a criminalized form of capitalism. This was apparently enough to bring the backing of then Deputy Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers. Summers, who also funneled millions of taxpayer dollars in U.S. support to Harvard shock therapy economist and Russia advisor, Jeffrey Sachs, hailed Yeltsin's 1997 naming of Chubai as first deputy prime minister. Making Chubai responsible for the economy, Summers argued, created a re-energized presidency and an economic dream team. For most Russians the dream was a nightmare. Ukraine, which had been a major industrial, military, and grain-producing center of the USSR, was put through the same brutal process as Russia. There, after IMF reforms began in October 1994, the collapse was equally dramatic. The IMF ordered an end to state foreign exchange controls and the currency collapsed. The IMF then demanded state subsidies be ended. The price of bread shot up 300%, electricity by 600%, and public transportation by 900%. The population was forced to buy local goods now, in prices set in dollar terms, a result of the IMF demands. With sky-high electricity costs and no bank credit, state industries were forced into bankruptcy. Foreign speculators were free to pick the jewels among the rubble at dirt-cheap prices. Ukrainian agriculture was deregulated on IMF and World Bank demands. The result was that Ukraine, once the breadbasket of Europe, was forced to beg food aid from the US, which dumped its grain surpluses on Ukraine, further destroying local food self-sufficiency. Russia and the states of the former Soviet Union were being treated like the Congo or Nigeria, a source of cheap raw materials, perhaps the largest source in the world. With the collapse of the Warsaw Pact, those mineral riches were now in reach of Western multinationals for the first time since 1917. Above all, the oil and gas riches of the former Soviet Union came into view of the large US and British oil multinationals. A modern, thriving Russian industrial economy would only be a hindrance to such plundering of its raw material wealth as Washington planners saw it. The Clinton administration held out the term, the mature strategic partnership to Moscow in the early 1990s. Many Russians naively assumed this would mean US aid and capital would flow to restructure a vibrant Russian economy, that Russia would be treated as an equal partner in some form of a global condominium with the United States, and that its historical hegemony over the states of the former Soviet Union would be respected by Washington. By the time it was brutally clear in Moscow that the partnership was a hollow slogan designed to deceive, it was too late. The Russian industrial complex had been largely dismembered. Its population was emasculated by IMF reforms, and its ability to influence events in its perimeter was severely diminished. That suited Washington just fine. The IMF shock treatment for Russia after 1991 not only reduced the former superpower to a third-world economy. It also opened up potential for American and allied oil companies to control what had been the world's largest oil and natural gas producer. That process was to take a while, however. Under the controlled and manipulated privatizations of the Chubai era, Russian prized oil and gas interests were given away at a song to select Yeltsin and Chubai cronies. An IMF report in 1998 estimated that 17 Russian oil and gas companies, with a fair market value of at least $17 billion, had been sold by Chubai for a total of $1.4 billion. As well, 60% of the state gas monopoly, Gazprom, the world's largest gas producer, was sold to private Russian groups for some $20 million. The market value was about $119 billion. Companies such as Lukoil, Yukos, Subneft, Sidenko were created. Oligarchs such as Mikhail Khodorkovsky, Boris Berezovsky, Viktor Chernomyrdin dominated the Russian economy as no communist-era bureaucrat ever had. In a November 1996 interview, Berezovsky, as Deputy Secretary of the Russian Security Council as well as an oil oligarch, boasted that 7 men controlled 50% of the country's vast natural resources. Their hard currency profits were all dollar-denominated, he might have added. By summer of 1998, the dollarization of Russia almost got out of hand. In August, the IMF extended an emergency loan of $23 billion to support the ruble, and protect the speculative investments of Western banks which had made millions investing in Russian state bonds. The IMF bailout of the banks came too late. On August 15, Russia announced it would default on its dollar loans. For New York and other major banks, the unthinkable had taken place. A major debtor, despite IMF aid, had decided to default. For a few nervous weeks, the entire dollar edifice shook at the foundations. The world's largest hedge fund, Long-Term Capital Management, had bet heavily on the Russian market as well as on most world bond markets. Its directors included a former Federal Reserve Deputy Governor, David Mullins, leading Wall Street investors, and Nobel Prize economists. The sudden default threatened the fund with bankruptcy and a chain reaction collapse of trillions of dollars in financial derivatives contracts, and ultimately a chain of bankruptcies which could bring down the entire global financial house of cards. The Federal Reserve called an extraordinary closed-door meeting with 15 of the world's most powerful bankers and arm-twisted a rescue operation. Russia, far too valuable strategically, was quietly forgiven its default, and soon the dollarization resumed, if at a less fevered pace. 4. Yugoslavia gets the shock therapy. Well before the Soviet Union was treated to American-made economic shock therapy, the Balkans had been targeted for U.S. intervention. The importance of destroying the Yugoslav economic model was a major reason for Washington's early focus on Yugoslavia. As events developed into the mid-1990s, the strategic importance of Yugoslavia in regard to the potential oil sources of Central Asia became increasingly an issue of strategic importance for Washington. Oil and the dollar in effect played a decisive role in Washington Balkan politics through the latter half of the 1990s, though not in the simplistic way critics in the West suspected. Well before the fall of the Berlin Wall, Washington was busy at work in then Yugoslavia, working in tandem with the IMF once again. Balkan nationalism was being manipulated from the outside to transform the map of Eurasia, as it had been in the years before World War I, when British and other interests intervened, intent on dismantling the Ottoman Empire and stopping Germany's Baghdad railway dreams. The obvious aim now was to fragment Yugoslavia into dependent, tiny states, and to open a foothold for NATO and the United States at the crossroads between Western Europe and Central Asia. Oil and geopolitics were in the forefront for Washington. Ironically, with the dismantling of the Warsaw Pact in the early 1990s, the very reason for continued existence of NATO appeared to vanish. What threat could justify continuation of the 1949 Cold War alliance, or a permanent U.S. military presence across European NATO, let alone beyond into Eastern Europe? Many hoped NATO might dissolve once it was clear the Soviet threat had gone. Washington strategists began to devise a new mission for NATO, even before the collapse of the Soviet regime. The new proposed NATO mandate was termed, NATO Out-of-Area Deployment, meaning well beyond the borders of NATO member states. This new mandate was coupled later in 1994, with the Washington Partnership for Peace, a scheme to integrate the military defense of former Warsaw Pact members, stepwise, into a U.S.-led NATO. Republican Senator Richard Lugar posed the dilemma facing the U.S.-dominated NATO at the end of the Cold War, terming it, NATO, out of area, or out of business. Conveniently, the Balkan Wars were to give Washington a much-needed argument to extend NATO. The process was to last more than a decade. For more than 40 years, Washington had quietly supported Yugoslavia and the Tito model of mixed socialism, as a buffer against the Soviet Union. As Moscow's empire began to fall apart, Washington had no more use for a buffer, especially a nationalist buffer which was economically successful, one that might convince neighboring states in Eastern Europe that a middle way other than IMF shock therapy was possible. The Yugoslav model had to be dismantled, alone for this reason, in the eyes of top Washington strategists. The fact that Yugoslavia also lay on a critical path to potential oil riches of Central Asia merely added to the argument. Yugoslavia must be brought, kicking and screaming if needed, into the IMF version of free market reform. NATO would secure the deal. Already in 1988, as it became clear that the Soviet system was on its last legs, Washington sent in advisors to Yugoslavia from a curious, private, non-profit organization with the high-sounding name, the National Endowment for Democracy, or NED as it was known in Washington circles. That private organization began spreading generous doses of dollars in every corner of Yugoslavia, financing opposition groups, buying up hungry young journalists with dreams of a new life, financing trade union opposition pro-IMF economists such as the G17, and human rights NGOs. Speaking in Washington in 1998, 10 years later, and 1 year before NATO began bombing Belgrade, NED director, Paul McCarthy, boasted, NED was one of the few Western organizations, along with the Soros Foundation and some European foundations, to make grants in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and to work with local NGOs and independent media throughout the country. In the Cold War, such internal intervention in a foreign country would have been labeled a CIA destabilization. In the new Washington newspeak, it was termed, the fostering of democracy. The result, for the living standard of Serbs, Kosovans, Bosnians, Croats and others, was disastrous. What ensued in Yugoslavia after 1990 was understood by only a few insiders for what it was. Washington, using the NED, George Soros's Open Society and the IMF, introduced economic chaos into Yugoslavia as an instrument of geopolitical policy. In 1989 the IMF demanded that Prime Minister, Ante Markovic, impose structural reform on the economy. For whatever reasons, he did. Under the IMF policies, Yugoslavian GDP sank in 1990 by 7.5%, and by another 15% in 1991. Industry production plunged 21%. The IMF demanded wholesale privatization of state enterprises. The result was the bankruptcy of more than 1,100 companies by 1990, and more than 20% unemployment. The economic pressure on the various regions of the country was an explosive cocktail. Predictably, amid growing economic chaos, each region fought for its own survival, against its neighbors. Leaving nothing to chance, the IMF ordered all wages frozen at 1989 levels while inflation rose dramatically, leading to a fall in real earnings of 41% by the first 6 months of 1990. By 1991 inflation was over 140%. In this situation the IMF ordered full convertibility of the dinar, and freeing of interest rates. The IMF explicitly prevented the Yugoslav government from getting credit from its own central bank, crippling the ability of the central government to finance social and other programs. This freeze created a de facto economic succession well before the formal declaration of succession by Croatia and Slovenia in June 1991. In November 1990, under pressure from the Bush administration, the U.S. Congress passed the Foreign Operations Appropriations Law. The new U.S. law provided that any part of Yugoslavia failing to declare independence from Yugoslavia within 6 months of the act, would lose all U.S. financial support. The law demanded separate elections, supervised by the U.S. State Department, in each of the 6 Yugoslav republics. It also stipulated that any aid go directly to each republic, and not to the central Yugoslav government in Belgrade. In short, the Bush administration demanded the self-dissolution of the Yugoslav Federation. They were deliberately lighting the fuse to an explosive new series of Balkan wars. Using groups such as the Soros Foundation and NED, Washington financial support was channeled into often extreme nationalist or former fascist organizations that would guarantee a dismemberment of Yugoslavia. Reacting to this combination of IMF shock therapy and direct Washington destabilization, Yugoslav president and Serb nationalist, Slobodan Milosevic, organized a new Communist Party in November 1990, dedicated to prevent the breakup of the Federated Yugoslav Republic. The stage was set for a gruesome ethnic series of regional wars which would last a decade, and result in the death of more than 200,000 people. The economic heat was being turned up on the tiny but strategic Balkan country, and the Bush administration was turning it. In 1992, Washington imposed a total economic embargo on Yugoslavia, freezing all trade and plunging the economy into chaos, with hyperinflation and 70% unemployment the result. The Western public, above all in the United States, was told by establishment media that the problems were all a result of a corrupt Belgrade dictatorship. American media chose rarely if ever to mention the provocative Washington actions, or IMF policies which were driving events in the Balkans. 5. The war in Bosnia was brought to an end by Washington in 1995, over the Dayton Accords. This coincided with the point at which the Clinton administration became convinced of the strategic importance of Caspian oil, and the extent of EU efforts to secure that oil for Europe via Balkan pipelines. Washington decided apparently that peace in the region was needed to develop oil routes from the Caspian into Europe. But peace on Washington terms. After the Dayton Accords, once multi-ethnic Bosnia was established as a de facto Muslim state, in effect a client state under control of the IMF and of NATO. The Clinton administration had largely financed the arming of the Bosnian Muslim army. The war had been depicted in the international media to maximize the impression of European Union powerlessness to settle a major war on its borders, without America's intervention. Washington's argument for extending NATO eastward, advanced significantly in the process. Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic became prospective NATO partners, something inconceivable just 5 years earlier. Soon the Clinton administration went to work on the next stage of dismantling any nationalist residue in the Balkans that might have a different agenda for the region than that of Washington. American and British oil companies were in a scramble to exploit the potentially vast oil reserves believed to lie under the Caspian Sea off Baku, and bordering Kazakhstan in Central Asia. Geologists spoke of a new Kuwait or Saudi Arabia there. The U.S. government estimated oil reserves could be in excess of 200 billion barrels, if true, the largest oil discovery in decades. Zbigniew Brzezinski, a well-paid Washington lobbyist, represented the interests of BP, the British-American oil giant with a major stake in the Caspian oil region. U.S. oil geopolitics in the Balkans. No sooner had the Berlin Wall come down, than the European Union, backed by France, Italy, and Holland, announced a major EU energy security strategy. The stability of the Balkans was a central part of that strategy. In a June 1990 EU summit, the Dutch Prime Minister, Ruud Lubbers, had unveiled a proposal for a European energy community, to bind the countries of the European Economic Community with the USSR and the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. The Lubbers plan was but the first of a series of EU aid programs for EU energy security in the post-Cold War period. By 1992 the EU had created the Energy Charter Treaty to give a legal framework for EU investment in the oil and energy resources of the now dissolved Soviet Union. The newly independent states of the Caspian, above all Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, were high on the priority list for future EU energy security. A young Clinton administration seemed preoccupied with other problems, and paid little note to Caspian oil at that point. That slowly began to change, however. By December 1994, when the EU hoped to secure the ratification of 49 countries for its energy charter, among them the US and Russia, Washington abruptly refused on flimsy technical grounds. The EU proceeded without US support, and in December 1998, a transit working group was established by the countries signing the Energy Charter. The Secretary General of that conference stressed the importance of new oil and gas regions, such as the Caspian Sea region. Ensuring the security of supply from such areas is a key strategic task for governments. The EU spoke of building a milestone in East-West energy cooperation. From 1990 until the bombing of Serbia in 1999, the EU had created a series of little heralded initiatives, including aid to upgrade the port of Azerbaijan near Baku to allow up to 500,000 barrels a day of oil shipments from the eastern Caspian, according to one U.S. Energy Department report. In 1995 the EU had initiated the Interstate Oil and Gas Transport to Europe program with the goal, to promote the security of energy supplies. In February 1999, just before the Clinton administration began bombing Belgrade, EU Commissioner Hans van der Broek termed the goal of Inagate to be, to help free the huge gas and oil reserves of the Caspian Basin by overcoming bottlenecks which have impeded access to local and European markets. The biggest bottleneck was about to come, a NATO strike on Belgrade. Western European governments clearly saw the region from the Balkans to the Caspian Sea as a strategic focus for investment in alternative oil and gas supplies, a potential step to more energy independence, especially as North Sea oil reserves began to decline. That was definitely not the vision of leading policy circles in Washington in 1999. By the mid-1990s, partly through the active lobbying of Brzezinski and major U.S. oil companies, the Clinton administration had begun to recognize the Caspian oil issue as a strategic priority. In July 1996, Washington created the Southern Balkan Development Initiative to discuss pipeline cooperation with Bulgaria, Macedonia, and Albania. It backed two Caspian pipeline routes. One would go from Baku through Georgia to the Turkish port of Ceyhan. In 1997, former Bush Secretary of State James Baker wrote an op-ed in the July 21 New York Times titled, "America's Vital Interest in the New Silk Road." Baker, who later would emerge as a major figure in a later Bush administration, argued that it was in the strategic interests of the United States to build the strongest possible economic, cultural, and political ties to Georgia, a country between the Caspian oil and Western markets. Caspian oil may eventually be as important to the industrialized world as Middle East oil is today, he added. At the time, Baker was also attorney for the Baku interests of BP Amoco. A second pipeline route, AMBO, or Albanian Macedonian Bulgarian Oil Pipeline Corp., backed by the U.S. government and First Boston Bank, had been on ice for several years. Before it could move ahead, Washington decided it had to eliminate the obstacle of the Milosevic regime. Slobodan Milosevic, the elected Yugoslav president, a former banker who once enjoyed the backing of Washington, when it was thought he might play the IMF game, became a new Adolf Hitler in U.S. media. Numerous accounts from the region and impartial outside observers confirmed that by the mid-1990s, all sides in the destabilized former Yugoslavia were guilty of atrocities: Bosnian Muslims, Croatian Catholics, and Serb Orthodox Christians. Washington and NATO scripted media reports concentrated, however, on only one side, the recalcitrant Serb President Milosevic. So long as a well-defended enclave remained in the middle of the Balkans, that rejected IMF reform and the presence of NATO, the long-term geopolitical agenda of Washington for the control of the Caspian pipeline routes and Central Asia, was blocked. By early 1999 the Clinton administration had decided the time was right to change that. An indignant Milosevic rejected a U.S. demand at Rambouillet, the infamous Appendix B, mandating that he allow NATO troops to occupy Kosovo and potentially Serbia, for humanitarian reasons of preventing genocide. Milosevic's predictable rejection was used to justify war. Washington began a massive bombing campaign, ignoring niceties of international law, the UN Charter, any role of the UN in the process, the NATO Charter which specifies a purely defensive role, the 1975 Helsinki Accords, or even the U.S. Congressional Declaration of War mandated by the U.S. Constitution. President Clinton cited humanitarian reasons, threat of imminent genocide against Kosovo Albanians, and began a merciless bombing of civilian Serb targets. Thousands of tons of bombs later, and an estimated $40 billion of destruction to the economy and infrastructure of Serbia, the Pentagon began construction of one of the largest U.S. military bases anywhere in the world. Camp Bon Steel near Njilane in southeast Kosovo, a fortress housing 3,000 soldiers, an airfield, and state-of-the-art telecommunications, gave the United States a commanding and clearly permanent military presence in the strategic Balkans, in reach of the Caspian Sea. In June 1999, as soon as the bombing of Serbia was over, the U.S. government announced it was funding a feasibility study for the Ambo pipeline. Referring to the imposition of NATO control over Serbia and Kosovo, a senior U.S. government official, Joseph Grandmaison, declared, "The prospect that the U.S. government would guarantee security in the region and also provide financial guarantees, now makes it a much more attractive proposition." The Ambo engineering feasibility study was undertaken by Halliburton Corporation's Brown and Root, when Dick Cheney was head of Halliburton. When the new study was published in May 2000, U.S. Ambassador Richard Armitage, later to become Deputy Secretary of State in the Bush administration, stated, "In what one could term a bombing dividend or a quid pro quo to the support provided by these surrounding states to NATO during the Kosovo conflict, Albania, Macedonia, and Bulgaria now seek economic compensation from the West for their support." 6. Much as the Baghdad Railway represented the effort of continental Germany to open a trade route to the Arabian Gulf, independent of British naval control before the First World War, so potentially, could a new series of pipelines through the Balkans offer the EU diversity of oil supply and a degree of energy independence from US and Russian-controlled energy sources. In the wake of the Kosovo War, the US had preempted such possible energy independence, imposing NATO and US control over possible pipeline routes and sources. As Belgrade dug out from the bombing and rubble of the Kosovo War, the US appeared to be in firm control over any potential pipeline routes to the EU. The military control of Eurasia by the sole superpower had gone a giant step further by the end of the Kosovo War. Dollar democracy had marched ahead once more. The flag of the free market was firmly planted in a destroyed Yugoslavia. By 2001, Washington was in uncontested military control of the Balkans. The new U.S. ambassador to the Court of St. James in London, William Farish, son of a wealthy Texas oil family, pointed to the vast oil riches of the Caspian area as a major reason for American interest in the Balkans. In a September 23, 2001 interview with the Sunday Times, Farish told of his planned trip to the Balkans, an unusual foray for an ambassador to Britain to say the least. Farish was a trusted friend of the Bush family, an heir to the Standard Oil fortune, who understood oil geopolitics, no doubt the real reason he was at the Court of St. James as ambassador. He spoke of a strengthening of NATO presence in the Balkans, as a consequence of the U.S. terror attacks that month, referring to the Balkans as a possible buffer zone against unstable regimes to the east. He also mentioned the strategic importance of the Caspian energy resources and the pipeline routes. As the new decade opened, Washington was the uncontested economic superpower with its military dominance playing a less visible role. Within a few short months those roles had shifted dramatically. It took a Wall Street stock collapse, economic recession, and unbelievable events in New York and Washington to bring that shift. The consequences were to be significant for Americans and for the world. Chapter 13. A New Millennium for Oil Geopolitics. Bush brings big oil back to Washington. The Clinton presidency ended in impeachment scandals, and the deflation of the world's greatest financial bubble, the New York stock market. More than $7 trillion of paper vanished in a matter of months. The myth of a new economy disintegrated along with millions of Americans' pension hopes, and hundreds in billions in losses for foreign investors who had been lured by the prospect of fantastic gains. The presidential election campaign in 2000 pitted Vice President Al Gore against a largely unknown governor from Texas, a former oil man, whose main attribute appeared to be his ignorance of world politics. George W. Bush took office in January 2001 after the most hotly contested election in modern history. He won on the basis of an extraordinary 5-4 Supreme Court intervention into the Florida vote, despite a clear popular vote mandate of Bush's rival, Gore. The Clinton focus on economic policy as the basis of extending American hegemony was no longer to be the focus of Washington policy. Bush's leading cabinet choices were notable. Someone in a time machine could well have thought the clock had turned back to the time of Father Bush, 12 years earlier. All the top cabinet posts were held by old cronies of George H.W. Bush, including Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and even National Security Advisor Condi Rice. Cabinet choices were decided for the president by Cheney and James Baker III, an immensely important figure who always seemed to appear in critical situations. The oil background of Bush's inner circle was undeniable. Cheney had been chief executive of the world's leading geophysics and oil services company, Halliburton Inc. Rice had served on the board of Chevron Oil. Bush himself had extensive oil experience, and Commerce Secretary Don Evans was also an oil man. In short, the Bush administration, which took office in January 2001, was steeped in oil and energy issues as no administration in recent U.S. history. Oil and geopolitics were back in center stage in Washington. It didn't take long to see how. Clinton's era had been personified by Treasury Secretary and Wall Street investment banker Robert Rubin and his strong dollar. With an emphasis on multilateral cooperation, free market economic policies, and the IMF, Clinton pushed a ruthless agenda of corporate globalization, to American advantage. He downplayed military spending as well as oil geopolitics until quite late. By the time of the new century, powerful circles in the U.S. establishment had decided it was time for a change in emphasis. If the Treasury had been the symbol of power in the Clinton era, the Defense Department was to become the focal point of the Bush era. And its agenda was directly tied, as during most of the Cold War, to oil geopolitics. Dick Cheney, as Bush's vice president, carried out a comprehensive review of U.S. energy policy as his first job. Cheney, who was clearly making most major policy decisions for the neophyte president, had assembled more power in his office than any vice president in history. Cheney turned to James Baker III, an old friend and mentor, for help. After leaving Washington in 1992, Baker had endowed a major think tank, the Baker Institute, at Houston's Rice University. The Baker Energy Group was notable. It included Kenneth Lay, head of the soon-to-be infamous Enron Corp., and one of Bush's largest financial supporters. It included a board member of Shell, a top executive of BP, and the head of Chevron Texaco. Oil consultant, Matthew Simmons was also in the group, and Baker Institute board member and former Kuwaiti oil minister, Sheikh Saud Nasir al-Sabah. Sheikh Saud Nasir al-Sabah's daughter, in a curious postscript to the First Iraq War, was later identified as the Kuwaiti woman who had told the U.S. Congress in October 1990 that she had witnessed Iraqi soldiers taking Kuwaiti babies from their incubators. Her shocking testimony had been a major factor in getting U.S. popular support for the war, Operation Desert Storm. That incident was later exposed as a PR stunt, fabricated by Hill and Knowlton, a Washington firm close to the Bush administration. The Baker Institute Energy Group, indeed, was a cozy group of oil good old boys, as they would say in Texas. 1. A California electricity crisis, soaring natural gas and oil prices, and a chaotic U.S. electric grid were the publicly stated reasons for the president's asking Cheney to make proposals on a national energy strategy. The Cheney National Energy Policy Report was a clear signal what the new administration was about. Its message was buried in partisan debate and ignored. It should have been studied more carefully as a clue to the Bush agenda. Where the prize ultimately lies. The Baker Energy Strategy Report formed the basis of the official Cheney Task Force recommendations to the President, the National Energy Policy Report of April 2001. Both the Baker and Cheney reports projected a dramatic increase in U.S. dependency on imported oil over the coming 2 decades. Baker's group identified growing shortages of world oil, and singled out Iraq for attention, Iraq remains a destabilizing influence to the flow of oil to international markets from the Middle East, the Baker study declared. They didn't explain why. They simply called on Washington to restate goals with respect to Iraq policy too. The Baker Institute study also recommended that Cheney's energy policy group include representation from the Department of Defense. The U.S. military and energy strategy were in effect to be one. The Baker report concluded, as a portent of what was to come, unless the United States assumes a leadership role in the formation of new rules of the game, U.S. firms, U.S. consumers and the U.S. government in a weaker position. Cheney and the new administration did not hesitate to assume the leadership role, though few could imagine at that point just how the new rules would be formed. Cheney's energy policy report emphasized a growing dependency of the United States economy on oil imports, and well into the future. After a passing mention of domestic energy alternatives, the core of the recommendations dealt with how the U.S. might secure new foreign oil sources. In this regard, the report noted a problem. Many of the areas in the world holding the largest oil resources were in the hands of national governments whose interests were not necessarily to help the U.S. energy agenda. Cheney's report noted that these foreign powers do not always have America's interests at heart. What he meant was that a nationalist government with control of its own energy resources, with its own ideas of national development, might not share the agenda of ExxonMobil or Chevron Texada or Dick Cheney. Cheney, Baker, and others in the top policy circles of Washington had serious long-term concerns. They were privately alarmed at the state of world oil supplies, a theme which was rarely mentioned in public discussion for good reason. They were also thinking of how to get their hands on what remained. Back in autumn 1999, at a private London Institute of Petroleum meeting, Cheney, then CEO of Halliburton, had told leading international oil executives that the Middle East would become an even more vital strategic center of needed oil reserves over the coming decades. In a preview of his 2001 energy report, Cheney told the oil men, by 2010 we will need on the order of an additional 50 million barrels a day. So where is the oil going to come from? Governments and the national oil companies are obviously controlling about 90% of the assets. Oil remains fundamentally a government business. The figure of 50 million barrels a day was almost two-thirds of total world oil output then, a huge volume equal to more than 6 times the total oil production of Saudi Arabia at that time. The fact that Cheney also saw it as a problem that governments controlled their oil, was highly significant, as Saddam Hussein and other heads of oil states soon were to learn. Where would the world find 6 new Saudi Arabias? Cheney answered, while many regions of the world offer great oil opportunities, the Middle East, with two-thirds of the world's oil and the lowest cost, is still where the prize ultimately lies. A year earlier at a Texas oil meeting, Cheney hinted at what would be the focus of Bush administration oil geopolitics. Talking about the dangers and instability in Kazakhstan, Cheney, who was still CEO at Halliburton, retorted, "You've got to go where the oil is, I don't worry about it a lot." He clearly had thought about it a lot, though. With undeveloped oil reserves perhaps even larger than those of Saudi Arabia, Iraq had become an object of intense interest to Cheney and the Bush administration very early on. Paul O'Neill, a Bush cabinet member who had been fired in late 2002 for not being a good team player, later revealed that as president, Bush had decided to make Iraq regime change a top goal well before the September 11, 2001 terror attacks. In a January 11, 2004 interview for 60 Minutes, a popular U.S. TV program, the former Bush Treasury Secretary, O'Neill, stated that early in 2001, Bush began to focus on how to topple Iraq's government. From the very beginning, there was a conviction that Saddam Hussein was a bad person, and that he needed to go, O'Neill recalled. For me, the notion of preemption, that the U.S. has the unilateral right to do whatever we decide to do, is a really huge leap. O'Neill, known for his stubborn honesty if not his diplomacy, claimed that 10 days after Bush took office, topic A was Iraq. 8 months before Osama bin Laden and the war on terrorism were in the forefront, Bush and Cheney and the cabinet were looking at military options for removing Saddam Hussein. 4. Baker's group was by no means the first to put the spotlight on need for regime change in Iraq. Nor was the attack of September 11, 2001 the first occasion for senior U.S. industry, military, energy and political elites to discuss how to maintain their unique global hegemony. The New American Century. A little-known Washington think tank issued a policy paper in September 2000, weeks before the U.S. presidential elections and a year before September 11. The paper, titled, Rebuilding America's Defenses, was clearly meant to shape policy of the next administration. The document had been prepared by an influential Republican group calling itself, the Project for the New American Century, or PNAC as it was called. Among the members of the PNAC were the same men who were to shape policy in the coming administration. It included Halliburton Chief Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz who later became Rumsfeld's Deputy Defense Secretary and leading Iraq war hawk. It also included Cheney's later Chief of Staff, Louis Libby, and Karl Rove, who went on to become George W. Bush's powerful political strategist. Senior executives like Bruce Jackson of Lockheed Martin, one of the world's biggest defense firms, Richard Pearl, and Florida Governor Jeb Bush were involved too. The PNAC chairman was William Crystal, who had built a hawkish media empire around his Weekly Standard, with help of a generous $10 million from London Times publisher, Rupert Murdoch. Given these powerful backers, the PNAC report was worth careful reading. Few did so before September 11. That PNAC report began with a simple question: does the United States have the resolve to shape a new century favorable to American principles and interests? They declared, the United States is the world's only superpower. At present the United States faces no global rival. America's grand strategy should aim to preserve and extend this advantageous position as far into the future as possible. There are, however, potentially powerful states dissatisfied with the current situation and eager to change it, if they can. The report made clear they had in mind various Eurasian powers, from Europe to the Pacific. The Project for the New American Century praised a 1992 strategic white paper that Wolfowitz had written for Cheney, back when Cheney had been defense secretary during the first Iraq War, stating, the defense policy guidance drafted in the early months of 1992 provided a blueprint for maintaining U.S. preeminence, precluding the rise of a great power rival and shaping the international security order in line with American principles and interests. That 1992 policy paper was ordered buried by Bush. It became far too hot, after a copy was leaked to the New York Times in early 1992. It had called for precisely the form of preemptive wars, to preclude a great power rival, that George W. Bush made official as U.S. national security strategy, the Bush Doctrine, in September 2002. Cheney and company now restated that 1992 imperial agenda for America in the post-Cold War era. They declared that the U.S. must discourage advanced industrial nations from challenging our leadership, or even aspiring to a larger regional or global role. The PNAC group were not content only to dominate the Earth, where they proposed Washington create a worldwide command and control system. They also called for creation of U.S. space forces to dominate space, and effect total control of cyberspace, as well as to develop biological weapons, that can target specific genotypes and may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror to a politically useful tool. Biological warfare as a politically useful tool? Even George Orwell would have been shocked. With uncanny prescience, that September 2000 PNAC report went on to identify what later became immortalized by George W. Bush as the axis of evil. It singled out three regimes, North Korea, Iran, and Iraq, for being a special problem for the new American century. Months before the world witnessed the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon, courtesy of CNN, or even knew of Osama bin Laden, Cheney's PNAC had targeted Saddam Hussein's Iraq for special treatment, stating bluntly, that U.S. policy should be to take direct military control of the Arabian Gulf. The report declared, the United States has for decades sought to play a more permanent role in Gulf regional security. While the unresolved conflict with Iraq provides the immediate justification, the need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf transcends the issue of the regime of Saddam Hussein. That sentence, on the need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf, was later read and reread in many quarters around the world, in the months before the bombing of Baghdad. Iraq was simply a useful excuse for Cheney, Wolfowitz, and others to justify the need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf. There was no talk of its weapons of mass destruction, or of Iraqi ties to terrorists. 5. From Kabul to Baghdad, war on terror or war on oil. If the Bush administration had been unprepared for the shock of September 11, 2001, they certainly wasted no time in preparing their response, the war on terror. Terror was to replace communism as the new global image of the enemy. The new terrorists could be anywhere and everywhere. Above all, as it was defined, they were mostly found in the Islamic regions, which also happened to control the most of world oil reserves. Old Cold Warriors were galvanized again into action. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, now in his 70s, was in the center of global power politics as never before. According to the account of Washington Post editor, Bob Woodward, one day after the collapse of the World Trade Towers, on September 12, 2001, Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz began to urge the president that Iraq should be a principal target of the first round in the war against terrorism. This was even before any conclusive evidence had been presented of who was behind the terror attacks. With support of Cheney, Secretary of State Colin Powell, who had commanded the First Gulf War, reportedly persuaded Bush that, public opinion has to be prepared before a move against Iraq is possible. Not that Powell was any dove. In 1992, Powell, as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had declared that the U.S. needed sufficient power to deter any challenger from ever dreaming of challenging us on the world stage. Afghanistan was just to be the warm-up to the bigger fight. At the same time, however, Woodward reported that Bush ordered plans for an Iraq invasion to secretly go ahead. Afghanistan, under the fundamentalist Islamic Taliban, had given sanctuary to a Saudi named Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden's organization, Al-Qaeda, was to be the first military target in Bush's newly proclaimed war on terror. On September 18, 2001, BBC quoted Niaz Naik, former Pakistan Foreign Secretary. Naik told BBC he had been informed by senior U.S. officials at a mid-July Berlin meeting that, military action against Afghanistan would go ahead by the middle of October. Washington had initially considered the Taliban government as a possible pipeline business partner. Taliban representatives were invited by UNOKL to Texas in late 1997 to talk Turkey, though no agreement was reached. Another Texas company, this one intimately close to Bush and Cheney, was quietly also negotiating possible pipeline routes through Afghanistan for Caspian oil and gas. The company was Enron, which collapsed in November 2001, in the largest corporate bankruptcy and fraud in U.S. history. The company Enron had asked to build the multi-billion-dollar Afghan pipeline was Cheney's old Halliburton company. There were indications that secret talks between Vice President Cheney and Enron chief and Bush financial backer, Ken Lay, involved Washington backing for the Enron pipeline through Afghanistan. Curiously, Cheney refused to release to the Congress General Accounting Office documents of his secret talks with Enron, forcing a court showdown. By that time, Enron's financial house of cards was collapsing. The Taliban fell out of favor in Washington in July 2001, when U.S. negotiators proposed conditions for their pipeline, reportedly telling the Taliban leaders, "Either you accept our offer on a carpet of gold, or we bury you under a carpet of bombs." The Taliban was demanding U.S. aid to rebuild Afghan infrastructure. They wanted the pipeline not only be a transit line to India and beyond, but also to serve Afghan needs for energy. Washington rejected the demands. September 11, 2001 gave Washington the excuse to deliver its carpet of bombs on Kabul. 6. Anglo had broken off negotiations with the Taliban over possible pipeline routes. President Bush's national security advisor on Afghanistan and Central Asia at the time was Zalmay Khalilzad, an Afghan close to the exiled Afghan king. Khalilzad was later to be Bush's envoy to Afghanistan and later Iraq. He had also worked for Anglo on Afghan pipelines. The Pentagon, with a touch of the poetic and patriotic, called the bombing of Afghanistan Operation Enduring Freedom. The freedom seemed to be freedom for American troops to destroy what they deemed necessary in Afghanistan, a point later noted by disappointed Afghans with biting irony. How enduring it would be was open to doubt. 7. The Afghan military campaign ended with little fighting. The Taliban regime collapsed in early 2002. Most soldiers surrendered after getting generous CIA handouts of dollars. Khalilzad then recommended that Bush name another former Anglo consultant, Hamid Karzai, to be provisional Afghan president in the post-war ruins of Afghanistan. Several years before, in February 1998, before a U.S. House of Representatives Committee on International Relations, Anglo Vice President, John Maresca, had urged Washington to back an Afghan pipeline route for the vast oil and gas reserves of Central Asia. He spoke of the possible routes and declared, "A route through Afghanistan appears to be the best option, the one that would bring Central Asian oil closest to Asian markets. It would proceed from northern Turkmenistan through Afghanistan into Pakistan and onto the Indian Ocean. From there it could serve the huge oil and gas markets of India, China, and Japan. The territory across which the pipeline would extend is controlled by the Taliban," he noted. 8. After February 2002, the Taliban was no longer an obstacle. The military attack on Afghanistan, the first strike in the new war on terror, gave Washington many things. It gave it the pretext for a huge Pentagon budget increase to near $400 billion a year, and for building a ring of permanent U.S. military bases from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan and Kyrgyzstan, places deep inside the former Soviet Union territory. The later point was not lost on Russian thinkers around President Putin. The U.S. removal of the Taliban also gave the world a flood of heroin, as old warlords suppressed by the Taliban were able to resume cultivation of poppy. 9. The U.S. ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy Chamberlain, met in January 2002 with Usman Aminuddin, Pakistan's oil minister. The talks were about how to continue plans for a north-south pipeline to Pakistan's Arabian Sea oil terminal. In May 2002, according to a BBC report, Karzai announced plans to hold talks with Pakistan and Turkmenistan on a $2 billion gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to India. A deal was quietly signed in early January 2003 with no international press fanfare. No sooner had Washington installed Karzai in Kabul than Bush and Cheney began beating the drums of war against Saddam Hussein, Washington's new Adolf Hitler, replacing Slobodan Milosevic in the scale of alleged atrocities. Washington set out to apply the Bush Doctrine, regardless of whether the UN Security Council agreed. And they didn't. You've got to go where the oil is. Washington prepared its military attack on Baghdad in 2002 without UN Security Council backing, in violation of the UN Charter, without the support of most of its major allies, aside from Britain's Blair, Portugal and Spain, Poland and a few others. Russia, China, France, and even Germany, openly opposed the US decision to go to war with Iraq. Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov issued an official statement that Moscow was opposed to any U.S. military operation against Iraq. Russia's Lukoil and two Russian government companies had a 23-year contract to develop Iraq's West Kurna oil field. China also was against war. China National Petroleum Company held a potentially huge oil contract in western Iraq. France as well held rights to exploit Iraqi oil under the Saddam regime. All three powers knew a unilateral U.S. war could end their Iraqi oil dreams for good. China by then was well on its way to replace Japan as the world's second largest oil importer after the United States. Within 10 years at present growth rates it would easily become the world's largest consumer of oil, almost all imported. It had not been able to find domestic oil enough. China knew its very future as an economic power depended on securing its oil. Now the most promising sources were about to be firmly put under American military control. In Beijing the message was clear and very alarming. As the countdown for Bush's Iraq War proceeded, despite pleas from the world community, the large unanswered question for much of the world was why. Why would the United States risk its entire standing as a force for peace and stability, its so-called soft power? Why would the US risk creating instability in the entire oil-producing world, perhaps even the risk of a new oil price shock and a global economic depression, in order to strike Iraq? The official Washington answer was that Saddam Hussein had an arsenal of weapons of mass destruction and that he had ties to al-Qaeda terrorists. Was that sufficient to explain the clear obsession of George W. Bush, Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, and others in Washington for a new Iraq war? Many were not convinced. Their skepticism was confirmed, but only after 130,000 American troops had been firmly entrenched in Iraq. The military phase of the attack on Iraq, Operation Shock and Awe, was predictably over within weeks. It was no contest. Fighting was officially declared over in May 2003. There had been only token resistance, and no Iraqi use of dreaded weapons. Perhaps never in history had such a small land been hit with such devastating force and destruction. CNN and Rupert Murdoch's Fox network made sure the message was seen around the world in graphic clarity. America was not to be treated lightly. The clear message was the United States meant what George Bush said, "You are with us or you are against us." Washington had insisted repeatedly that the justification for going to war had been to remove the imminent threat to the US of Iraq's alleged arsenal of chemical, biological and even nuclear weapons. Then, they shifted when UN inspectors found no weapons, and argued, the real reason was that Saddam Hussein had forged an alliance with Osama bin Laden and the elusive al-Qaeda terror group. Later the argument was floated that it was desirable to replace a dictator with a democratic regime. After the war, Bush made the democracy theme the forward strategy of freedom for U.S. policy in the Middle East. Ominously, buried in his January 2004 State of the Union address, Bush called for a doubling of the budget for the National Endowment for Democracy in order to develop free elections, free markets, free press, and free labor unions in the Middle East. Just as in Yugoslavia and across Eastern Europe, Washington clearly planned to soften up the existing regimes for a change. The implications were enormous. Once U.S. troops held control of the country, one by one, the weapons and terrorism arguments for war fell away. Tony Blair was exposed as having staked his political future on a fraudulent case. At times it appeared his Washington allies had set Blair up to be a fall guy. Soon after U.S. occupation of Baghdad and Iraq's oilfields, various Washington officials began to admit the reasons were not what they had said. The most brazen was Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz, author of the 1992 White Paper calling for preemptive wars, co-author of the September 2000 Project for the New American Century Report, and leading war hawk. In June 2003, less than a month after Bush officially declared an end to the fight for Iraq, Wolfowitz told delegates to a Singapore Security Conference, "Let's look at it simply. The most important difference between North Korea and Iraq is that economically, we just had no choice in Iraq. The country swims on a sea of oil." The fact that North Korea had admitted developing nuclear warheads and missiles was apparently of little concern to Wolfowitz and others in the Pentagon. Iraq was their goal. By the end of December 2003, Washington had quietly removed a 400-man U.S.-led task force that had spent months searching for any clue of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. They had come up empty-handed. By January 2004, Colin Powell was forced to admit the U.S. had no proof of Iraq al-Qaeda links, feebly insisting that the possibility of such had existed, and that was enough. Powell argued that Bush went to war because he believed that the region was in danger, America was in danger. A respected Washington think tank, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, accused the administration of systematically misrepresenting the danger of the alleged Iraqi weapons. The Powell comments left many wondering why Washington had risked so much on no firm evidence of imminent danger. The Pentagon was in control of post-war reconstruction, not the State Department as would have been normal. The Pentagon's Wolfowitz made clear that only the administration's good friends would get lucrative contracts for the Iraqi oil industry. Cheney's Halliburton Corp was at the top of the list along with Bechtel and U.S. and British oil companies. Adding insult to injury, Washington then asked its allies in Europe, Russia, and elsewhere to forgive their old debts with Iraq. As Washington had nearly none, it stood to gain. It also asked foreign troops to take the burden, while refusing to allow UN control of peacekeeping. All in all, it seemed more imperial than democratic. George Bush had spoken piously of America's dream of bringing democracy to Iraq and other despotic Arab lands. Not surprisingly, democracy from the barrel of an Abrams tank was not the dream of most Iraqis. Michael Meacher, a former Blair cabinet minister, who had resigned in June, just after the war, told the London Guardian, Bush's cabinet intended to take military control of the Gulf region whether or not Saddam Hussein was in power. Meacher went on to make a shocking charge: it seems that the war on terror is being used largely as a bogus cover for achieving wider U.S. strategic geopolitical objectives. Meacher also referred to the Cheney PNAC plan and the Baker Institute energy reports as providing the evident blueprint for Washington policy. The allegations of destructive weapons and al-Qaeda links were for Meacher just smokescreen. He saw a different possible explanation. The real issue, he argued, was that the US and UK are beginning to run out of secure hydrocarbon energy supplies. The UK could be facing severe gas shortages by 2005. The former cabinet minister pointed out that Britain, especially British oil majors BP and Shell, were keen not to be left out of the grab for remaining world oil. Meacher recalled that Lord Brown, chief executive of BP, warned Washington not to carve up Iraq for its own companies in the aftermath of war. Meacher had been UK Environment Minister and presumably knew of an unusual memo submitted to Blair's Cabinet Office just days before September 11. Putin's energy trump card. Washington was clearly scrambling, often with desperation, as in Iraq, to lock up any and every possible oil province in the world to maintain the basis of its global hegemony. Henry Kissinger's dictum from the 1970s was more true than ever in understanding U.S. foreign policy in the first decade of the new century: control the oil and you control entire nations. The Bush-Cheney presidency was obviously brought to Washington in order to focus attention on the global control of energy resources, most notably, of oil. That control, however, was not necessarily for U.S. energy security as many believed. It was necessary to continue to be able to control the world economy. Energy, since the end of the Second World War, had been the strategic lever of U.S. global hegemony. If you control oil at the source, one can control who gets it and at what price, or who is denied it. By the onset of 2000, it was growing painfully clear to the U.S. establishment that emerging economic giants, above all China, were growing at a pace which could spell the end of the American century if they were able to secure independent sources of energy to drive their expansion. As Washington's strategic advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, put it in 1997, the world's most populous aspirants to regional hegemony, China and India, are in Eurasia, as are all the potential political or economic challengers to American primacy. Collectively, Eurasia's potential power overshadows even America's. Brzezinski added, a power that dominated Eurasia would exercise decisive influence over two of the world's three most economically productive regions, Western Europe and East Asia. A glance at the map also suggests that a country dominant in Eurasia would almost automatically control the Middle East and Africa. With Eurasia now serving as the decisive geopolitical chessboard, it no longer suffices to fashion one policy for Europe and another for Asia. What happens with the distribution of power on the Eurasian landmass will be of decisive importance to America's global primacy and historical legacy. 11. American foreign policy priority was, in major part, the establishment of a permanent conflict zone across Eurasia to enable the establishment of a ring of new US and NATO military bases from Poland to the Czech Republic to Kosovo to Bulgaria, Kyrgyzstan, Georgia, and beyond. It was increasingly clear inside the Kremlin that Vladimir Putin's newfound partner in prayer, George W. Bush was, as the American Indians would say, speaking with forked tongue. By 2001 Washington was clearly determined to control all significant oil and, when possible, natural gas sources around the globe. To control not in order to fuel oversized gas-guzzling SUVs, but to control Eurasia and prevent emergence of a strategic threat to America as the sole superpower. The stakes were enormous. Vice President Dick Cheney, the former CEO of the world's largest oil services company, Halliburton Corporation, was the designated point man to implement the new U.S. oil strategy. His first job in early 2001 was to develop a national energy strategy for the new administration. Detailed maps of the oil fields of Iraq, later declassified documents revealed, were part of that domestic U.S. Energy Task Force analysis. As head of Halliburton in 1994, Cheney had been a member of Kazakhstan's Oil Advisory Board. He brokered the deal between Kazakhstan and Chevron, where Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice was then on the board of directors. Chevron got the major stake in Kazakh oil fields at Tengiz. The fly in the ointment, however, was that most of the oil was being pumped via Russian Transneft lines and out of the Russian port in Novorossiysk, also home to the Russian Black Sea Fleet. America had fought to get Kazakhstan to pump its oil through an alternate pipeline, the Baku-Ceyhan pipeline, that went through the US-friendly states of Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. 12. In order to secure U.S. control of Eurasia for the first time since the declaration of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in October 1917, rather than begin a careful dismantling of the NATO military structure at the end of the Cold War, as most Europeans expected would happen, Washington proceeded to do just the opposite, build and expand a colossal military network worldwide. The total of America's military bases in other people's countries in 2005, according to official sources, was 737. 38 of them were major facilities. 13. Controlling Russia and its energy. The key to the U.S. strategy, as was to become increasingly clear, was not Iraq, it was not even Iran and its vast oil riches. It was establishment of control over Russia. Here Putin held a trump card which was little understood outside a select few offices within the Pentagon. Russian and Ukrainian scientists had developed a radically different method for locating and exploiting hydrocarbons, oil and gas. Russian oil geophysicists and petroleum engineers were able to find oil where Western geologists believed there was none. And they had proved over and over again that that was possible. By contrast, Western oil companies were facing what appeared to be a decline in some of its largest oil fields in Alaska, the North Sea and elsewhere. A strategic cleft of staggering importance was emerging. Few realized the significance as the US and Russian governments kept silent on the actual situation, each for different reasons. By 2003 Russia had emerged as the second largest oil producer after Saudi Arabia, pumping more than 9 million barrels every day. It was by far largest producer of natural gas, a vital energy resource for Western European industry, most notably Germany, and held the largest known gas reserves in the world. Iran was second. In October 2003, the Russian police and FSB forces arrested Russia's richest oligarch, oil billionaire, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, chairman of Yukos Oil and Minatep Bank. Officially he was charged with fraud and tax evasion and denied bail. Unofficially it was clear that the Putin government's move against Khodorkovsky was the first step in moving to counter the aggressive NATO encirclement and attempts by US-led interests to grab control of strategic Russian energy assets. At the time of his arrest, Khodorkovsky had been using his funds to buy a majority of opposition parties in the Russian Duma prior to the coming 2004 presidential elections. His intent, according to Russian press sources, was to get the Duma to change Russia's law on underground resources, which prevented Yukos or other private companies from gaining direct control of raw materials in the ground, or from developing private pipeline routes independent of the Russian state-owned pipelines. He had just come from talks in July that year in Washington with Vice President Cheney, the oil strategist of the Bush administration. Among the items discussed with Cheney had been plans to sell up to 40% of Yukos to the U.S. oil giant ExxonMobil or to Chevron Texada, the former firm of Kindi Rice. Khodorkovsky had then invited former President George H.W. Bush, representing the powerful Washington private equity firm, Carlyle Group, to come to Moscow some weeks before the Russian oligarch's arrest, to discuss final details of the deal. If approved by Putin's government, that acquisition would have shifted control of Russian oil and gas resources significantly to the U.S. advantage. It would follow the move by BP, a close ally of Tony Blair, in buying a major stake in the Russian TNK oil. There was another reason Putin's government stepped in to block the U.S. takeover of a major share of Yukos in 2003. The Russians were among almost the only scientists in the world outside a tiny handful in the West, who knew how to find virtually unlimited oil and gas reserves. Such an advantage to Russia, sitting atop huge oil and gas resources and close to the largest growing consumer of petroleum, China, was clearly something that Washington strategists did not welcome. Were the U.S. to buy up that know-how, it would significantly cheapen the value of Moscow's geopolitical cards. Russian oil science had something the West didn't. Russia, then the Soviet Union, was forced to look inward to become energy self-sufficient during the Cold War. In the early 1950s, Stalin ordered scientists at the Soviet Academy of Sciences to find a way to make the USSR independent from the West in terms of energy, especially petroleum. In 1951, Professor Nikolai Kudryavtsev of the Soviet Academy first presented a theory that was radical. He claimed that, unlike the assertion accepted in Western geology texts that petroleum was somehow of biological origins, from near-surface dinosaur and other detritus, a fossil fuel, that petroleum in reality was a primordial material of deep origin which is transported at high pressure via cold eruptive processes into the crust of the Earth. In 1956, Professor Vladimir Porfiryev, the USSR's senior petroleum geologist, told a Moscow conference on petroleum geology, the overwhelming preponderance of geological evidence compels the conclusion that crude oil and natural petroleum gas have no intrinsic connection with biological matter originating near the surface of the Earth. They are primordial materials which have been erupted from great depths. 14. That radically different Russian and Ukrainian scientific approach to the discovery of oil allowed the USSR to develop huge gas and oil discoveries in regions previously judged unsuitable, according to Western geological exploration theories, for presence of oil. The new petroleum theory was used in the early 1990s, well after the dissolution of the USSR, to drill for oil and gas in a region believed for more than 45 years, to be geologically barren, the Dnipro-Donets basin in the region between Russia and Ukraine. Following their abiotic or non-fossil theory of the deep origins of petroleum, the Russian and Ukrainian petroleum geophysicists and chemists began with a detailed analysis of the tectonic history and geological structure of the crystalline basement of the Dnipro-Donets basin. After a tectonic and deep structural analysis of the area, they made geophysical and geochemical investigations. A total of 61 wells were drilled, of which 37 were commercially productive, an extremely impressive exploration success rate of almost 60%. The size of the field discovered compared with the north slope of Alaska. 15 By contrast, U.S. wildcat drilling was considered successful with a 10% success rate. 9 of 10 wells are typically dry holes. That Russian geophysics experience in finding oil and gas was tightly wrapped in the usual Soviet veil of state security during the Cold War era, and went largely unknown to Western geophysicists, who continued to teach fossil origins and, hence, the severe physical limits of petroleum. Slowly it began to dawn on some strategists in and around the Pentagon well after the 2003 Iraq War, that the Russian geophysicists might be onto something of profound strategic importance. 16. If Russia had the scientific know-how and Western geology not, Russia possessed a strategic trump card of staggering geopolitical import. It was not surprising that Washington would go about erecting a wall of steel, a network of military bases and ballistic anti-missile shields around Russia, to cut her pipeline and port links to Western Europe, China, and the rest of Eurasia. Halford Mackinder's worst nightmare, a cooperative convergence of mutual interests of the major states of Eurasia, born of necessity and need for oil to fuel economic growth, was emerging. Ironically, it was the blatant U.S. grab for the vast oil riches of Iraq and, potentially, of Iran, that catalyzed closer cooperation between traditional Eurasian foes, China and Russia, and a growing realization in Western Europe that their options too were narrowing. Oil and bases controlling the spigots. I spend a lot of time worrying about disruption of energy because of politics or civil strife in other countries, because tyrants control the spigots. G.W. Bush, February 27, 200,617. As Bush prepared his bid to secure re-election in 2004, a definite pattern to U.S. military policy and to U.S. energy policy was clear. The conclusion was inescapable: U.S. foreign and military policy was now about controlling every major existing and potential oil source and transport route on Earth. Such control would be unprecedented. One superpower, the United States, would be in a position to decide who gets how much energy at what price. The U.S., as the world's only military superpower, would be in a position to dictate the terms of world economic development. It would have unprecedented power to allow or deny the most economically essential raw material, oil. Michael Clare, author of various studies on resource wars, found a little-noted remark by Bush Energy Secretary Spencer Abraham to a March 2001 National Energy Summit. Abraham warned, "America faces a major energy supply crisis over the next 2 decades. The failure to meet this challenge will threaten our nation's economic prosperity, compromise our national security, and literally alter the way we lead our lives." Referring to the Cheney Energy Report of 2001, in that light Clare remarked, "The overall emphasis is on removing obstacles, whether political, economic, legal, and logistical, to the increased procurement of foreign oil by the United States." He added, "The Cheney Energy Plan will also have significant implications for U.S. security policy and for the actual deployment and utilization of American military forces." Step by step over the course of the Bush administration, the United States had managed to extend its military power and presence into areas of the globe never before possible. The collapse of the Soviet economic structure had prepared the possibilities and permitted the extension of a Washington-controlled NATO presence into what Brzezinski called the heartland, right up to Russia's front door. Commenting on whether there had been a conscious linkage between Bush energy policy and his military security strategy, Clare noted, "What is undeniable is that President Bush has given top priority to the enhancement of America's power projection capabilities, while at the same time endorsing an energy strategy that entails increased U.S. dependence on oil derived from areas of recurring crisis and conflict. One arm of this strategy is aimed at securing more oil from the rest of the world, the other is aimed at enhancing America's capacity to intervene in exactly such locales." Clare concluded, "They have merged into a single, integrated design for American world dominance in the 21st century." In the aftermath of the Iraq War, U.S. bases had been extended to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan in the former Soviet domain, and to Afghanistan. From its military position in Afghanistan, U.S. forces could control most of South Asia. Pakistan was dependent on U.S. military pressure. The entire Gulf was now a U.S. military protectorate. With the military control secure in the wake of the Iraq War, one by one the energy dominoes around the world began to fall, with a hefty push from Washington. Georgia, a key pipeline route from the Caspian to Ceyhan, Turkey, was a de facto U.S. protectorate by the beginning of 2004, as Mikhail Saakashvili, a 36-year-old U.S. educated lawyer, took over in a Rose Revolution, supported by Washington and the Soros Foundation, and aided by the personal intervention of James Baker III, whose law firm also represented the Caspian CBP oil interests. 18. In early 2003, while all eyes were on Iraq, the Pentagon prepared a long-term military basing agreement with two tiny Pacific islands, Sao Tome and Principe, which conveniently were in striking distance of the strategic West African oil fields from Morocco to Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, and Angola. George Bush made a highly unusual West Africa tour to coincide with the deal. Some analysts in Washington estimated that up to 25% of U.S. oil needs would soon come from West Africa. They called the Gulf of Guinea an area of vital interest to the U.S. The Cheney Energy Policy Report had said West Africa was expected to be one of the fastest growing sources of oil and gas for the American market. Behind the scenes, the U.S. had been pushing the French from their traditional role in various African oil regions. Libya was also falling into the U.S. orbit. In January 2004, Col. Gaddafi announced his rejection of terror and opening of Libya to foreign oil investment in return for a U.S. lifting of sanctions. Remarking on his new embrace of Washington, Gaddafi noted, "It is the era of globalization, and there are many new factors which are mapping out the world." Libya still held considerable oil, and Washington wanted to get its hands on it. Libya had begun signing major deals with Japanese, Italian, French and other foreign companies not bound by the U.S. sanctions. It had already signed with China to build oil and gas pipelines. Now that would all change. American oil companies were invited back. Gaddafi had become a survivalist. In Sudan, the government in Khartoum signed an agreement in January 2004 to share the oil wealth of the rebel south around the Darfur province, ending 2 decades of civil war. Washington was behind the deal. Sudan had been working with Chinese and European oil companies, and U.S. firms were excluded by Washington's sanctions policy. Sudan had significant oil reserves, and Washington decided the time was ripe to get them too. Colombian oil and that of neighboring Venezuela were also subject to growing U.S. military presence. The Bush administration announced plans to spend $98 million to provide military training and support in Colombia. It wasn't to stop the flood of cocaine into the United States. It was to defend against the guerrillas of the FARC and ELN who threatened the large Occidental Petroleum pipeline there. Colombia had become the 7th largest oil supplier to the United States. When Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez tried to take more direct policy control of the Venezuela State Oil Company, the Bush administration attempted a covert coup. U.S. oil imports from Venezuela, Colombia, and Ecuador exceeded that from the entire Middle East. Similarly, for the oil and gas of Indonesia, the terror war opened the doors to a new, far stronger U.S. military presence. One American analyst, Zoltan Grossman, remarked, "Establishment of new bases may in the long run be more critical to U.S. war planners than the wars themselves, as well as to the enemies of the U.S." By the end of his first term in office, George W. Bush, the neophyte in foreign affairs, had presided over the most dramatic extension of American military power in its history. U.S. military bases allowed it to control the strategic energy routes of all Eurasia as never before. It could control future energy relations from Japan, China, East Asia, India, Russia, as well as the European Union. Belgian author, Michel Calan, put it bluntly, "If you want to rule the world, you need to control oil. All the oil. Anywhere." That was clearly just what Washington was doing. When an energy-dependent Japan had tried to sign a long-term deal to develop a major oil field in Iran in August 2003, after the Iraq War, Washington stopped Japan from signing, citing Iran's nuclear program as reason. Tokyo got the message. By October, they were frantically trying to outbid China for Russian oil from the Yukos Company, at a time when the Russian company was talking with George H.W. Bush about selling a dominant share of Yukos to Chevron Texada. The Washington oil radar was monitoring everyone, anywhere. In the wake of the U.S. occupation of Iraq, it became clear that the United States was determined to lock up one way or another every major source of oil or natural gas it could. Small wonder that many outside the United States began to question the motives of the American president, and his declared mission of spreading freedom and democracy. His proposal to advance democracy in the Middle East through doubled funding for the National Endowment for Democracy hardly reassured. Anatole Levin analyzed the U.S. push for war just before the march on Baghdad. Levin, of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, remarked, "The basic and generally agreed plan is unilateral world domination through absolute military superiority, and this has been consistently advocated and worked on by the group of intellectuals close to Dick Cheney and Richard Perle since the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s. Levin tied the agenda of the Cheney Circle directly to the strategic issue of oil. For the group around Cheney, the single most important consideration is guaranteed and unrestricted access to cheap oil, controlled as far as possible at its source. Full-spectrum dominance. The stakes in securing military control over Iraqi oil and the entire Arabian Gulf were so high, and the resulting ability to determine the entire economic future of Eurasia and other countries so vital to America's new imperial strategy, that the costs were clearly considered worth risking. The Bush administration economic policy was simple: win re-election in 2004 regardless what it took. Washington was running staggering budget deficits in the range of $500 billion a year. Its deficit in trade was as high. China and Japan and East Asian exporters invested hundreds of billions of their surplus trade dollars in U.S. Treasury and other assets, out of fear of losing exports, becoming more dependent on the U.S. in the process. They seemed caught in a process where they saw no exit. As alarming as the economic data out of Washington was, no one in either the Federal Reserve or the administration appeared concerned. They now controlled the most essential commodity for world economic growth, its oil. And they controlled it not indirectly, through support of various state regimes in oil regions, but directly, militarily. With their firm grip on world oil flows, they now held a true weapon of mass destruction, potential blackmail over the rest of the world. Who would dare challenge the dollar? The contrast between the first oil shock in the 1970s and the events after the Iraq invasion was dramatic. The 1973 Bilderberg policy, set out in Saltsjöbaden, Sweden, had been to raise oil prices high enough to make the new discoveries in the North Sea, Alaska and other non-OPEC regions profitable. That first oil shock managed to buy some time for the dollar system. In the 1970s, powerful groups such as the Bilderberger and the Trilateral Commission had been able to postpone the impact of that first oil shock on Europe, Japan, and above all in the United States. They did it by imposing the IMF system on the aspirations of most of the emerging world, crushing any nationalist movement for economic development and self-sufficiency. They called it sustainable growth. It sustained the rich nations of the industrial world, and the dollar system for more than 3 decades, by enforcing limits to growth on the rest of the world. The industrial world was able to live some 3 decades more under the illusion of abundant, cheap oil to support a living standard unprecedented in history. That illusion, however, had been bought at the cost of the well-being of the populations of the once developing world, from Africa to Latin America to Asia. Only through preventing the natural aspirations of most of the rest of the world for economic stability and growth, could a small handful of nations, led by the United States, enjoy that illusion of prosperity a bit longer. The IMF had played a central role in making that illusion possible. By artificially depressing the industrialization of most of the planet, Washington could depress the global demand for oil, and allow U.S. import of cheap oil to continue to fuel their artificial prosperity. American oil output had peaked in the early 1970s. The American way of life depended on an ever-rising import of foreign oil. By the beginning of the new century, even that illusion of abundant, cheap oil was no longer sustainable. The IMF treatment, or its equivalent, was being turned on the populations of the industrial world for the first time. As an absolute world oil peak approached, the US was adopting unilateral measures to preserve its power, from rejecting the Kyoto Protocol, to refusing jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice on its soldiers and officials, to the invading of Iraq and beyond. 30 years after the first oil shock, the largest new fields had already passed their peak. Washington and the major British and American oil giants no longer had the luxury of counting on regimes with state-owned oil companies to do their bidding. Direct US and British control of world oil and gas assets was the agenda. They preferred to call it promoting democracy in the Middle East. All evidence was pointing to an imminent world peak, an absolute peak, in oil resources, and Washington was leaving little to chance. If 1973 had been a warning call, it was increasingly clear that 2003 was not. It was for real. At the start of the millennium, the United States held a near monopoly on military technology and might. It commanded the world's reserve currency and with it, was able to control the assets of much of the industrial world. Following the occupation of the oil fields of Iraq, one power, the United States, now commanded a near monopoly on future energy resources. The Pentagon had a term for it: full-spectrum dominance. It meant that the US should control military, economic, and political developments, everywhere. They appeared to be well along in the project. Critics of the unilateral American hegemony saw their imperial striving as a consequence of America's fundamental weakness, not strength. Emmanuel Todd, an advisor to French President Chirac, was one. He projected an alternative coalition of interests between a French and German-centered Europe with Russia, the combination of Eurasian land powers both Brzezinski and Halford Mackinder had warned against. But by early 2004 that Eurasian coalition was in sad disarray and internal division. The European Union could not even agree on a constitution. Washington appeared to have few serious rivals on the horizon. The late scholar Edward Said wrote in Alarum just after the invasion of Iraq, "Every single empire, in its official discourse, has said that it is not like all the others, that its circumstances are special, that it has a mission to enlighten, civilize, bring order and democracy, and that it uses force only as a last resort." He did not live long enough to see whether or not his words would be borne out with the new American century. 19.